Over the past century, the celestial realms have witnessed a surge in ascensions as more and more immortals reach the heavens. With their arrival, they've introduced a myriad of strange and wondrous objects altering the fabric of the divine world. Xiaohan, with a worried expression, urges Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to intervene, stating that she has already begun. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, however, calmly dismisses the urgency, remarking that she has only just exposed her shoulders, which isn't enough to warrant an arrest. The white-haired immortal, adorned with an elegant hair bun, smiles alluringly. She expresses her overwhelming joy at the numerous gifts received, claiming to be so thrilled that she's sweating. She wonders aloud why the day is so hot, then subtly removes a layer of clothing, revealing more of her shoulder. Suddenly, a door creaks open, catching her by surprise. White-haired immortal's eyes widen in surprise, her expression frozen as she realizes the implications. A small, glowing phone icon floats nearby, indicating a live stream is in progress. Xiaohan, with a stern and exasperated look, confronts the white-haired immortal, revealing this is the 152nd time she's been caught and the 17th time this month alone. The narrator comments on the white-haired immortal's persistence, noting she's been caught the most despite not being the most frequent streamer. The white-haired immortal then turns to Xiaohan, playfully calling out Chief Ling as she stands up. The white-haired immortal closes her eyes, feigning an innocent and distressed expression, attempting to evoke sympathy. Xiaohan, looking visibly uncomfortable and embarrassed, tries to maintain composure while asking the white-haired immortal to please get dressed first, flanked by two other male-attired figures who also appear awkward. The white-haired immortal clings to Xiaohan, her voice laced with a plea, asking Chief Ling to let her go just this once, highlighting their shared gender. Cunning smirk plays on the white-haired immortal's face as her inner thoughts are revealed. Her repeated captures are due to lack of experience, and she plans to exploit the fact that the security chief is a woman, betting Xiaohan can't resist a woman acting cute. Xiaohan, visibly flustered, attempts to clarify, stammering that the fairy has misunderstood her situation. The narrator explains Xiaohan's predicament, constantly mistaken for a man due to her attire. She's even received love letters and was crowned the champion of the Heaven's Handsome Men ranking. Xiaohan, in her thoughts, laments that she too is a woman. A single bead of sweat rolls down Xiaohan's face, her eye reflecting a deep sense of internal conflict and distress. The white-haired immortal tightens her embrace around Xiaohan, declaring that she doesn't care, finding Chief Ling handsome and expressing her affection, once again pleading to be let go just this once. Xiaohan, trying to push the white-haired immortal away, insists that she be let go first so they can properly discuss the situation. With a frustrated huff, Xiaohan attempts to free herself. Suddenly, a sharp, unseen force slashes through her robe, tearing it open. Xiaohan gasps in shock as her outer robe is shredded, revealing a form-fitting black inner garment. She exclaims that her chi sword accidentally unsheathed itself. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, partially visible from behind, looks on with a surprised expression while the white-haired immortal in the background appears utterly dumbfounded. Commander Zhao quickly takes off his own robe, urging Xiaohan to wear it immediately to cover herself. Xiaohan, her face flushed with embarrassment, hastily pulls on the offered robe, trying to hide her exposed form. Xiaohan, now reclothed but still frustrated, questions why her chi sword, which has been stable for 100 years, has suddenly been acting up. She then orders her subordinates to grab the white-haired immortal and leave. Xiaohan, initially relieved, reflects on her foresight in buying sky silk innerwear which prevented complete exposure. However, a sudden realization dawns upon her regarding the white-haired immortal's camera. Xiaohan's eyes widen in horror as a chilling thought crosses her mind, leaving her speechless. With a look of utter shock and dread, Xiaohan vocalizes her terrifying realization was all of that broadcasted live. Commander Zhao looks away, a bead of sweat forming on his temple, unable to meet Xiaohan's gaze. Commander Zhao, with a nervous half-smile, offers a single, confirming word, sealing Xiaohan's fate. From a distance, Xiaohan can be seen on a rooftop, screaming in despair as the full weight of her public humiliation crashes down upon her reputation. The narrator reveals Ling Zhixi, the emperor's internal thoughts. On the first day of his release from closed-door cultivation, he was captivated by the Heaven's security chief, Xiaohan. Despite his initial dismissive thoughts, Xiaohan's unique personality has caught Ling Zhixi, the emperor's attention. The series title card, Your Addictive Your Majesty, is displayed, featuring Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in a close, intimate pose, hinting at their future relationship. The narrator explains that the White Lotus Fairy's live stream was overshadowed by a far more sensational headline. Xiaohan, the Heaven's security chief, strips in front of the camera to prove her female identity. This dramatic revelation proved to be much more exciting news. Three blindfolded male immortals eagerly read the heavenly news scroll, exclaiming in unison that their rival has turned out to be a goddess, finding her incredibly attractive. Xiaohan, visibly fuming, curses her chi sword, questioning why it chose that precise moment to malfunction. Commander Zhao nervously approaches her, informing her that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, has summoned her, implying it's related to the recent incident. To hold the title of security chief in the celestial realm, raw power isn't just a requirement, it's a necessity. These elites are the thin line between order and total chaos, tasked with keeping punished immortals from turning the heavens upside down. Standing before the gates of the heavenly imperial palace, Xiaohan carries a reputation that precedes her. In these hallowed halls, she is widely considered the absolute peak of one-on-one combat, a warrior with no equal. Since her ascension, Xiaohan has become a force of nature. Her authority over public security is so absolute that she can arrest anyone for disturbing the peace. Even the highest authorities must tread carefully around her. Entering the throne room with a casual air that borders on disrespect, Xiaohan dismisses the recent headlines. She tells the official that the news articles are nothing more than baseless gossip and shouldn't be taken seriously. She leans in, her expression softening as she offers a ridiculous excuse. She claims her chi sword simply malfunctioned and insists she would never intentionally strip in public like the rumors suggest. The cunning uncle lets out a long, weary sigh. It's clear he's heard these kinds of excuses from her one too many times, and his patience is wearing thin. Fixing her with a stern glare, the cunning uncle demands she sit properly. He reminds her that they are in the heavenly imperial palace and that she must start behaving with the decorum her rank requires. Xiaohan just pouts, her chibi form radiating defiance. She points out that there's no one else around, so why should she bother with all the stuffy formalities? Having cultivated with an ancient immortal sword and never caring for gender norms, Xiaohan has developed a rugged, masculine personality. She is set in her ways, and no amount of royal scolding will change that. The cunning uncle calls the situation a massive scandal. He presses her, asking when she will finally be able to master her chi sword and stop causing these embarrassing incidents. Xiaohan slumps, admitting she's tried everything from obscure cultivation methods to rare magical treasures. Despite her best efforts, controlling the sword remains completely out of her reach. The cunning uncle stares at her, his eyes narrowing as he contemplates a drastic decision. The silence in the room becomes heavy with tension. Xiaohan's heart skips a beat as she senses a shift in his aura. Something is coming, and she has a feeling she isn't going to like it. He explodes in anger, asking if he really intends to replace her after a century of hard work. She can't believe he'd remove her from her post over such a minor malfunction. The cunning uncle rubs his temples, nursing a growing headache. He insists he's just being fair, as the security chief must set an example, and her lack of control is a recipe for disaster. A dangerous glint appears in Xiaohan's eyes. If he wants to play the fairness card, she has a few secrets of her own that she's more than willing to share. With a mockingly sweet smile, she says she'll learn from his example. She brings up an incident from 300 years ago at China Fairy's house, a subtle threat that hits home. In her chibi thoughts, she wonders if she should just tell the Empress about his little secret. The cunning uncle looks absolutely terrified, realizing he's been backed into a corner by a devil. He quickly clears his throat, changing his tune. He won't remove her from her post, but he insists she finds a way to control that sword, and he claims to have a specific solution in mind. Walking away from the palace, Xiaohan mulls over his words. He claimed the reason she can't control the chi sword is that the yang energy in her body is simply too overwhelming. The solution? She needs to find an immortal for double cultivation to balance her energy. Xiaohan scratches her head, wondering why that theory sounds so incredibly illogical. Sky is clear above the celestial gardens, but the atmosphere around Xiaohan is anything but peaceful as she approaches her subordinates. Perched on the roof, a voice calls out, asking how the meeting went. The curiosity among the guards is palpable. Commander Zhao leans in, eager for the details. He asks what the cunning uncle had to say about the recent scandal and the future of her position. Without thinking, Xiaohan blurts out the cunning uncle's ridiculous advice. She needs to find an immortal to cultivate with immediately. Commander Zhao stands there, completely stunned. The news hits him like a lightning bolt, leaving him speechless and wide-eyed. He can't believe his ears. The cunning uncle actually wants the most fearsome warrior in the heavens to find a cultivation partner. The news spreads through the palace complex like wildfire, echoing off the ornate rooftops and through the clouds. Xiaohan's face turns a bright shade of red. She realizes too late that blurting that out was a massive mistake, and her embarrassment is reaching critical levels. She lashes out, kicking Commander Zhao and screaming at him. She demands to know if all that shouting was really necessary, as if it's his fault the news is out. Nearby, a group of immortals have already gathered. They whisper among themselves, the gossip mill churning at record speeds. Thanks to Commander Zhao's loud announcement, Xiaohan's life becomes a living nightmare. For the next few days, she can't even go on patrol without being swarmed. Suddenly, a male immortal appears out of nowhere, blocking her path with a confident smirk. He strikes a pose and asks if he can be her double cultivation partner. He's the fifth one today, and Xiaohan is already at her limit. Xiaohan fumes, her eyes glowing with rage. She has a sudden, violent urge to kick Commander Zhao again for starting this mess. At first, it was manageable. She politely declined the few brave souls who approached her, trying to maintain her professional composure. But then, things took a weird turn. A young fairy approaches her coyly, blushing as she asks if she can be the one. One by one, more fairies join in. Xiaohan is exhausted, forced to explain over and over again that she is actually a woman. The secret she worked so hard to keep is being dismantled by sheer persistence. The little fairy looks on in confusion, unable to process the revelation that the legendary commander is actually a lady. Xiaohan stands there, completely drained. Her plan for a quiet life in the heavens has officially gone up in smoke and she has no one to blame but the cunning uncle and his solutions. Life at the Heavenly Security Center was supposed to be her sanctuary, a place where Xiaohan could hide from the chaos of the upper realms. But even as the powerful chief of security, peace is a luxury she can't quite afford, especially when she's caught catching some much-needed shut-eye on the job. Her subordinates can't help but chime in, teasing her by saying, "Boss, look at you. You're the powerful and rich security chief, and you're good-looking. You're essentially the top golden single man in the heavens. Why don't you want to get married?" Xiaohan's eyes flash with a hidden irritation. They keep calling her a single man, but internally, she's screaming that she's a single woman trapped in this ridiculous cross-dressing charade. With a heavy sigh, Xiaohan leans her head on her hand, admitting that it's not a lack of desire to marry but rather a total lack of anyone worth her admiration. Intrigued, the guards lean in closer, asking the one question everyone wants to know, "Boss, what type of person are you actually looking for?" Xiaohan doesn't hesitate, listing her impossible standards, someone better than her in both magical powers and looks. He should be able to best her in combat, or be so handsome she can't even bring herself to strike him. The subordinates stare back at her with blank, wide-eyed expressions, processing the sheer absurdity of her requirements. The silence stretches as they realize their boss might be setting the bar a little too high for any mortal or immortal to reach. They look at each other, the same thought clearly crossing their minds as they prepare to deliver some harsh truth. One of them finally gathers the courage to speak up, starting with a hesitant, "Boss, I think." He finishes the thought with a brutal honesty that hits like a physical blow. "You'll be single for the next few centuries." Xiaohan snaps, her annoyance boiling over as she glares at them, demanding to know what they're even thinking with such a pessimistic outlook. She bellows at them to get back to work and go on patrol, her grumpiness reaching a peak after the Jade Emperor pressured her to find a double cultivation partner. Unable to calm her nerves, Xiaohan leads her team through the heavens, her popularity ironically skyrocketing due to dishonest gossip and sensational headlines. Even the local officials like the cunning uncle are watching her every move, wondering if she'll ever find someone who fits her ridiculous criteria. Xiaohan's face is a mask of pure stress, the weight of the heavens' expectations and her own secrets making every step feel like a chore. She turns to her lagging team, her voice echoing through the courtyard as she prepares to give them another earful. Suddenly, something catches her eye. She freezes, pointing toward a distant structure and shouting, "Over there." Her subordinates gasp in horror, realizing she's looking at the suicide balcony, a place strictly forbidden to all in the heavens. The situation is dire, but the real question is, how will our headstrong commander stop the mysterious figure perched on the edge? Is this the start of a legendary romance, or just another headache for the woman who's already addicted to the Emperor's schemes? The suicide balcony looms over the swirling clouds, a solitary figure standing beneath a massive stone archway. Xiaohan rushes forward, calling out a desperate "Hey" as she approaches the man from behind. The man doesn't turn immediately, but his presence is overwhelming, radiating a cold and distant elegance. As he slowly begins to turn, Xiaohan's breath hitches. Even from a partial view, his features are strikingly refined. When Ling Zhixi, the emperor, finally reveals his face, the world seems to stand still. He possesses a captivating beauty that is both ethereal and tranquil. Xiaohan's heart does a violent somersault in her chest. She can't help but think that she's finally found it, an unparalleled pretty boy. She's completely smitten, her internal monologue screaming about how incredibly good-looking this man is. Clearing her throat to regain some semblance of authority, she blushes furiously, her usual commander persona melting away. With a sudden burst of reckless courage, she flirts openly, asking, "Pretty boy, are you interested in a double cultivation marriage?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, responds with a cold, unimpressed frown, his eyes narrowing at the forwardness of this security chief. Without a single word, he turns his back on her, completely ignoring her proposal as if she were nothing more than a buzzing insect. But Xiaohan isn't one to give up easily. Her determination flares, and she vows that no matter how cold he is, she will surely make him hers. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, continues toward the edge of the balcony, his long hair billowing in the heavenly wind as he gazes into the abyss. To Xiaohan's absolute shock, the man steps off the ledge. Her eyes widen in terror as she witnesses him plummeting toward the clouds. He falls with a strange serenity, his face remaining perfectly calm even as gravity takes hold. His robes flare out like wings, the intricate patterns catching the light as he descends further away from the forbidden area. Xiaohan's scream rips through the air, her panic reaching a fever pitch as she realizes her pretty boy might have just ended it all. Her subordinates rush over, their faces pale as they realize the chief of security has just presided over the most high-profile jump in heavenly history. The celestial court holds its breath, the air thick with tension as the consequences of the chief of security's unprecedented actions begin to unfold. Commander Zhao, his face etched with disbelief, questions Xiaohan, asking if she truly dared to orchestrate such a monumental scandal. Xiaohan, still bound and in chibi form, offers a subtly stiff smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes despite the gravity of her situation. It is revealed that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, the god emperor, had just completed his private cultivation, making him available for the fateful jump today. The cunning uncle, a high official, clutches his head in exasperation, letting out a heavy sigh as he grapples with the fallout of the God Emperor's actions. Xiaohan, still tied up, defends herself before the court, claiming she would never have flirted with Ling Zhixi, the emperor, had she known he was the powerful 100,000-year-old God Emperor, more formidable than even the heavenly emperor. With a devilish smile, Xiaohan insists that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, jumped off the balcony by himself, adamantly stating that she bears no responsibility. The cunning uncle explains that Xiaohan, having only been present for 5 centuries, had not yet seen the God Emperor. He declares that while it's not her fault for failing to recognize him, her flirtation warrants punishment. She must transcend and experience tribulation with His Majesty. The cunning uncle, visibly burdened, reiterates the heavy sentence. Xiaohan will be punished to transcend and experience tribulation alongside the God Emperor, a decision that clearly gives him a headache. Among the assembled officials, one voices his opinion that the punishment is still too light for Xiaohan's transgression. However, others quickly intervene, acknowledging Xiaohan's notorious grudge-holding nature and advising against further provocation, agreeing that the current decision is excellent, Your Majesty. Outside the court, Xiaohan's subordinates anxiously inquire about the heavenly emperor's verdict. Xiaohan cheerfully reports that she simply has to transcend and experience tribulation with Ling Zhixi, the emperor, assuring them she'll be back soon and praising the old heavenly emperor as the wisest. Her subordinates feign exaggerated sadness, wiping away non-existent tears, mockingly declaring they'll wait for her return. Xiaohan's fury boils, her subordinates gleefully make their exit, expressing relief that without her oppression and exploitation they can finally relax for a few days. Xiaohan's chibi form contorts in rage, her internal monologue seething with threats. These brats. You're dead when I return. Xiaohan finds herself on the suicide balcony where a figure named Si Ming confronts her, remarking on her bravery for flirting with the God Emperor. Si Ming, a man with a monocle and an air of authority, is revealed to be the one presiding over this next stage of Xiaohan's fate. Xiaohan, defiant to the last, retorts that she simply doesn't care about the consequences. It is explained that Si Ming controls human fates and possesses countless dramatic scripts. A century ago, Xiaohan borrowed and lost some of his scripts, making them enemies ever since. Xiaohan remains tied, a silent testament to her impending fate, a mix of resignation and defiance on her face. Si Ming, with a knowing smirk, declares, "As you wish," before delivering a swift kick, sending Xiaohan plummeting. Xiaohan plunges through the sky, her screams echoing, "Si Ming, just you wait, aha." A new scene opens as a servant gently calls out, "Your Majesty," to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, who is stirring awake in his bed. A half-awake Xiaohan, now in the body of Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is informed by the servant that it's time for her coronation. Confused, she questions, "Coronation? Isn't this for men?" The servant diligently tucks in Xiaohan, preparing her for the upcoming ceremony, highlighting her current male guise. Xiaohan's eyes widen in shock as she realizes, Si Ming turned me into a man. Still confused, Xiaohan touches her chest, pondering, "They're kinda soft, so I'm still a woman." As Xiaohan considers touching down south to confirm her gender, a horrified servant quickly interjects, "Get out now." The servant whispers a dire warning to Xiaohan, "If you're ever exposed as a woman, you're doomed." Xiaohan lets out a relieved sigh, confirming to herself, "Phew, I'm still a woman. Si Ming's not that brutal." The resonating sounds of dong, dong echo through the air, signaling the imminent start of the coronation ceremony. The servant, his face etched with urgency, presses Xiaohan to hurry, emphasizing the importance of the coronation. Xiaohan protests with a bewildered, "Hey, hey," as the servant begins to drag her towards the ceremony. The servant urgently commands, "Quick, Your Majesty, your coronation is starting soon. Your Majesty can't be late." Xiaohan, still utterly bewildered, questions, "What coronation? What's going on? Why am I being crowned all of a sudden?" After an arduous procession, Xiaohan, as the new emperor, finally sits on the throne. As courtiers cheer, "Long live Your Majesty," she grasps the reality of her new identity, prompting a system notification to unlock your current identity/identity information. The backstory unfolds. The 19th prince of country Ling is actually the youngest daughter of the late emperor. With all other princesses married off, her mother forced her to disguise herself as a man, thus becoming the youngest prince. This image visually represents Xiaohan's true identity as a woman, juxtaposed with her imposed role as a cross-dressing male prince, highlighting the core of her current tribulation. Bloodline of the empire was nearly extinguished. 18 princes, all gone, claimed by the brutality of war or the silent creep of illness. With the throne sitting empty and the late emperor passed, only one heir remained. Xiaohan was thrust into the light, supported by her uncle, the cunning uncle, who acted as the prince regent. Every brother dead. The coincidence is too perfect. Xiaohan's amber eyes narrow. This entire succession reeks of a calculated massacre. The prince regent is more than just an advisor, he's a predator. He likely orchestrated the late emperor's demise just to place a puppet on the throne. The voice breaks her concentration. Commander Zhao stands before her, his stoic presence a reminder of the weight she now carries. Snapping back to reality, Xiaohan masks her suspicion. With a calm, regal wave, she commands the court to rise. The cunning uncle stands tall, already assuming the responsibilities that should be hers. He isn't just helping, he's colonizing her authority. Patience is her only weapon. She's a stranger in a den of vipers. Provoking him now would be a death sentence. The throne is just a cover. Her true mission is far more divine. She must locate the God Emperor hidden within this mortal realm. Time passes, the sun dipping below the palace eaves as the weight of her dual life begins to settle. The search is going nowhere. The God Emperor is absent, leaving her to play a role she never asked for. Suddenly, a shadow looms. The regent is here, his presence always signaling a new test of her resolve. She plasters on an innocent smile, the perfect mask for a puppet emperor. "Uncle," she chirps, hiding the fire behind her eyes. The cunning uncle smirks, his voice dripping with false concern. He asks how she's adapting to the heavy crown he placed on her head. Xiaohan can only offer a hollow laugh. The irony of his concern is almost more than she can bear. She dismisses herself with practiced grace. "Goodbye, uncle," she says, turning away before the mask can slip. The smile vanishes the moment she's alone. Surviving in this human world is an exhausting, soul-crushing game of chess. Retreating to the imperial study, she seeks sanctuary among the scrolls, hoping for a lead that doesn't exist. She spaces out, the text on the pages blurring into a mess of frustration and boredom. How can one find a god in a world this vast? She buries her face in her hand, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. She's living a lie, wearing another person's skin. If the God Emperor has reincarnated, he won't look anything like his heavenly self. Night falls, and a lavish feast is prepared. But for Xiaohan, even the finest delicacies taste like ash. Satisfied burp escapes her as she leans back, momentarily forgetting the dangers of the court in the comfort of a full stomach. The peace is shattered instantly. A servant presents a pile of tokens, announcing it's time to choose a consort for the night. Her eyes bulge in shock. She's a female hiding in plain sight. The last thing she needs is a consort discovering her secret. She stammers, realizing there are over 80 tags. "I was just crowned," she thinks frantically. "When did I even pick these people?" The servant, Lil Xiang, smiles innocently. He's the only one who knows her true gender, and he's clearly enjoying her panic. This is beyond awkward. Was her predecessor actually promiscuous, or is this just another layer of the regent's trap? She looks at Lil Xiang, her voice trembling. "Are you absolutely sure I need them tonight?" The servant gives her a knowing look. The palace is a stage, and every move must be performed perfectly. Xiaohan turns away, her mind racing for an exit strategy that doesn't involve a bedroom. Lil Xiang leans in, whispering the solution. A substitute will take her place, as is the tradition. The secret remains safe. Relieved, she reaches out and picks a random tag. I'll pick her then," she mutters, just to end the ordeal. She can finally relax and just admire the beauty of the court from afar, without the threat of physical discovery. A sudden shimmer in the air catches her eye. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears like a phantom, his long hair flowing in a spectral breeze. The servants bow, unaware of the immortal presence. Xiaohan realizes she's the only one who can see him. She whispers to the empty air, pleading with Ling Zhixi to help her find the God Emperor and uncover the truth about her host. Ling Zhixi offers a cryptic smile. He presents a document that changes everything. The God Emperor isn't a stranger, he's Commander Xiaohan. The revelation hits like a thunderbolt. Ling Zhixi vanishes as quickly as he came, leaving Xiaohan to face the impossible truth alone. The revelation hits like a thunderbolt. Ling Zhixi vanishes as quickly as he came, leaving Xiaohan to face the impossible truth alone. Under the silent gaze of the crescent moon, the night deepens, reflecting the turmoil within her. Alone in her imperial chambers, Xiaohan lies restless, clutching a book. Her mind races, burdened by her new identity. She desperately needs to understand the host's past. Fatigue etched on her face, Xiaohan laments her predicament. She must spend time with pretty women, yet her true quest remains to find the mysterious God Emperor, a task that feels insurmountable. A wave of despair washes over her as Xiaohan wonders how she will ever make it out alive from this intricate web of imperial duties and hidden agendas. The morning sun barely touches the palace as a servant's voice pierces the quiet, reminding Xiaohan that it is time for her daily audience. Still nestled in her bed, Xiaohan defiantly declares she is not going. With a dismissive wave, she instructs them to leave the matters of state to the Prince Regent. In her mind, Xiaohan justifies her actions, believing this is precisely how a puppet emperor should behave. She fears that being too hardworking will only lead to more trouble. The day brightens over the sprawling palace, hinting at the political machinations already in motion beyond Xiaohan's secluded chambers. Xiaohan finally rises from her bed, yawning and stretching, still looking disheveled from her morning slumber, yet ready to face the day's challenges. Xiaohan sits on her throne. She receives news. The Prince Regent requests an audience. Her internal thoughts betray her disdain for the cunning uncle. Xiaohan's internal monologue continues, seething at the cunning uncle's arrogance. He doesn't even need to request an audience, as the palace has become his personal domain. The cunning uncle approaches, his expression a mix of concern and veiled disapproval, commenting that Xiaohan missed the daily audience. His gaze sharp and probing, the cunning uncle asks if Xiaohan is feeling unwell, his question laced with an unspoken challenge. Xiaohan, feigning innocence and exhaustion, replies that she is merely tired. She then shrewdly suggests that since she knows nothing of politics, the cunning uncle should go in her stead. The cunning uncle, with a satisfied nod and a knowing smile, praises Xiaohan's humility, reminding her that she has much to learn as a newly crowned emperor. He then reveals his true intentions, stating that the country's commander, skilled in both politics and martial arts, has returned to teach Xiaohan. Xiaohan reacts with shock, questioning when she ever agreed to such lessons. Xiaohan's chibi form expresses her deep reluctance. She internally rails against the idea, wondering why an emperor needs to study and wishing she could reject the proposal outright. Cunning uncle's sly smile reminds Xiaohan of her precarious position. A puppet, after all, must know her place, leaving Xiaohan with no choice but to comply. With a forced, teary smile, Xiaohan reluctantly agrees, proclaiming internally that being an emperor is nothing short of torture. Suddenly, a figure kneels before her. It is Xiaohan herself, in her commander attire, formally greeting her emperor persona. Xiaohan, as the emperor, is utterly shocked and delighted by the appearance of Commander Xiaohan, realizing this is the very person she was struggling to find, the God Emperor. A mischievous grin spreads across chibi Xiaohan's face. The God Emperor is greeting her, and the satisfaction of this bizarre self-interaction is immense. Her hand moves to grab an inkstone, perhaps a nervous gesture or a fleeting thought about her newfound, complicated situation. With sparkling eyes, chibi Xiaohan clutches an ink brush, thinking that if she had known this outcome, she wouldn't have been suffering in her imperial role. A sudden, terrifying realization hits Xiaohan. What if the God Emperor remembers her antics as the puppet emperor? The thought that he might kill her sends a jolt of fear through her. Xiaohan, as the emperor, stands up, preparing to formally address her newly arrived teacher. Xiaohan, as the emperor, extends her hand to Commander Xiaohan, instructing her to rise. Internally, she is overjoyed, finding her own commander persona to be a cool, handsome guy, and deems the whole ordeal worth it. The emperor persona leans in playfully, challenging Commander Xiaohan. She declares that since the cunning uncle requested martial arts lessons, she will personally assess Commander Xiaohan's qualifications. Commander Xiaohan maintains a serious demeanor, while the emperor persona, in chibi form, silently admires the commander's striking appearance, thinking, His Majesty's so handsome. The emperor persona continues her non-stop touching and playful advances, much to the internal exasperation of Commander Xiaohan. Commander Xiaohan internally laments the emperor's lack of social awareness, thinking the emperor doesn't know how to read the room. Yet, she wonders if she can somehow make light of this unfortunate situation. With a charming smile and a firm grasp on Commander Xiaohan's hand, the emperor persona welcomes her to live in the palace. She then instructs an unseen servant, Lil Xiang, prepare his quarters. Emperor persona, with a sly glint in her eyes, clears her throat and boldly suggests that since Commander Xiaohan will be her teacher, they should get to know each other better. She proposes they start by sharing a meal, as a lavish spread of dishes is shown, tempting the new palace resident. Commander Xiaohan internally reflects on the emperor's bold demeanor. She thinks to herself, he's a military commander who, her thought cut short by the unfolding events. Continuing her internal observation, Xiaohan notes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is a military commander who actively fights in wars. Yet, despite his martial prowess, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, carries himself with an unexpected grace, far from the brutish demeanor one might expect. He sits composed, his long hair flowing, the subtle glint of armor beneath his robes a testament to his dual nature as both warrior and sovereign. Xiaohan watches him, a faint, knowing smirk playing on her lips as she processes his contradictions. Xiaohan continues to muse on how pleasingly elegant Ling Zhixi, the emperor's actions are, as Commander Zhao promptly affirms, Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Xiaohan sits in her own imperial attire, a subtle weariness etched on her features, enduring the formal proceedings. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calmly observes the array of dishes before him, his movements still precise and unhurried. Xiaohan's mind drifts further, contemplating the nature of noble immortals, especially one like Ling Zhixi, the emperor. She theorizes that such powerful beings reach their true peak during times of tribulation, wondering what Ling Zhixi, the emperor's ultimate potential could be if he is already a formidable commander. With a sudden, disarming smile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns to Xiaohan, asking directly if she has ever considered overthrowing him. The unexpected question catches Xiaohan completely off guard, causing her to dramatically spit out her food in sheer disbelief and shock. Xiaohan struggles to regain her composure, letting out a loud ahem. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches her, a hint of surprise on his face. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, leans in with genuine concern, asking if Xiaohan is alright after her sudden outburst. He extends a hand, offering a cup of water, urging her to drink and calm herself. Xiaohan, now standing, clears her throat and reassures him, Ahem, I'm okay, thank you, Your Majesty. Kneeling before him, Xiaohan earnestly declares that despite her achievements, her loyalty remains unwavering, assuring Ling Zhixi, the emperor, she has no intention of usurping his throne. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, however, persists, questioning her, but you must have a goal, right? Implying he believes she harbors some ambition. He exclaims his frustration that his courtiers aren't fiercely vying for the throne, then shifts to complimenting Xiaohan, noting, look at yourself. You've got the looks. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, continues, adding the body, he suddenly cuts himself off, realizing his blunder and internally exclaiming, wait, why did I expose myself? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, immediately covers his mouth, his chibi form conveying his intense embarrassment and shock at his own words. Recovering with an awkward laugh, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, quickly corrects himself, stating, I mean, you've got the brains and the brawn. It's a pity that such an all-rounder isn't vying for the throne. A deeper truth is then revealed. While Ling Zhixi, the emperor's ultimate goal is to embody the emperor fully, the overarching objective for Xiaohan is to kill the god emperor once he reaches his peak and return him to the heavens as quickly as possible. Xiaohan, confident in her cunning, thinks to herself, I'm so smart. The narration then explains that a military commander not vying for the throne is an unusual god emperor, and only Ling Zhixi, the emperor, would utter such absurdities. Yet, Xiaohan plays along for the sake of the god emperor's tribulation, pouring her full effort into the deception. The narrative pauses to present a striking image of Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, highlighting the captivating dynamic of their story, titled You're Addictive, Your Majesty. The scene shifts, revealing the serene, traditional architecture of the imperial palace under a clear, open sky. The intricate detailing of the palace roof further emphasizes the grandeur of their surroundings. A wave of disbelief washes over Ling Zhixi, the emperor, his expression hardening as he processes a troubling thought. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears to be consumed by suspicion, his gaze distant as he presumably harbors doubts about Xiaohan. With a solemn expression, Xiaohan reiterates her unwavering devotion, declaring, My loyalty lies with you, Your Majesty. Her voice firm, Xiaohan insists that no matter how many times Ling Zhixi, the emperor, chooses to test her, the outcome of her loyalty will remain eternally unchanged. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks genuinely taken aback, feigning innocence as he replies, Who's testing you? I'm just, his words trailing off. He stammers, unable to find the right words to justify his actions, his expression betraying his internal struggle. Giving up the argument, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dismissively says, Fine, ignore what I've just said. The narration then observes that a god emperor unwilling to be enthroned in the human world is surely behaving crazily. The scene transitions once more, showcasing the majestic palace architecture under a bright sky. The setting shifts to the imperial study, a room filled with towering stacks of books, including an emperor's guide. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, gazes at them in utter shock. Overwhelmed, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, asks Xiaohan, Do I have to finish reading these? Xiaohan, having shed her armor, calmly replies, No, Your Majesty. A wave of profound relief washes over Ling Zhixi, the emperor, his chibi form visibly relaxing at the reprieve. Xiaohan then reveals the actual task, pointing to the immense collection. What Your Majesty has to do is memorize every book here. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's relief instantly turns to horror as he exclaims, SHT, I'm screwed. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, clutches his head, feigning exhaustion from his coronation, and attempts to postpone the task, suggesting they discuss studying next time and resolving to put it off as long as possible. Xiaohan observes Ling Zhixi, the emperor's antics with a stern gaze, her inner thoughts confirming her assessment, studying. It's impossible, as she turns to leave, stating, Then I should come back tomorrow. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, immediately cries out, Wait. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands his ground, his gaze fixed on Xiaohan as he halts her departure with a single, desperate plea. Xiaohan turns back, her voice firm as she declares that she won't let him leave until she changes his perspective and makes him yearn for the throne. She suggests they should bond more, since they'll be seeing each other every day. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pauses, a chill running down his spine as he wonders why Xiaohan suddenly looks so brutal. In his mind, a chibi Xiaohan wears a devious, calculating grin that leaves Ling Zhixi, the emperor, breaking out in a cold sweat. Xiaohan lets out a sinister chuckle, plotting to raise this god emperor to his peak only to end him in the most creative and brutal way possible. The more brutal, the better. She snaps back to reality with a bright, terrifyingly cheerful smile, telling herself that just the imagination of it is exciting, while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches her with pure confusion. Xiaohan suddenly grabs Ling Zhixi, the emperor, by the shoulders, her tone shifting to a friendly one as she declares that since his brothers are gone, he will be her brother from now on. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, tries to keep his composure, realizing he needs to get closer to her first, but he's blindsided when Xiaohan offers him a choice from his concubines as a gesture of brotherhood. Xiaohan's logic is simple, brothers share everything, and offering him a concubine is sure to touch his heart and solidify their bond. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is frozen in shock, his mind reeling at the thought that Xiaohan actually wants him to cheat with his own wife. He quickly steps back, stammering that it's completely inappropriate for a courtier to enter the women's quarters, leaving Xiaohan genuinely puzzled that he'd reject such a great deal. A heavy silence falls between them as Xiaohan tries to process the rejection, her head filled with question marks. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Xiaohan's head as she comes up with a new, even more direct plan to force the issue. Without a word, she reaches out and firmly grabs Ling Zhixi, the emperor's sleeve, pulling him along with irresistible force. Xiaohan dismisses his concerns, ordering the concubines to be called to the gazebo in the imperial garden immediately, while Commander Zhao acknowledges the command with a stoic nod. The scene shifts to the serene beauty of the imperial garden, where the ornate gazebo stands ready for the unexpected gathering. Xiaohan leans in, hyping up the concubines as absolute rare beauties, determined to find one that catches Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eye. Panicked, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, drops to his knees, swearing that he has never once harbored thoughts of usurping the throne or crossing such a line. He's convinced this is a deadly test of loyalty, questioning why any emperor would be dumb enough to let a courtier choose from his harem unless it was a trap. Xiaohan watches him kneel and lets out a frustrated facepalm. Seeing him so subservient is great, but his constant suspicion is exhausting. She screams internally, wishing humans could just trust each other for once, frustrated that her genuine attempt to get closer is being treated like a political minefield. Reaching out to him, she insists she isn't testing him and begs him to believe her sincerity. She pulls him closer, insisting that if he doesn't believe her, he should just pick one right now so she can arrange the marriage on the spot. A group of stunning concubines arrives, their elegant robes and graceful presence filling the garden with an air of competition. Even Xiaohan can't help but admire the previous host's talent for gathering such an impressive collection of pretty ladies. One of the ladies steps forward, offering a graceful and flirtatious greeting to her emperor. Soon, the entire group is chirping greetings, their collective presence becoming an overwhelming wall of affection that leaves Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sweating. Xiaohan wastes no time, pointing out a choice and dragging the reluctant Ling Zhixi, the emperor, toward the group of expectant women. A concubine immediately latches onto Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pressing close and urging him to choose her with a sweet, demanding tone. Xiaohan watches with a playful, expectant look, telling him to just pick one and get it over with. The ladies swarm him like a tidal wave of hearts and affection, completely burying the poor brother in their enthusiasm. An hour later, the dust finally settles. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, crawls out from the pile, his face a mess of lipstick marks and dazed confusion. Xiaohan looks down, her own face marked by the chaotic encounter, her expression a mix of exhaustion and mild regret for the monster she unleashed. She sits there, dazed and drained, while the concubines continue to hover around with sparkling eyes and insatiable energy. Finally, Xiaohan is dragged away from the scene, her energy completely spent after the bonding session went horribly right. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches her go, realizing with a start that she probably didn't do any of this deliberately to torture him but rather out of sheer ignorance. Two of the beauties remain, their smiles as bright and predatory as ever, waiting for their next chance. Another concubine watches the departure, her fan held high as she maintains her perfect, elegant facade in the garden. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, Xiaohan, and Commander Zhao stand together in the aftermath, the emperor finally admitting to himself that his own women are absolutely terrifying. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reels from the realization that managing his challenging concubines is an impossible task. He recalls Lil Xiang's guidance on pleasing them and balancing relationships, musing on the supposed skillful nature of such a host. He reflects on the immense pressure, concluding that being an emperor is undeniably difficult as he struggles with the weight of his imperial duties and personal entanglements. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, lying in bed, recounts her original goal to sow seeds of ambition for the throne in Ling Zhixi, the emperor's mind. However, she admits that her plans were derailed, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the pretty women surrounding him. Lost in thought, Xiaohan gazes upwards, her expression pensive as she re-evaluates her entire life's trajectory after the recent chaotic events. Back in his chambers, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, lies awake, looking energetic yet puzzled. His servant, Lil Xiang, approaches, stifling a yawn, and asks if His Majesty is unable to sleep. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns to Lil Xiang, remarking on the beauty of his concubines, a hint of frustration in his tone. Then poses a perplexing question: despite their beauty, why has not a single one of them managed to capture Xiaohan's attention? Lil Xiang bows his head, a look of confusion and slight shock on his face as he processes the emperor's unexpected query. Suddenly, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sits bolt upright, a flash of realization crossing his face. He exclaims that Xiaohan's indifference wasn't due to dislike but rather a complete inability to even appreciate the women. With a thoughtful expression, hand on his chin, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, resolves to find Xiaohan other women, believing a fresh selection might yield different results. Addressing Lil Xiang, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, commands him to summon the daughters of all courtier families the following morning for a new selection. Chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears, overwhelmed by the sheer number of potential candidates and the implications of such a grand selection, his face a mask of internal distress. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, quickly amends his order, deciding against a direct summons. He prefers to review their portraits, admitting that his current concubines have left him with an unpleasant impression and he wishes to avoid women for a few days. Lil Xiang, unseen, ponders the emperor's sudden shift, wondering why His Majesty, after struggling with his own concubines, would immediately initiate another selection round. Lil Xiang, looking concerned, directly asks Ling Zhixi, the emperor, if he intends to hold another selection of concubines. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dismisses the notion, clarifying that the selection is not for himself but for Xiaohan. He asserts that a true god-emperor reaches his peak with both a crown and beautiful wives, and he must secure a woman for Xiaohan, even if it doesn't foster closeness between himself and Xiaohan. From Lil Xiang's perspective, he believes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is cleverly maintaining a low profile, using Xiaohan to control the military. He confidently predicts that His Majesty will reclaim his power from the Prince Regent. The imperial study is now piled high with scrolls, a testament to Ling Xiang's astonishing efficiency. A chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, expresses his surprise at such swift action. Ling Xiang enthusiastically presents a portrait to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, describing the woman as Minister Lu's talented and beautiful daughter. The portrait reveals a stunning woman with elegant features, perfectly embodying the description of Minister Lu's daughter. Ling Xiang continues his eager presentation, showcasing Chancellor Zhang's curvaceous granddaughter and another woman from Commander Li's family. As a chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks increasingly overwhelmed. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally questions Ling Xiang's excessive excitement in finding a wife for Xiaohan, a hint of jealousy or confusion in his thoughts. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, contemplates the portraits, internally acknowledging that while he wants good things for Xiaohan, he personally cannot select a wife for him, as the arrangement simply wouldn't work. Ling Xiang, with a knowing smile, assures Ling Zhixi, the emperor, not to worry, claiming he understands that His Majesty is merely attempting to forge an alliance with Commander Xiao. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, responds with a hesitant okay, internally questioning if Ling Xiang truly understands his complex intentions. Ling Xiang urges Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to continue looking, and despite their differing personalities, both men passionately begin selecting a wife for Xiaohan. Kneeling Chancellor Zhang tearfully pleads with Ling Zhixi, the emperor, begging him to grant his only daughter a chance to live. A chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears, looking stern and determined, reflecting his inner resolve regarding the marriage arrangements. The scene transitions to a promotional cover depicting Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in a close embrace, with the title, "You're Addictive, Your Majesty." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sits regally, a satisfied smirk on his face, asserting that Xiaohan should be grateful to him. Xiaohan stands before him, his expression unreadable, his eyes obscured by shadow, hinting at his internal turmoil. Kneeling before Ling Zhixi, the emperor, Xiaohan firmly declares his refusal to accept the proposed marriage. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears utterly bewildered, internally questioning Xiaohan's sanity for rejecting such a gorgeous woman. He then openly asks why Xiaohan cannot accept the marriage, emphasizing her beauty and powerful family. As Xiaohan begins to explain his position as a prominent commander, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, abruptly cuts him off, shouting for him to stop, his hand raised in a dismissive gesture. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, points directly at Xiaohan, demanding a simple answer: does he like her or not? Xiaohan, his eyes closed in resignation, softly confesses that he does not like her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, gasps in dismay, realizing with a shocked expression that the marriage decree has already been sent to the chancellor. A chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, gleefully appears, highlighting that he is too late, to which Xiaohan reacts with a stunned, "So fast." The grim news arrives swiftly. A frantic voice cuts through the palace silence, urging Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to repeal his decree, for something terrible has happened. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's foot taps impatiently, a subtle sign of his growing frustration as he awaits further details. The messenger reveals the shocking truth: the chancellor's daughter accepted the decree but is now attempting to commit suicide. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, clutches his head, bewildered. He wonders why such a compatible and good-looking couple would be so opposed to his decree. With a mischievous glint, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grabs Xiaohan's hand, suggesting they go together. He teases Xiaohan, asking, "What if you fall in love at first sight once you meet her?" The scene shifts, transporting them to the grand estate of the chancellor's house. Inside, Chancellor Su kneels before Ling Zhixi, the emperor, his face etched with despair, pleading for his only daughter's life. Chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears, internally questioning why the old man is whining so dramatically. From within the residence, a dramatic wail echoes, "Weia, I don't want to live anymore." The mournful cry continues to reverberate, drawing Ling Zhixi, the emperor's gaze towards the source of the commotion. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes the chancellor's daughter, who stands near a hanging rope. He thinks, "Wow, she's actually trying to commit suicide." He notes her desperate tears, internally commenting, "Words can't describe how pitiful this desperate crying looks." Initially, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, feels a pang of sympathy, thinking, "It makes me want to protect her and give her whatever she wants." However, his sharp eyes catch a crucial detail. She's not even wrapping the rope around her neck. Chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, smirks, his true thoughts revealed. She's obviously just putting on a show. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains observant, his expression thoughtful as he processes the scene before him. With his suspicions confirmed, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally dismisses the situation, concluding, since she's not actually suicidal, it's not a big problem. Addressing Miss Su directly, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, offers a reassuring smile, stating he has no intention of mistreating her through an arranged marriage. He then pulls Xiaohan closer, presenting him with a flourish. "Look at him, a prominent commander who has the looks and the body." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, leans in, whispering a scandalous suggestion to a shocked Xiaohan. "Why don't you undress so she can see your body, since she doesn't believe you? Besides, I haven't seen your body either." Xiaohan recoils in outrage, exclaiming, "It's completely unethical." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply dismisses him with a curt "back off." In a desperate attempt to prevent further antics, Xiaohan grabs Ling Zhixi, the emperor's sleeve tightly. Miss Su watches the exchange, her expression a mix of confusion and sadness. Undeterred, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, continues to promote Xiaohan to Miss Su, assuring her that his attractive physique and power are guaranteed, urging her to reconsider the marriage. Miss Su, blushing, peeks at Xiaohan, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. But her curiosity quickly turns to fear as she shivers, a wave of terror washing over her. Her eyes widen in absolute shock, completely stunned by something she sees or perceives about Xiaohan. Her feet involuntarily retreat, stumbling backward in her haste to get away. As she stumbles, Miss Su cries out, "Be careful." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, scolds the motionless Xiaohan, demanding, "Be the hero and rescue her. Why are you so slow-witted?" Two maids rush forward, shouting "Hold," as they catch Miss Su, preventing her from falling. A chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks on with disdain, thinking he can't even save her. No wonder he's single. Xiaohan attempts to console her, calling out Miss Su, but she only responds with a terrified wail, "Waa." Xiaohan, looking stunned, realizes the depth of her fear, internally questioning, "Woa, is he that scary?" His expression remains troubled, the realization of his intimidating reputation settling in. With a resigned sigh, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, finally concedes, declaring, "Sigh, fine, I'll repeal this marriage decree." Xiaohan, still bewildered, wonders if Miss Su is truly that cowardly to be scared of him, only to be shushed by a wary guard who nervously looks around. As Xiaohan rides away from Chongwu Gate, the guard recounts his fearsome reputation. Commander Xiao has always kept a straight face. He doesn't approach women normally and he's not a gentleman at all. I heard during a banquet a woman accidentally touched his hand and he immediately cut her arm with his sword. He was as brutal as he was on the battlefield. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally laments, can she just assist the god emperor like she's supposed to? There's still a long way to go. Ling Zhixi's internal lament is cut short as Xiaohan, still masquerading as the emperor, peeks from behind a curtain, recognizing the formidable presence of the cunning uncle, the prince regent. With a nervous smile, Xiaohan attempts to greet the cunning uncle, stammering out his title as the prince regent. The cunning uncle responds with a dismissive scoff, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, revealing his condescending nature. Standing tall, the cunning uncle maintains his smug expression, completely ignoring Xiaohan's attempted greeting. Xiaohan's face contorts with annoyance, her internal thoughts raging at the prince regent's blatant rudeness. Sudden realization dawns on Xiaohan as she remembers her recent mistake of passing a marriage decree without the cunning uncle's permission, a critical oversight for a puppet emperor. Panic washes over Xiaohan as she fears the consequences of her actions, wondering if this cunning fox might even go so far as to harm the real emperor. Determined to avoid further trouble, Xiaohan resolves to lie low for the next few days, her expression a mix of worry and resolve. Xiaohan laments the lack of progress on her mission, realizing that if Ling Zhixi were to die under her watch, the security team would mock her endlessly. The scene shifts to the imperial study the next day, an imposing structure under a clear sky. Instead of engaging with the promised books, Xiaohan finds herself confronted by a daunting stack of memorials sent by the prince regent, her new task as the emperor. A literal mountain of scrolls looms before Xiaohan, who looks utterly overwhelmed, while Ling Zhixi observes her with a serious gaze. Ling Zhixi, with a weary sigh, gently reminds Xiaohan that she must sign the memorials first, emphasizing her imperial duty. Xiaohan internally fumes, questioning the whereabouts of the promised entertainment and food, lamenting that the real emperor detests serious reading. Xiaohan's chibi form expresses extreme misery and exhaustion, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of paperwork. Slumped over the desk, Xiaohan dramatically despairs, exclaiming that she cannot possibly endure reading through so many memorials. Ling Zhixi, with a slightly exasperated look, reiterates that the cunning uncle has mandated these memorials be signed today. Xiaohan internally rages, wishing the cunning uncle would simply take over the reins so she could focus on her true mission of deceiving the god emperor. Resigned, Xiaohan acknowledges that she has already provoked the cunning uncle, and further public resistance would jeopardize her mission as she slowly opens a scroll. A close-up reveals Xiaohan's stressed face, a dark mark under her eye, as she grimly predicts she won't survive long enough to complete her mission under these conditions. Xiaohan's frustration boils over as she stares at the memorials, internally claiming a genuine desire to read them, but her expression betrays her true feelings. Her anger erupts as chibi Xiaohan furiously kicks over a small table, cursing the stupid courtiers who penned the memorials. Xiaohan continues her rant, questioning the courtiers' idleness and the pointlessness of memorials filled only with greetings to the throne. Her fury intensifies as she points out the repetitive nature of the memorials, all detailing reign in the same areas, deeming them cheap and utterly frustrating. Ling Zhixi internally observed Xiaohan's escalating madness, noting how she mustered courage to read the memorials only to find them nonsensical and still requiring her signature. Ling Zhixi's thoughts continue, pondering the myth of emperors' short lifespans and Xiaohan's growing suspicion that courtiers might be the cause. He concludes that the courtiers are recklessly playing with fire by submitting such trivial and nonsensical memorials. The scene returns to an exterior shot of the imperial study, bathed in sunlight. Ling Zhixi, deep in thought, realizes the true insignificance of the memorials sent to the imperial study, deducing they hold no real importance. As Ling Zhixi reads a memorial filled with trivial pleasantries, he confirms his suspicion: all truly important documents are being handled by the cunning uncle in his own study. Xiaohan's eyes blaze with fury, realizing the cunning uncle is deliberately bullying her, the emperor, through this trivial paperwork. Ling Zhixi's internal monologue explains the cunning uncle's cunning tactic. Publicly, the emperor signs the memorials, making it appear as though the prince regent lacks absolute power. He further deduces that for the emperor, this mountain of trivial work serves as a warning against passing any decrees without the cunning uncle's explicit permission. Xiaohan reacts with a sharp tsk, her face etched with frustration and humiliation at being so transparently manipulated. Her internal thoughts rage at the indignity, the heavenly chief of security herself being bullied by a mere human, a humiliation that would surely be mocked by the heavens. Chibi Xiaohan's face is flushed with extreme anger, her internal voice declaring that she is absolutely boiling with rage. Chibi Ling Zhixi observes Xiaohan's furious state with a hint of sympathy, understanding her plight. Suddenly, a light bulb appears above Chibi Xiaohan's head, her determined expression indicating a new plan forming in her mind. Xiaohan calls out decisively, summoning a young eunuch named Ling Zhixi, who looks up in surprise. The young eunuch, startled by the emperor's sudden call, respectfully responds, awaiting further instruction. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's voice booms, filled with distress and disbelief as he exclaims, "Your Majesty, those ancient books are one of a kind. How could you?" directing his frustration towards Xiaohan, who is currently acting as the emperor. Xiaohan, with a mischievous grin, grabs Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand, urging him to get ready to run as flames begin to engulf the area behind them. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, cries out, "Wait!" as Xiaohan frantically screams for help, 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 fire, the inferno raging around them. The majestic imperial building is completely consumed by a furious blaze, its roof silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky. Guards rush towards the inferno with buckets, while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches with a concerned expression, Xiaohan by his side. The chaos unfolds as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan stand amidst the efforts to quell the devastating fire. From Ling Zhixi, the emperor's perspective, the burning structure looms, a testament to the destructive power of the flames, as guards continue their desperate struggle. Xiaohan's face contorts in frustration, her thoughts echoing a desperate call, "Commander XAAO," as if urging herself to action amidst the chaos. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, exclaims, "You're addictive, Your Majesty," while Xiaohan, fuming internally, curses him with a silent, "Screw you." The burning structure groans under the assault of the flames, an ominous crack signaling its imminent collapse. A hand gently presses a clean cloth to a neck, tending to an unseen injury or discomfort in the aftermath of the fire. Xiaohan, still holding Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand, beams, declaring, "Courtier XAAO, thank you for saving me from the fire. I was lucky to get out of there," much to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's apparent bewilderment. Xiaohan continues her playful offer, stating, "The best I can do to return a favor is hand the throne over to you." A chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, recoils in comical alarm as a chibi Xiaohan joyfully attempts to push him onto the throne, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's internal thoughts scream, "Is His Majesty insane?" as he abruptly pulls his hand away from Xiaohan. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, bowing respectfully, addresses Xiaohan, "Your Majesty, I'll ask for the imperial physician to come here," leaving Xiaohan utterly perplexed. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, swiftly hurries off, leaving a bewildered Xiaohan reaching out, uttering a surprised "Eh?" A sly court attendant observes Xiaohan, thinking, "Her Majesty is smart and has her own ways to act like a true Commander XAAO," hinting at the complex dynamic. The narrator reveals that the fire was extinguished. Ling Zhixi is experienced in setting things on fire, so only the memorials and books were burned, and not the entire imperial study. Other parts of the building were not affected either. The grand imperial chamber stands unscathed. Xiaohan, now seemingly safe, lets out a tired yawn, her imperial duties evidently weighing on her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eyes burn with indignation as he confronts Xiaohan, "Your Majesty, do you know how precious those one-of-a-kind ancient books were? You couldn't find them anywhere else." Xiaohan pouts, clearly unconcerned by Ling Zhixi, the emperor's lecture, her expression hinting at a dismissive thought. Xiaohan, with a dismissive shrug, declares, "Those serious books are so annoying. They give me headaches," followed by a casual "whatever." Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face twists in utter shock and disbelief at Xiaohan's nonchalant attitude towards the irreplaceable ancient texts. Xiaohan's inner thoughts turn somber, reflecting on the weight of her role. With power comes responsibility. Now that Your Majesty has ascended to the throne, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's anger flares, his voice sharp as he challenges Xiaohan, "Do you not feel sorry for the late emperor, or the people?" The frustrated sigh, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns his back and declares, "I'm leaving," as Xiaohan reaches out, attempting to stop him. Xiaohan's chibi form expresses her seething rage, her face a mask of furious exasperation, sweat dripping from her brow. Xiaohan's amber eyes harden with resolve, a fierce determination replacing her earlier distress. Xiaohan's internal monologue rages. If it wasn't for the God Emperor, I'd still be the domineering chief of security. I wouldn't be getting bullied here. Followed by a sarcastic thought, feeling sorry for the people. Xiaohan's furious thoughts continue. Si Ming gave me this identity, which means this is the fate of the people in country Ling. Since it's already predestined, why should I care about the people? Culminating in a silent, enraged, screw you. Xiaohan's internal fury intensifies. He even complained about my incompetence as an emperor when I was the most suitable candidate, the background reflecting her burning frustration. Xiaohan's thoughts solidify into a plan. Complain. Since he thinks she's not qualified to be the emperor, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Xiaohan brings a hand to her chin, a thoughtful expression gracing her features as she devises her next move. Xiaohan, now in different robes, informs a startled court attendant. Lil, Xiang, I'm going to dress up as a commoner and take a stroll outside the palace. You cover for me in the palace. A hand firmly drags at fabric, indicating a sudden, forceful movement, perhaps Xiaohan being pulled along. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, addresses Xiaohan. Commander Xao, come with me. Let's get out of the palace. A hint of command in his voice as Xiaohan looks up at him with a slight smile. Xiaohan pulls back, warning Ling Zhixi, the emperor, it's dangerous outside, your majesty, her concern evident on her face. Xiaohan's worry deepens as she considers the potential dangers if an assassin appears. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, playfully presses Xiaohan, his gaze sharp. If an assassin appears, you'll be here to protect me, right? Xiaohan, with a confident smile, asserts, I'm wearing commoner's clothes so no one will recognize me. The duo steps out from the imposing palace gates, their figures small against the grand architecture as they venture into the city. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, abruptly halts his steps, causing Xiaohan to nearly collide with him. Exasperated, Xiaohan calls out, stop it, your majesty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, snaps Xiaohan, while Xiaohan inwardly laments, this dude is the emperor, this idiot is. In a chibi-like tantrum, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, declares, I'm the emperor, so you must do as I say. Feigning concern, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, muses, it'll be troublesome if she gets tired and faints after such a long walk. Xiaohan sighs, realizing, now that he's mentioned it, I do feel a little tired. Xiaohan's thoughts drift, it's taking too long to wait for my carriage. Why not? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, then directly asks, I'm actually tired. Can you carry me, courtier Xiao? As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, approaches, he inwardly vows, you'll pay for dragging me into the human world. Xiaohan quickly retreats, declaring, it's inappropriate for me to do so, your majesty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression twists in disbelief as he demands, did you just refuse to carry me? With a chilling smile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, commands, kneel, leaving Xiaohan to utter a distressed, your majesty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's voice booms, I want you to kneel. Xiaohan's eyes, brimming with suppressed emotion, betray her internal struggle as she tries to hold it in. Xiaohan, left with no choice, reluctantly kneels before Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes Xiaohan, a smirk of triumph playing on his lips. With a satisfied declaration of all right, let's go, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, climbs onto Xiaohan's back, who manages a strained smile. Xiaohan proceeds to carry Ling Zhixi, the emperor, through the illuminated night streets, a peculiar sight for any onlookers. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, revels in the comfort, inwardly exclaiming, this feels so good. The narrator emphasizes the irony, this is the God Emperor, more powerful than the heavenly emperor, and now he's being carried by her. The narrator dramatically proclaims, this is the pinnacle of her life. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, subtly observes, she has such slim legs. Xiaohan suddenly raises her head, a look of realization dawning as she utters, wait. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eyes gleam with excitement as he exclaims, it's here. Xiaohan's eyes widen in utter shock, reflecting the unexpected nature of their destination. Xiaohan, still carrying Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks out at the vibrant, lantern-lit street, stammering, your majesty, this is. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confirms with a mischievous grin, yeah, this is my destination. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's grip tightens on Xiaohan's arm, preventing any escape. Xiaohan struggles to speak, inwardly agonizing, I can't expose his majesty's identity. Charming female attendant approaches Xiaohan, offering with a flirtatious smile, ma'am, I bet this is your first time here, I'll guide you. Xiaohan freezes as the swarm of attendants closes in, her face pale with dread as they offer to guide her into the establishment. Desperate to escape the suffocating crowd, she grabs Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and hurls him into the swarm as a sacrificial distraction. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiaohan vanishes into the night, leaving nothing but a trail of smoke and a very confused emperor behind. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, finds himself instantly swarmed by the love-struck attendants, his expression one of pure, silent disbelief. Suddenly, one of the women freezes, her eyes widening in terror as she recognizes the face and shouts, Commander Xiao. The atmosphere shifts instantly, the attendants panic, begging for mercy for their unintentional offense against the infamous commander. They tremble on the floor knowing the terrifying reputation of Xiaohan, a person rumored to have killed many women in the capital. One girl is practically in tears, her internal monologue screaming that she doesn't want to die today for a simple mistake. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply brushes off his robes, coldly stating that he wasn't actually touched by any of them anyway. He doesn't have time for their groveling, his priority is catching up to the person he's supposed to be watching. Looking into the distance, he spots a familiar silhouette heading toward a brightly lit pavilion and wonders why they're going there. Meanwhile, Xiaohan is being enthusiastically welcomed into the establishment by a polite male host who offers to show her the way. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, follows closely behind, guided by another attendant into the lavish, glowing interior of the building. But as he steps through the threshold, he stops dead in his tracks, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in sheer shock. The hall is filled with men in intimate poses, a sight that is definitely not what he expected when he followed her inside. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. He's just walked into a male service brothel and he's stuck in the middle of it. He stands there frozen, his mind reeling as he tries to process the absurdity of the situation he's found himself in. Up ahead, Xiaohan is strolling through the corridor with a confident, knowing smirk on her face, spotting her target. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, catches up and grabs her arm, calling her out as Mr. Huang while his face is a mask of concern. Xiaohan turns to him, casually explaining that they are in a brothel where men serve the customers. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, breaks into a cold sweat, closing his eyes and stammering that such a place is entirely inappropriate. Xiaohan just gives him a cheeky thumbs up, mockingly agreeing that she can see exactly what he means. She leans in, throwing an arm around him and claiming she brought him here precisely because she knew what kind of place it was. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, can only stare at her, his annoyance and confusion reaching a boiling point. He holds up his hands in defense, firmly stating that he has absolutely no interest in men. Xiaohan doesn't miss a beat, playfully retorting that it's perfectly fine because she definitely is interested. She walks away with a swagger, teasing him that the other men here aren't nearly as handsome as he is anyway. In her mind, Xiaohan is already celebrating, ready to dive into a world of pretty boys where she truly wants to stay. She imagines herself being pampered by beautiful attendants, her eyes practically turning into hearts at the thought. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches her go, a dark suspicion beginning to take root in his mind as he analyzes her words. He starts connecting the dots, wondering if her previous advances toward him were because she's actually interested in men. Despite his shock, he worries that the crowded environment might pose a threat to His Majesty's safety. He decides to follow at a safe social distance while tailing her, masking his face to avoid any further recognition. He watches as Xiaohan is led into a private room by two of the establishment's attendants, ready to make her move. Peeking through the curtains, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is hit by a metaphorical bolt of lightning at the scene unfolding inside. He lets out a forced cough, trying to maintain his composure despite the sheer absurdity of the situation he's witnessing. Nearby, the other attendants begin to whisper among themselves, curious about the mysterious, high-class guest who just arrived. Xiaohan observes a group of handsome young men, an internal thought confirming the brothel's reputation for its diverse collection of such individuals. As she watches, Xiaohan critically compares them, thinking that even amidst such beauty, she herself possesses a more striking handsomeness. Deep sigh escapes Xiaohan as she slumps onto the table, feeling the weight of her current situation and an overwhelming desire to simply lie down. She laments internally, wondering if her efforts to appear promiscuous, part of her elaborate plan, are now in vain. Doubts plague her mind about ever completing her mission at this rate. A sudden burst of determination ignites within her, rejecting the idea of failure with a resounding "no way." Xiaohan pushes herself up, affirming with renewed resolve that she must not give up on her objectives. A mischievous grin spreads across Xiaohan's face as she pumps her fist, a confident hee-hee escaping her lips, ready to face whatever comes next. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reaches out to Xiaohan, playfully asking why his esteemed courtier stands so far away, while Xiaohan visibly recoils and steps back. In a swift reversal, Xiaohan's feet approach while Ling Zhixi's feet subtly step back, a silent dance between them. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks on with a hint of exasperation, realizing he's reached a dead end in his playful pursuit. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, gently takes Xiaohan's chin, complimenting her and stating that those other men are not nearly as good-looking as she is. He then extends an invitation, asking Xiaohan to come and serve him, a request met with a subtle, knowing smirk from Xiaohan. Internally, Xiaohan revels in her perceived skill, thinking to herself how adept she is at flirting with this pretty boy. With a decisive shove, Xiaohan pushes Ling Zhixi's hand away, asserting her identity as a prominent commander, not merely one of his brothel's pretty boys. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands with a thoughtful expression, pondering how Xiaohan perceives him as a promiscuous, unambitious emperor. Xiaohan's smirk widens as she notes Ling Zhixi's growing irritation, deciding to add more fuel to the fire with a mischievous hee-hee. She confidently states that it's perfectly fine if he doesn't agree to her terms. Xiaohan then boldly declares her own imperial power, stating that as the emperor she can do anything she wants. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hands reach out, gently touching Xiaohan's hands as he warns her that he will eventually get his hands on her. Xiaohan responds with a confident, unbothered smirk, her eyes gleaming with playful defiance. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is internally boiling with rage, his composure visibly cracking under Xiaohan's provocations. Xiaohan challenges Ling Zhixi, asking if he can't take it anymore and daring him to dethrone her and become the emperor himself. With a cunning smile, Xiaohan continues her taunt, reminding him that once he is the emperor. She turns away, completing her dare, stating he can do anything he wants to her, even murder her. Xiaohan makes a dramatic exit, taking exaggerated steps and bursting into loud laughter, leaving a stunned Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in her wake. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands alone, his expression unreadable as he processes Xiaohan's audacious challenge. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reflects that he is no coward who just knows how to fight, realizing that Xiaohan was definitely provoking him into overthrowing her, even to the point of murdering her. He continues to ponder her motives, questioning how such an action would possibly benefit her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, then considers another possibility. Could it have been yet another of Xiaohan's intricate tests? As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, gazes down a long corridor, he wonders if Xiaohan's apparent interest in men was also a part of her elaborate deception. Under the banner of alcohol fluttering in the quiet night, Xiaohan walks alone through the peaceful streets. Lost in thought, Xiaohan playfully imagines her own grand coronation, picturing herself as the emperor. Suddenly, an ambush. Several masked figures launch themselves from the shadows, initiating a fierce attack on Xiaohan. Xiaohan deftly steps back as a golden, leaf-like projectile swooshes past her, barely missing her as more masked assailants appear. A masked attacker lunges with a sharp sword, and Xiaohan looks on in shock, beginning to utter a name or a realization. Xiaohan curses, forced to turn and dodge another relentless attack from the masked figures. She makes a quick retreat, internally stating that her attackers are lucky she cannot use her magical powers in the human world, and declares her departure. Xiaohan continues to flee, her eyes wide with surprise as another swift attack swooshes narrowly past her. Her escape is abruptly blocked by an attacker, leading Xiaohan to exclaim in frustration that her path is cut off. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally regrets having teased Xiaohan, wishing he hadn't. A sword scratches dangerously close as Xiaohan desperately wonders what to do, realizing that using her magical powers would mean being sent back to the heavens and failing her crucial mission. A sword scratches dangerously close as Xiaohan desperately wonders what to do, realizing that using her magical powers would mean being sent back to the heavens and failing her crucial mission. Her eyes narrow, her mind racing. She desperately thinks, if she doesn't use her magical powers now, how can she possibly fight against these assassins? The mission itself hinges on her host's survival, and if the host dies, her entire purpose becomes a failure. Surrounded by a flurry of masked assassins, Xiaohan realizes she's critically exposed. She gasps, knowing that if she doesn't act immediately, the outcome will be dire, questioning what to do next. A cold sweat breaks out as the thought pierces her mind, she'll be stabbed all over. Prioritizing immediate survival, Xiaohan steels herself for a desperate move, muttering, safety first. Just as the blades close in, a figure descends with a powerful swoosh, grabbing Xiaohan's hand in a protective grip, the action swift and unexpected. The assassins are stunned, their blades clanging uselessly as they are deflected by an unseen force. A surprised "what?" escapes their lips as they recoil. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, now revealed, stands protectively in front of Xiaohan, his sword expertly deflecting a swift slash, the attack rendered harmless. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calls out Xiaohan's name, his expression grim, while Xiaohan looks up at him, wide-eyed with shock. As assassins surround them, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands firm. One assassin asks, "Are you okay, your majesty?" Xiaohan, still reeling, wonders internally, why is he here? With a commanding voice, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, orders the guards to charge them. Masked assassins, fueled by their mission, surge forward, blades glinting menacingly as they heed the call to charge. With a resounding clang, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, expertly deflects a barrage of swords, spinning with a swoosh to shield Xiaohan, who watches in astonishment. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maneuvers them away from the immediate threat. Xiaohan, still disoriented, questions his tactics internally, hitting and running after one slash. In a rapid retreat, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, leads Xiaohan away, their step quick and urgent as the assassins relentlessly pursue them. With a swift snatch, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, disarms an assassin, seizing their blade with surprising speed and precision. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, holds the stolen sword, his expression furious as he demands of Xiaohan, "What are you doing?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand extends, a silent command for Xiaohan to heed. Xiaohan expertly performs a swift dodge, narrowly evading a lethal sword strike. Brandishing the retrieved sword, Xiaohan cheekily tells Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to "get yourself another one," as he watches in surprise. The assassins halt, visibly stunned and confused by the unexpected turn of events, questioning what just happened. Confident smirk plays on Xiaohan's lips as she declares her prowess when it comes to wielding a sword. Xiaohan engages an assassin head-on, their swords clashing in a flurry of sparks. After a precise slash, Xiaohan pulls her sword from an assassin who collapses, bleeding. She internally rationalizes, although they attacked us first, I shouldn't kill anyone since I've just been cast down for violating the rules. Xiaohan moves with incredible speed, dispatching multiple assassins with non-lethal strikes, sending them sprawling with pained cries of "ah." Xiaohan's ponytail whips through the air as she prepares for another swift strike, her form a blur of motion. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he thinks the spoiled royalty can actually fight. With a powerful blow, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sends an assassin flying back with a pained scream of "ah." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands victorious over a fallen assassin. Xiaohan, still surprised, attempts to interject, "Your Majesty, I'll do it," but Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dismisses her, stating, "It's too late." The skirmish concludes, leaving Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan standing amidst the defeated assassins, their forms sprawled across the ground. Xiaohan, a confident smile gracing her lips, holds her sword, declaring to the fallen, "Here's your payback for coming after me." Two assassins lie groaning on the ground, their wounds evident as they utter pained cries of "ouch" and "ow wow." Another assassin clutches his side, a soft "ow wow" escaping his lips as he writhes in pain, defeated. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes the fallen assassins, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realizes, judging by their wounds, I purposely avoided their critical body parts. As they stand over the defeated assassins, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, deduces, other than the prince regent, no other man would have instructed so many assassins to kill his majesty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression hardens as he concludes, I shouldn't let the prince regent know that I know martial arts. Xiaohan turns to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hesitant at first, then directly asks, were you helping me? A hand, stained with blood, is shown against the night sky. Xiaohan's internal thought echoes, this shouldn't have happened. Standing beside Ling Zhixi, the emperor, amidst the defeated assassins, Xiaohan reflects, on top of rescuing me, he even cleaned up my mess. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maintains a calm and composed demeanor, his gaze distant, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Xiaohan's brow furrows in confusion, her thoughts swirling as she wonders, what does it mean about Ling Zhixi, the emperor's actions? Suddenly, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, shoves Xiaohan away with a forceful shove and smack. Xiaohan, now comically small and utterly depressed, wonders if this is still the furious commander she once teased, feeling utterly depressed. A companion looks on in dejection as the emperor is prompted to return to the palace. Emperor displays a courteous but reluctant demeanor regarding his return. A chibi figure clutches their head in despair, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. The emperor kneels and gestures for the companion to carry him, leaving the other character shot. Chibi character climbs onto the emperor's back, now burdened with carrying him. The chibi figure looks dejected while carrying the emperor under the night sky. The character carries the emperor through the palace grounds. The journey continues through the quiet night past the imposing palace walls. They finally arrive at the palace, with the companion still bearing the emperor's weight. The emperor tightens his grip, causing the companion a moment of visible distress. The emperor remains on the character's back, continuing to act weak and unable to walk. The companion looks determined, deciding to keep carrying him despite the effort. The emperor has a subtle, knowing smirk. The emperor maintains his facade of weakness while being carried. The companion continues to move forward, carrying the emperor. The two continue through the night, their robes flowing as they move. Guard watches them pass with a surprised and confused expression. They reach the imperial chamber under the light of the crescent moon. The emperor looks back, appearing surprised that he was carried the entire distance. The companion helps the emperor step down while he continues to feign weakness. The eunuch greets the emperor with a look of relief. The eunuch expresses concern, noting the emperor's pale appearance. The emperor maintains a pale and somber expression, keeping up his act. The eunuch reacts with visible shock and alarm. A grand view of the palace complex highlights the scale of the imperial residence. A man arrives with a physician to examine the emperor. A chibi character looks panicked at the arrival of the physician. The character reacts frantically, gesturing for the physician to stay back. The man takes his leave after giving the emperor a suspicious glance. The emperor remains in the chamber, looking thoughtful. The palace exterior is shown at rest under the night sky. Chibi version of the emperor sleeps soundly in his bed. The emperor stands by a window in his quarters, looking out at the grounds. The emperor gazes out at the night with a pensive expression, lost in thought. The scene transitions to a clear, bright sky at noon the following day. A young attendant informs Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that Xiaohan has been patiently waiting outside the chamber all morning. The attendant, with a mischievous grin, clarifies that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, must commence his studies without delay. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, slumps in despair at the mention of studying. Xiaohan stands over Ling Zhixi, the emperor, declaring that he will personally supervise his memorization of the towering stacks of books. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pushes the books away, complaining that he requires rest after the frightful events of the previous day. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, glances towards the window where two shadowy figures are subtly visible beyond the lattice. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dramatically collapses onto the stack of books, feigning profound exhaustion, while Xiaohan observes his antics with a blank expression. Xiaohan addresses someone outside, politely but firmly stating that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is currently studying and cannot be disturbed. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally groans, vowing never to encounter the imperial concubines again after this ordeal. Comedic spirit of despair floats from Ling Zhixi, the emperor's head, as Xiaohan stands contemplatively, witnessing the emperor's dramatic aversion to study. A knowing smile plays on Xiaohan's lips as he utters, "Oh, I see," finally understanding Ling Zhixi, the emperor's true motivation. Xiaohan leans in, delivering a chilling ultimatum. If Ling Zhixi, the emperor, fails to study, the concubines will take turns visiting him. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, recoils, demanding to know what he means. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally questions if Xiaohan is truly threatening him, while Xiaohan maintains an air of utter innocence. A sudden realization dawns upon Ling Zhixi, the emperor, as he exclaims, "For real," his hand immediately grabbing an inkstone. With a furious yell, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, brandishes the inkstone, his anger palpable. Xiaohan quickly interjects, "Wait a minute," as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hesitates, realizing that while hitting Xiaohan might feel good in the moment, it could lead to severe repercussions from the god emperor upon his return to the heavens. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reluctantly hides the inkstone, internally questioning why he must be so serious and wishing Xiaohan would simply pretend he was studying, as memorizing books is his absolute least favorite activity. Xiaohan lets out a heavy sigh, placing his hand gently on the stack of books as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches him expectantly. Xiaohan solemnly explains that he promised his dying father to assist the new emperor to the best of his abilities, emphasizing that an emperor must be well versed in the country's constitution and politics. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, listens, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, playfully chides Xiaohan for his overly serious tone, expecting something more important. Xiaohan deflects, claiming he is the incompetent one despite Ling Zhixi, the emperor's best efforts. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, then states he doesn't want to study, reminding Xiaohan of his promise. A mischievous idea sparks in Ling Zhixi, the emperor's mind. If Xiaohan promised his father, he will fulfill his word at all costs. In other words, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, muses. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, addresses Xiaohan, observing that from his earlier speech he can discern a particular trait. A creepy smile spreads across Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face as he concludes that Xiaohan is indeed a man of his word. A bead of sweat trickles down Xiaohan's temple as he internally senses that something is gravely wrong. The chibi forms of Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, engage in a comical staring contest as if scanning each other's intentions. Xiaohan, with a confident smile and hands pressed together, affirms that a man is only as good as his word and he always keeps his promises. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks on, confused, as Xiaohan takes a seat at the table, surrounded by the daunting stacks of books, and picks one up. Xiaohan diligently sits and flips through a book, seemingly absorbed in his studies, under the watchful eye of Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Xiaohan observes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reading with a serious expression, internally questioning if this uncharacteristic diligence is normal or if Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is testing him once more. The young attendant diligently prepares the ink, grinding the inkstick with focused precision. A pristine sheet of white paper is presented, ready for inscription. The attendant presents a blank paper to a beaming Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remarking on his unusual happiness and asking what he plans to write. Before he can finish, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, swiftly throws him back. With intense focus and flying strokes, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, vigorously wields the brush, his long hair sweeping as he rapidly inscribes the paper, leaving a trail of ink. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands triumphantly, holding aloft the freshly inscribed paper, as if having conjured waves and sunshine with his decree. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grins with satisfaction, arms raised in victory, thinking that if Xiaohan truly keeps his promises, all his problems will be solved simply by getting him to sign this document. The next morning dawns, revealing a solitary figure in white robes standing on the balcony of a grand imperial building. Xiaohan, looking surprised, remarks to himself, "So early today," noticing the early presence of the figure on the balcony. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands silently on the balcony, gazing out into the morning, his presence a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. The morning's quietude is broken as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, extends a hand, calling out playfully, "Courtier Xiao." In response, Xiaohan bows deeply, offering a respectful, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Ling Zhixi, the emperor's playful demeanor quickly resurfaces as he tries to pull Xiaohan closer, proclaiming with a mischievous grin, "Let's go study." Xiaohan, caught off guard, attempts a swift dodge. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression shifts to one of resolute determination, his hands clenching into fists, signaling an unexpected seriousness in his intentions. True to his word, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is seen diligently studying, flipping pages with focused intensity. Xiaohan observes him, thinking, "His Majesty looks quite serious about it. Did His Majesty really change?" Later, a lavish meal is prepared, with steaming dishes filling the air with enticing aromas, setting the scene for a more relaxed yet potentially tense evening. At the table, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, praises Xiaohan, saying, "Good job, Commander Xiao." Xiaohan, with a wide, almost sinister smile, replies, "I appreciate your valuable guidance. I shall raise a toast to you. Ha 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 ha." Xiaohan internally thinks, "I am honored, but this is part of my responsibilities, Your Majesty." Xiaohan pours wine with a sly, almost menacing grin, stating, "I just need you to drink." Raising his cup, Xiaohan declares, "Thank you, Courtier Xiao, for coming to my rescue that night." Another toast. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks increasingly uneasy. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, takes another gulp, internally questioning, "But weren't you the one who beat them up?" The relentless toasting continues, marked as bottoms up x2. Xiaohan, with a determined expression, claps his hands together and insists, "I have caused you a lot of trouble the past few days." Another one. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is forced to drink yet again, the count rising to bottoms up x3, his composure slowly being tested. As Xiaohan continues to pour, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes him, thinking, "I have already given every reason that I can think of. Why is Xiaohan still unbothered?" Xiaohan raises another glass, complimenting Ling Zhixi, the emperor. "Courtier Xiao is so good-looking, yet does not have his eyes on my consorts." Another toast. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reacts with a surprised eh. As Xiaohan adds, "You have a fit body, so one more." Xiaohan, determined to get Ling Zhixi, the emperor, drunk, gulps down another drink with a loud gulp, setting a relentless pace. Wine flows continuously, filling the glasses with a whoosh, signaling the sheer volume of alcohol being consumed. A collection of empty wine pots and one overturned vessel litter the table, clear evidence of the extensive drinking session. Completely inebriated, Xiaohan slumps over, barely coherent, yet still attempting to toast. "I shall raise another toast to you." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remarkably sober, simply replies, "Sure." Xiaohan is now dead drunk, head resting on the table amidst spilled wine, utterly defeated by the alcohol. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands, looking perfectly sober, a thought bubble appearing above him. Ugh, why am I still sober? Despite his drunken state, Xiaohan forces himself to stand up, grumbling with a defiant humph, still trying to regain some semblance of control. Xiaohan, fueled by alcohol-induced anger, grabs a chair, thinking, "I should smack him for deporting me into the human world." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks on, utterly surprised. Tense standoff ensues as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan face each other, both with expressions of shock and confusion, the air thick with unspoken questions. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes Xiaohan, pondering, "Since our first meeting, he has had this strange hostility toward me." Meanwhile, Xiaohan, with closed eyes, wonders, this time, is His Majesty finally going to act on his true feelings after getting drunk? Xiaohan lifts the chair, preparing to strike. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally debates, "He's actually going to hit me. I am the emperor. Should I dodge or defend?" In a sudden, comical turn, a chibi version of Xiaohan hurls the chair with a loud whoosh, sending it flying across the room. Before Xiaohan can recover, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, swiftly pounces, embracing him in a tight hug, leaving Xiaohan utterly bewildered. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hugs tightly, holding Xiaohan close, the unexpected embrace leaving both characters in a state of surprise. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand moves to Xiaohan's waist, a gesture that adds another layer of confusion to the already perplexing situation. The hand continues to move, a distinct grope sound effect highlighting the intimate and surprising action. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stares blankly, his mind reeling as he questions, "Who am I? Where am I?" His mind went blank from the shock. Xiaohan looks up at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a sly, tipsy smile, thinking, "Hee, why is he so good-looking?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maintains a stoic expression, his eyes narrowed slightly, betraying little of his inner turmoil. Tipsy and emboldened, Xiaohan grins, thinking, "We're in the human world anyway, so, even if I sleep with the God Emperor, His Majesty cannot defend himself. It's much more satisfying than beating him up." Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand is shown firmly on Xiaohan's waist, the intimacy of the gesture emphasized. Suddenly, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pulls out from the embrace with a powerful swoosh, leaving Xiaohan clinging to empty air. The narrator remarks, "Actions speak louder than words." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks utterly shocked, his robe slightly open, revealing a flash of skin as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Xiaohan, still slightly dazed, attempts to push Ling Zhixi away, reacting to the sudden intimacy. A chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, frantically cover-ups himself, thinking in horror, "He removed my belt. We're both men. How can two men?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands, visibly angry yet blushing, pulling his robes tightly around himself, a mix of indignation and embarrassment on his face. Xiaohan, still wobbly and letting out a burp, smugly thinks, "I knew it. This young emperor really likes men." Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, clutching his belt, angrily declares, "I don't care that I'm the emperor anymore. I'm leaving." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, still fuming from Xiaohan's drunken antics, tries to forcefully pull away, but Xiaohan holds on tight to his robes. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, lets out a pained scream, Xiaohan holds onto his long hair, internally recalling the heavenly emperor's command to find another immortal for double cultivation. Xiaohan, still clinging to Ling Zhixi the Emperor's heir, rationalizes her aggressive actions, believing she is merely following the Heavenly Emperor's direct orders and instructions. With a triumphant AW, Xiaohan celebrates, a mischievous thought crossing her mind. This is the perfect chance to finally get her revenge on Ling Zhixi the Emperor, who now sits dejectedly on the floor. Suddenly, Ling Zhixi the Emperor's hand shoots out with surprising speed. Ling Zhixi the Emperor forcefully shoves Xiaohan away, catching her completely off guard. Ling Zhixi the Emperor seethes with barely contained rage, internally reminding himself that Xiaohan is merely drunk, thus he shouldn't let his anger get the better of him. Xiaohan screams in indignation, demanding to know, how could you shove me away? Standing defiantly on a chair, Xiaohan fumes, blaming Ling Zhixi the Emperor for her current predicament, believing she's been exiled to this shabby place because of him. With a fierce, unwavering gaze, Xiaohan declares her resolve, I must sleep with you tonight. Xiaohan advances, arms outstretched, clearly intending to close the distance with Ling Zhixi the Emperor. With a sudden movement, a hand grasps tightly onto the fabric of a robe. With a burst of unexpected strength, Ling Zhixi the Emperor hurls Xiaohan across the chamber, sending her flying through the air. Xiaohan lands hard on the floor with a thud as Ling Zhixi the Emperor simply stares at her, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. Semi-conscious on the ground, Xiaohan's thoughts are still consumed by defiance, wishing she could retaliate against the troublemaker she now refers to as the God Emperor. Ling Zhixi the Emperor ponders, a furrow in his brow, wondering why he has never encountered the title God Emperor before. Without another word, Ling Zhixi the Emperor swiftly hurries away from the chaotic scene. The next afternoon, Xiaohan wakes up with a throbbing headache, letting out a pained aahh and ouchh as she massages her bandaged forehead. With a jolt, Xiaohan instantly stands up, ready to face the day despite her injuries. She rushes towards a nearby mirror, eager to assess the damage. Outside, the Grand Palace stands serene, but inside, a servant drops a tray with a horrified "Ahahahaha." The servant hurries over, eyes wide with concern, exclaiming, Your Majesty, what happened to you? Xiaohan stares gloomily at her reflection, a prominent bruise marring her forehead. Floating in a dizzying void, Xiaohan laments, distressed that her appearance has been ruined by this bruise. Grabbing the servant's collar, Xiaohan furiously demands, What happened? Who did this to me? I will kill him. The terrified servant stammers that he wasn't allowed to serve in the palace last night and has no idea what happened. Dazed and confused, Xiaohan's expression shifts as a troubling thought crosses her mind. Then, have I done anything barbaric? A wave of unease washes over Xiaohan, a sudden nosebleed appearing as unsettling memories begin to surface. Realization strikes Xiaohan like a bolt of lightning, a horrifying image of a skeleton appearing in her mind. He's the God Emperor. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi the Emperor clutches his forehead, a clear sign of lingering discomfort. Ling Zhixi the Emperor inquires of a servant, Lil Xiang, where is Commander Xiao? The servant responds, Your Majesty, Commander Xiao has not returned from this morning's meeting yet. A wave of relief washes over Ling Zhixi the Emperor as he thinks he's attending the morning meeting as usual. Seems like nothing happened. A worried expression crosses Ling Zhixi the Emperor's face as he hesitantly begins to recall, last night Approaching Xiaohan, Ling Zhixi the Emperor nervously asks, Courtier Xiao, I didn't do anything weird last night, right? Xiaohan's eyes narrow slightly, a thought forming in her mind. His Majesty forgot what happened last night. Xiaohan calmly explains to Ling Zhixi the Emperor, Your Majesty was drunk last night and fell asleep after you stumbled. I left after I called eunuch Xiang over. I'm not sure what happened afterwards. Internally, Xiaohan recalls her father's dying wish to assist the new emperor, realizing that any punishment from Ling Zhixi the Emperor would make fulfilling that promise impossible. Ling Zhixi the Emperor turns to Xiaohan, his voice laced with concern, asking if Xiaohan is feeling unwell and immediately offering to summon the imperial physician. Xiaohan quickly reassures Ling Zhixi the Emperor that she is perfectly fine but requests a single day's reprieve, citing her return from war and long absence from home. Ling Zhixi the Emperor internally expresses his relief, thinking that Xiaohan simply desires rest and admitting that her initial request had given him a fright. Xiaohan, meanwhile, smiles softly. Xiaohan observes Ling Zhixi the Emperor intently, internally questioning the Emperor's simultaneous hostility and care. She then considers the cunning uncle, noting that while he is a schemer, his intentions are sometimes readable. In stark contrast, Xiaohan admits she can discern nothing from Ling Zhixi the Emperor's actions or thoughts. Ling Zhixi the Emperor, with a generous gesture, declares that a single day's rest is insufficient for Xiaohan, granting her permission to rest for several more days and dismissing her. Ling Zhixi the Emperor enthusiastically waves his hands, a wide smile spreading across his face as he watches Xiaohan depart, clearly pleased with the outcome. Xiaohan pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face as she processes Ling Zhixi the Emperor's unusual generosity. As Ling Zhixi the Emperor walks away with long strides, the door creaking shut behind him, Xiaohan internally resolves to investigate the Emperor's life before his ascension, seeking to understand the enigmatic ruler. Xiaohan ponders her duty, questioning if she should still protect Ling Zhixi, the emperor, if he is merely maintaining a low profile. She recalls her past unwavering loyalty, now complicated by the emperor's preferences and a recent incident. With a sigh, Xiaohan wistfully thinks of the front lines, where life was straightforward, free from the capital's endless plotting and scheming. Under the soft glow of a crescent moon, Xiaohan stands before her residence, the door creaking open as she enters, still yearning for a freer life away from the palace's complexities. A chorus of maids bows deeply, their voices echoing in unison as they welcome back Xiaohan, addressing her as commander. Xiaohan turns, her eyes widening at the dazzling display of light, internally questioning if these are the fabled night pearls illuminating her home. Ornate hanging decorations, adorned with vibrant red tassels and luminous blue pearls, shimmer with an otherworldly glow, revealing the source of the mysterious light. Xiaohan looks down, her feet resting upon a gleaming path of polished white marbles, her internal thought expressing sheer disbelief at the extravagant flooring. Xiaohan stands amidst the lavishly decorated hall, maids bowing respectfully and affectionately calling her name as she internally questions the bewildering transformation of her residence. Slender, elegant hand is presented as Ling Zhixi, the emperor's voice playfully asks Xiaohan for her opinion on the elaborate display. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands tall, a smug grin on his face, asking Xiaohan if she is impressed by the opulent decorations he personally arranged. Xiaohan, taken aback, can only utter Ling Zhixi, the emperor's title in response. Xiaohan bows deeply, her voice filled with bewilderment as she asks Ling Zhixi, the emperor, why he went to such extravagant trouble. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply responds with a heartfelt declaration, he missed her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, beams, nonchalantly stating his intention to reside in Xiaohan's house for a few days. Below, Xiaohan is utterly petrified by the sudden declaration, her face contorted in shock. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally laments that persuasion failed, resolving to force Xiaohan to usurp his throne, concluding this is essential for his plan to be executed perfectly. Meanwhile, Xiaohan thinks Ling Zhixi, the emperor, needs to despise her every time they meet. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, cautiously raises the concern of the cunning uncle's potential discovery. Xiaohan confidently replies that she already informed the cunning uncle of her plans, and he granted his permission. Xiaohan's eyes gleam with cunning as she internally confirms her anticipation of Ling Zhixi, the emperor, bringing up the cunning uncle. She muses that as long as she avoids interfering with his governance, the cunning uncle remains indifferent to any chaos she might cause in the capital. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hesitantly protests that his house is rather shabby. Xiaohan, with a mischievous grin, counters by asking if it doesn't now resemble the grandeur of the palace. Xiaohan turns away with a dismissive wave, firmly declaring that she will not leave regardless of Ling Zhixi, the emperor's protests. Internally, she revels in the feeling of being the emperor. Xiaohan covers her mouth, letting out a soft ho-ho as she basks in the feeling of being the emperor, while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches on with a distressed expression. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, silently walks away, accompanied by three doll-like figures, his expression unreadable as the situation seems to have spiraled out of his control. The soft sounds of footsteps echo as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is led upstairs by a group of maids. They respectfully address him as commander, urging him to rest after his hard work, clearly enchanted by his presence. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face contorts in frustration as he internally blames the actual emperor, unknowingly himself, for all the trouble that has arisen since their meeting. Under the night sky, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, instructs a subordinate, Lil Xiang, to command his men to move Ling Zhixi, the emperor's bed directly into Xiaohan's chamber. Xiaohan gestures, beginning to command the guards to move, but her subordinate interrupts, addressing her as Your Majesty, highlighting the ongoing confusion of identities. Subordinate flails his arms in alarm, vehemently protesting, You shouldn't do that, Your Majesty, against Xiaohan's perceived command. Xiaohan, with a confident smile, reassures the subordinate not to worry, stating she has her own plans and will not expose herself. Under the serene crescent moon, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sits quietly by a window, engrossed in a book, the night air still around him. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains absorbed in his reading, his expression calm and contemplative amidst the soft glow of the night. A soft creak breaks the silence, drawing Xiaohan's attention. Her eye widens slightly in surprise, then a knowing smirk spreads across her face as she stands, anticipating something. Xiaohan gracefully steps aside, making way for four shadowy figures who carry a massive object, presumably Ling Zhixi, the emperor's bed, into her chambers. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks up from his book, his eyes wide with shock as he witnesses his bed being moved, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at the empty space where his bed once stood, the sudden change leaving him in a state of utter shock. From off-panel, a pair of hands claps together with a resounding clap accompanied by an enthusiastic declaration, Nice, perfect. The bed, now in its new position, appears to be the subject of this approval. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns to face Xiaohan, who stands confidently with a slight smile. He begins to question him, Your Majesty, what? His voice trailing off in confusion. Xiaohan, his expression one of cheeky confidence, directly addresses Ling Zhixi, the emperor, boldly stating, I'll sleep with you tonight. Close-up reveals Xiaohan's flirty smirk as he emphasizes his intention. Sleep together. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face hardens, an intense coldness emanating from him as he glares, clearly displeased by Xiaohan's audacious proposition. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confronts Xiaohan, demanding, "Please protect your dignity, your majesty." Xiaohan, unfazed, responds with a questioning glance. "What dignity?" Xiaohan tilts his head innocently, pressing his point. "We're both men. What's wrong with us sleeping together?" His casual demeanor only adds to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's growing frustration. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns away, his face contorted in a comical display of internal struggle. He repeatedly tells himself to endure, reminding himself, he's the emperor. I should control myself. The frustrated Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stomps away, leaving Xiaohan looking surprised by his sudden departure. Xiaohan quickly reaches out and grabs Ling Zhixi, the emperor's sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. He firmly tells him, "Don't go." Xiaohan, with a mischievous smile, questions Ling Zhixi, the emperor's attempt to leave, adding playfully, "I won't eat you." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks exasperated as Xiaohan's hand reaches towards him, the emperor's patience wearing thin. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grasps Xiaohan's hand, his expression stern as he warns, "Please don't go overboard." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, approaches Xiaohan, asserting his imperial authority. He asks, "I'm the emperor. What's wrong with teasing you?" Dark aura surrounds Ling Zhixi, the emperor, as he issues a veiled threat. "You better listen to me. Otherwise," leaving the consequence unspoken but ominous. Xiaohan, with a determined glint in his eyes, extends his hand towards Ling Zhixi, the emperor, declaring, "I'll use my own methods to sleep with you." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reacts with a shout of his own name, Ling Zhixi. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, tightens his grasp onto Xiaohan, his anger flaring. He sternly questions, "How dare you call me by my name? Aren't you afraid I'll punish you?" Internally, Xiaohan thinks, he's mad. He's mad. Xiaohan boldly drags Ling Zhixi, the emperor's arm, challenging him further. "Aren't you afraid I'll usurp your throne?" Xiaohan smiles confidently, holding up a small token, and dares Ling Zhixi, the emperor, "Do it. I have nothing to be scared of. Get rid of me if you dare." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, responds with a desperate plea, "Please do it, quick." Xiaohan approaches Ling Zhixi, the emperor, once more, extending a hand as if in a gesture of surrender, but his words are firm. "You should give up." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, touches Xiaohan's face, his tone shifting to a more seductive one. He asks, "What's so bad about following me? Can I crown you my queen?" Xiaohan immediately recoils, exclaiming, "Get off." Xiaohan forcefully shoves Ling Zhixi, the emperor, away, creating distance between them. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face is a mask of pure fury, his mouth open in an angry shout, clearly enraged by Xiaohan's rejection. Xiaohan looks down, his expression somber and regretful, the weight of his actions settling upon him. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, still visibly angry, walks away from Xiaohan, who remains slumped in the background, a palpable tension in the air. The door to the chamber is now closed, indicating Ling Zhixi, the emperor's departure, and leaving Xiaohan alone. Xiaohan looks away, his expression still filled with a mix of frustration and perhaps a hint of sadness. Xiaohan's internal monologue confirms his fear, he's definitely livid this time. Xiaohan stands up from the bed, his thoughts consumed by the potential repercussions. "He'll probably hold this against me." Xiaohan shakes the bed curtain, still grappling with the emperor's anger and the consequences of his actions. His internal worry persists. "He'll probably hold this against me." Close-up reveals Xiaohan's reddened hand, which he clutches in pain, exclaiming, "Screw you. It hurts so badly." Xiaohan sits on the bed, blows on his injured hand, and laments, "I've been cursed since I met him." Under the night sky, Xiaohan's frustration mounts. He curses internally, "Damn it, I can't use my magical powers to heal my hand." Despite the pain, a deeper, complex emotion emerges. "Endure, endure, endure. You're addictive, your majesty. I must endure." As Xiaohan stands, a narrator's voice hints at the unfolding drama. Their chaotic romance has begun, a thrilling journey. The scene shifts to a suggestive image of Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan on the bed. The narrator teases the audience. In the next episode, what progress will they have made? Please cover your eyes, children. Having narrowly escaped the emperor's suggestive advances, Xiaohan's mind races, vehemently denying any intention of provoking Ling Zhixi despite the compromising situation. Suddenly, Xiaohan pushes away Commander Zhao, her true target still Ling Zhixi, as she declares, "I'm chasing him." A wave of desperation washes over Xiaohan. She cannot afford to entangle Ling Zhixi in her schemes. Recognizing the necessity of enduring humiliation to achieve her ultimate goal, she resolves to sacrifice herself, if needed, to secure his support and eliminate the Prince Regent. Commander Zhao, overcome with emotion, weeps openly before Xiaohan, addressing her as "Your Majesty" and expressing profound gratitude, while Xiaohan inwardly cringes at the unexpected display. Xiaohan, visibly uncomfortable, tries to dismiss the tearful Commander Zhao, suggesting he return after he's done crying. Commander Zhao, still convinced Xiaohan is the emperor, continues his emotional outpouring, pledging to stop crying and protect his majesty from further sorrow. Xiaohan is utterly bewildered by his dramatic interpretation of events. Exasperated, Xiaohan collapses onto the bed, internally questioning how Commander Zhao could have concocted such a bizarre narrative, lamenting her simple desire for him to stop crying. A close-up reveals Xiaohan's exhaustion, her amber eyes heavy with fatigue as she mentally urges Commander Zhao to cease his tears and finally succumb to sleep. Commander Zhao, still under the impression he is caring for the emperor, gently covers the now sleeping Xiaohan with a blanket, a tender gesture amidst the chaotic misunderstanding. Later, Xiaohan, frustrated, shatters a small object in her hand. Her thoughts drift to her ancestors, loyal courtiers who served the emperor, fueling her own complex ambition to assist Ling Zhixi. Her anger flares as she recalls Ling Zhixi's audacious request for her to become his empress, a blatant disregard for her true identity and boundaries. Next day, Xiaohan decisively sends away a procession of beautiful women, clearing the path for her own intricate plans. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, under the pretense of military matters, gallops towards the military camp, unaware of Xiaohan's machinations. Xiaohan arrives at the military camp, hopping with excitement, eager to engage with the soldiers and set her plans in motion. With a gleeful spin and triumphant peace signs, Xiaohan reveals her cunning strategy: provoke Ling Zhixi into usurping her perceived throne, then eliminate him and reclaim her true position as security chief. A radiant smile spreads across Xiaohan's face as she anticipates the day she will be free from the constraints of the human world, her ultimate ambition shining through. Back at the palace, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sits alone on his bed, a sense of disappointment evident as he realizes nothing significant transpired in Xiaohan's absence. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, summons eunuch Lil Xiang, instructing him to call for Xiaohan as he has important matters to discuss, to which the eunuch promptly agrees. Xiaohan observes, noting Ling Zhixi's lack of significant anger. She resolves to escalate her provocations, determined to push him further. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pins Xiaohan to the bed, a sinister, wide grin spreads across Xiaohan's face, her internal laughter echoing her manipulative delight. Xiaohan, seated on the bed, smirks confidently, certain that this latest provocation will push Ling Zhixi, the emperor, beyond his limits, forcing him into open revolt. A serene night view of a traditional palace structure, bathed in moonlight, sets a deceptive calm before the storm. Eunuch Xiang, beaming with anticipation, greets Xiaohan upon her return, welcoming Commander Xiao back to the palace. Xiaohan, with her long hair flowing, directly questions Eunuch Xiang about Ling Zhixi, the emperor's whereabouts, to which the eunuch cryptically replies, "His Majesty is." Eunuch Xiang's sly smirk and a pointed gesture towards a closed-door hint at Ling Zhixi, the emperor's private location, setting a suggestive stage. With a knowing smile, Eunuch Xiang informs Xiaohan that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, awaits her, inviting Commander Xiao to enter, and Xiaohan, unsuspecting, acknowledges the instruction. Eunuch Xiang, his face radiating satisfaction, internally addresses Ling Zhixi, the emperor, believing he has successfully aided him, and leaves the rest to fate. Xiaohan steps into a lavish room, rose petals scattered on the floor, the creaking door announcing her entrance into what promises to be a delicate situation. Xiaohan, now in a flowing gown and adjusting her ponytail, looks around in confusion, questioning eunuch Lil Xiang's intentions. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears, his presence commanding, as he calls out Xiaohan's name, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Xiaohan's eyes widen in shock and panic as she realizes Ling Zhixi is present and she is in a state of undress, desperately thinking about her missing undergarments. In a frantic scramble, Xiaohan rushes to cover herself, her mind screaming about the imminent exposure if she isn't swift enough. Her efforts prove futile as her clothes slip from her grasp, causing her to trip in a moment of comedic chaos. As she falls, Xiaohan laments her terrible luck, realizing that colliding with the nearby desk would spell disaster. Xiaohan tumbles headfirst towards the desk, a collision seemingly inevitable. A desperate scream escapes Xiaohan's lips as she plunges downwards, bracing for impact. In a swift, heroic move, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, lunges forward, his hand outstretched, determined to catch Xiaohan before she hits the ground. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, successfully embraces Xiaohan, pulling her back from the brink of a painful fall, their bodies momentarily pressed together. Their eyes lock in an intense, sparkling gaze, the atmosphere charged with an unexpected romantic tension as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, holds Xiaohan close. In a chibi moment of self-reflection, a blushing Xiaohan internally acknowledges Ling Zhixi's romantic act of heroism, a hint of amusement and perhaps genuine emotion coloring her thoughts. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he subtly touches his chest, a single word echoing in his mind, soft. The lingering sensation of his hand against Xiaohan's chest, a touch that defied his expectations, remains vividly in his memory. The flustered expression, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, quickly deflects, accusing Xiaohan of pressing into his chest, attempting to mask his own surprise. Chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hastily retreats, putting distance between them, while a chibi Xiaohan stands frozen, utterly mortified by the intimate contact. Xiaohan's mind races with anxious questions. Did he notice or not? She rationalizes. My breasts aren't that big, so it makes sense for him to think they're just chest muscles, right? Her internal panic escalates as she imagines Ling Zhixi, the emperor, spreading rumors to exact revenge. The thought of His Majesty exposing her secret is a terrifying prospect. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maintains his composure, calling out to Xiaohan with a calm yet subtly challenging tone. Xiaohan, regaining a semblance of defiance, confronts Ling Zhixi, the emperor, questioning his possessive behavior. You rejected me, but now you won't let me go. Why? Internally, Xiaohan continues to wrestle with the implications, wondering if Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is comparing their physiques while she maintains a seductive facade. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands rigid, his expression hardening into feigned anger, his patience seemingly worn thin. With a dramatic turn, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, declares, "Please give up on me," before making a swift exit, leaving Xiaohan in his wake. Xiaohan's internal monologue reveals a sense of relief, finding comfort in Ling Zhixi, the emperor's display of anger. It's a sign that perhaps her secret remains safe. With a deep sigh of phew, Xiaohan covers her face, the tension momentarily easing as she processes the chaotic encounter. Under the cloak of night, Xiaohan gallops away on horseback, the sounds of Haya echoing through the serene landscape as she makes her escape. Xiaohan pushes her horse onward, a strained ugh escaping her lips as she rides with fierce determination, her mind still reeling from the day's events. The scene transitions to the next day, revealing the military camp under the fading starlight, a new day dawning with fresh uncertainties. Back at the camp, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains fixated on his earlier observation, the question chest muscles still swirling in his mind. A single tear forms in the corner of Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eye, reflecting his profound bewilderment over Xiaohan's unexpected physique. Surrounded by his guards, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, ponders, even if his sword skills are decent, his appearance can't be compared to military soldiers. How can he have chest muscles? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, now in military attire, continues his internal debate while touching his own chest, and they were extraordinarily soft. With a dismissive, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, attempts to rationalize chest muscles. No way, he's just plump because he's living a luxurious life. Surrounding guards appear utterly shocked, their expressions conveying a mixture of bewilderment at Ling Zhixi, the emperor's unusual musings. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sits amongst his guards, his internal judgment firm. It's hideous. His self-assessment of the situation is deeply unflattering. Commander Zhao approaches Xiaohan, offering a suggestive proposition. There's nothing to do in the camp. Xiao Yan, do you want to? The guards eagerly nod in agreement. Xiaohan looks on, a mixture of confusion and discomfort clouding her features as she processes Commander Zhao's unexpected suggestion. Commander Zhao, with a suggestive gesture, advises Xiaohan, Commander, if you're feeling lonely, I suggest you go find a woman. Xiaohan wonders why he's acting so strange. Xiaohan's expression shifts to shock and mild offense, the thought a woman resounding in her mind, highlighting the absurdity of the suggestion. Xiaohan recalls Ling Zhixi, the emperor's slender legs, which contradicts the idea of him being plump. She thinks his body looks so slim, so why was his chest? The memory crystallizes, Ling Zhixi, the emperor's wet robe clinging to his tiny waist. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place for her. A sudden, earth-shattering realization strikes Xiaohan, her eyes widening in disbelief as the truth dawns upon her. The reigning emperor is a woman. Xiaohan's internal monologue spirals into regret. In other words, I humiliated her today, and then I ran away. That isn't what a gentleman would do. A chibi Xiaohan, overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach, bangs her fists on a table, consumed by the weight of her actions. With renewed determination, Xiaohan shouts, Guards, bring my horse. She resolves to rectify her mistake immediately. The guards, taken aback by Xiaohan's sudden urgency, stand bewildered, their faces etched with confusion. Scene shifts to the commander's house under the serene night sky as Xiaohan prepares for her return to the palace. Chibi Xiaohan, mounted on her horse, lingers outside Ling Zhixi, the emperor's residence, caught in a moment of indecision. Xiaohan grapples with her dilemma. What should I say to Her Majesty? That I know her secret. She clearly didn't want me to know. If I expose her, she might see me as an enemy. Dejected Chibi Xiaohan, feeling depressed, decides to retreat. I'll just go back to the military camp and think about it. Commander Zhao, surprised by Xiaohan's early return, greets her with a questioning look. Commander, why are you back so early? Commander Zhao, still bewildered by Xiaohan's sudden return, questions why she came back so soon when she was supposed to be finding a woman. Xiaohan gracefully dismounts from her horse, her long cloak flowing behind her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, urgently grabs Xiaohan, commanding her to follow him. Xiaohan, bewildered, asks what's happening. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pulls back a curtain, a wary Xiaohan, hand instinctively on her blade, asks if the country of Liang has invaded them. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply replies, no. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pauses, a faint blush visible on his cheek as if struggling to find the right words. A frustrated Xiaohan, in a chibi-like outburst, demands that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reveal what's truly bothering him. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns his gaze away, a hesitant question on his lips. If a man humiliates a girl, does he have to marry her? Xiaohan's expression shifts to one of profound confusion, her eyes wide with disbelief at Ling Zhixi the Emperor's unexpected query. Misinterpreting the situation entirely, a supportive Xiaohan declares that they will retrieve the girl for him no matter the cost. Ling Zhixi the Emperor remains silently thoughtful. Commander Zhao reflects that Ling Zhixi the Emperor has always kept women at a distance, implying any humiliation must stem from a loss of control or lack of consent. Meanwhile, Xiaohan concludes with conviction that this woman must be Ling Zhixi the Emperor's true love, vowing that as his brothers, they will help him overcome this crushing stage. Cutting through Xiaohan's misguided assumptions, Ling Zhixi the Emperor commands her to speak, his expression stern and demanding. Xiaohan, still oblivious to the true nature of Ling Zhixi the Emperor's predicament, explains that responsibility depends on the extent of the humiliation. She elaborates that if he touched forbidden body parts, he must take responsibility, suggesting a marriage proposal as the best course of action. A wave of shock washes over Ling Zhixi the Emperor's face as he processes Xiaohan's words, repeating the phrase propose a marriage in disbelief. A single tear rolls down Ling Zhixi the Emperor's cheek as the full weight of the situation crushes him. How can I propose a marriage to the Emperor? Still blissfully ignorant, Xiaohan confidently offers to visit a lady on Ling Zhixi the Emperor's behalf if he's too shy, assuring him of her success. Exasperated, Ling Zhixi the Emperor abruptly orders Xiaohan to leave, leaving her utterly confused by his sudden outburst. Alone and dejected, Ling Zhixi the Emperor laments that if he had only discovered his true self earlier, none of this would have transpired, leaving him to ponder how he can possibly be responsible for her now. Cherry blossoms drift softly through the opulent halls of the imperial palace, a quiet contrast to the turmoil within. Meanwhile, the white-haired immortal reclines casually on a grand table, an air of boredom or irritation radiating from her. Her eyes blazing with fury, the white-haired immortal screams in indignation, declaring that she, an arrogant and dignified security chief of the heavens, has been sexually harassed. In a fit of rage, the white-haired immortal throws objects. She yells in frustration that she cannot take revenge, stomps her feet and screams, fearing eternal humiliation if other immortals discover her plight. Her eyes gleaming with vengeful intent, the white-haired immortal clenches her fists, swearing to make the damned god emperor pay for his actions. Within 5 minutes, the prominent commander, the white-haired immortal, stomped out of the room, her fury palpable as she departed. A servant quietly cleans up the aftermath of the outburst, while the white-haired immortal, as a girl, remains deeply irritated and embarrassed by the situation. The next morning, Ling Zhixi the Emperor awakens with a purpose, ordering Lil Xiang to prepare his carriage, declaring his intent to visit Xiaohan's military camp. Servant informs Ling Zhixi the Emperor that Commander Xiaohan returned before dawn, now waiting outside and requesting an immediate audience. Ling Zhixi the Emperor's face contorts in shock and indignation, exclaiming, "Audience? How dare he?" at Xiaohan's bold request. Despite his fury, Ling Zhixi the Emperor quickly changes into formal attire, commanding his attendant to let him in, with a determined glint in his eyes. Ling Zhixi the Emperor leaps from his bed with urgency, startling the attendant who cries out in shock, "What are you doing, Your Majesty?" Driven by a desire for vengeance, Ling Zhixi the Emperor lunges at Xiaohan, declaring his intent to undress him in retaliation for being groped. The attendant, with a knowing look, softly closes the doors, leaving Ling Zhixi the Emperor and Xiaohan to their private confrontation. The quiet hallway stretches empty, hinting at the tumultuous scene unfolding behind closed doors. Xiaohan's face contorts in fury as she demands to know what her tormentor is staring at, threatening to show them what getting groped truly feels like. A hand struggles violently, trying to pull free, but remains firmly stuck in Xiaohan's grip. In a shocking display, Xiaohan bites down hard on Ling Zhixi the Emperor's finger, making him internally exclaim in disbelief, "She's chewing it off." Suddenly, the door bursts open as Commander Zhao rushes in, announcing a dire emergency. "Commander, there's been an emergency on the border." Commander Zhao stands in the doorway, his urgent message continuing as he mentions the country of Liang. Ling Zhixi the Emperor, still blindfolded, finds himself held in a sparkling embrace by Xiaohan, a moment of unexpected intimacy amidst the chaos. Xiaohan, with a tiny piece of cloth still in her mouth, muses internally, wondering if the person she's holding is a beautiful young man. As she holds Ling Zhixi the Emperor's wrist, Xiaohan continues her internal monologue, perceiving him as a wise and strong commander. Commander Zhao offers a surprisingly serene smile, seemingly unbothered by the unfolding events. A romanticized thought bubble appears, suggesting Commander Zhao avoids women because he likes this type of romance. The romanticized vision continues, depicting Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi the Emperor as deeply in love, enveloped by a shower of roses. Xiaohan's eyes widen in realization, thinking, "Someone's outside," while Ling Zhixi the Emperor's anger flares as he shouts, "Xiao Yan." Xiaohan, with a mischievous smirk, decides this is a good way to embarrass Ling Zhixi the Emperor, planning to use the situation for revenge. Below, Ling Zhixi the Emperor's face burns with silent fury. Ling Zhixi the Emperor snarls, his voice laced with venom, commanding whoever is outside to get out. A chibi Commander Zhao covering his eyes nervously reassures himself, "Don't worry, Commander. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything," while a mental image of the intimate scene floats above him. Xiaohan smirks, letting out a satisfied humph as Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, clearly trembles in anger, averting his gaze. Chibi Xiaohan walks away, clearly satisfied with the outcome of her little prank. Xiaohan sits, a triumphant smirk on her face, reminding Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, "You harassed me first. Now." Xiaohan challenges Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, who remains seated on the floor. "Let's see how you face your subordinates after such a compromising situation." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, slowly rises, calmly patting down his robes as if nothing untoward has occurred. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, maintains a stoic yet clearly annoyed expression, his thoughts unreadable. As Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, simply walks away, a chibi Xiaohan stares in confusion, thinking, "He's leaving just like that?" Xiaohan's confusion deepens as she wonders, doesn't the commander have a bad temper? Didn't he get mad over little things in the past? Did I not infuriate him enough? Xiaohan continues to ponder the unusual reaction, thinking, that's not how it should be. He's a man and a commander who conquers the battlefield. How can he remain calm after getting stripped and held down by someone else? Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, stands composed, a soft tap sound accompanying his serene presence, while Commander Zhao stands respectfully nearby. Commander Zhao, still smiling, innocently asks Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, "Commander, who was the young man in your chamber?" Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, remains silent, his annoyed expression a stark contrast to Commander Zhao's query. Commander Zhao persists, playfully teasing Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, "You just told me you'd humiliated a lady yesterday, yet you rushed back early in the morning to play with this extraordinary man." Commander Zhao persists, remarking on rumors that Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, doesn't go near women and knows nothing about romantic relationships. "But I think you're..." Before Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, clearly annoyed, cuts him off, demanding, "What did the country of Liang do?" Ling Zhixi, the Emperor's demeanor turns cold, leaving Commander Zhao utterly stunned by the sudden shift in topic. Commander Zhao immediately shifts to a serious tone, reporting, "Our spy in the country of Liang disclosed that they've begun a large-scale army recruitment and are buying horses. They're planning for war." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor's expression hardens as he issues a direct order, "Tell Jiang Qian the news." With a firm tone, Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, instructs Commander Zhao, "You go alone." Commander Zhao salutes, replying, "Yes sir," and quickly departs, while Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, internally acknowledges, "Even though I'm not on good terms with Jiang Qian, we must join forces when it comes to matters of the country." Commander Zhao, with a sly grin, excitedly thinks, "The commander's hiding someone in his chamber. I must tell my brothers about it." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, suddenly appears, chasing after Commander Zhao, sternly warning him, "Do not tell anyone about what you saw today." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, walks with an air of regal composure, the incident seemingly behind him. His hand suddenly stops, a silent command to halt. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, looks down, his robe visibly torn, a chilling coldness emanating from his form. Chilling aura from Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, dissipates as he reappears, now clad in immaculate flowing white robes. The transformation is striking, a stark contrast to his earlier disheveled state, signaling a shift in the unfolding drama. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, stands by the window, his back to the viewer, the long strands of his hair falling gracefully. His posture is contemplative, as if observing the world outside with a newfound perspective. Meanwhile, a guard cautiously peeks from around a corner, his expression a mix of confusion and suspicion. Observing Xiaohan, he whispers, "Is the commander gay? He's treating that young man with such care. Who is this guy?" Unaware of the prying eyes, Xiaohan sits calmly, enjoying a cup of tea. Her relaxed demeanor belies the complex political currents swirling around her. Suddenly, Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, enters the room, his voice cutting through the silence as he calls out, "Xiaohan." His approach is swift and direct. The abrupt address startles Xiaohan, causing her to spit out her tea in a comical display of shock. The unexpected intrusion clearly catches her off guard. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor's gaze is unwavering, his thoughts revealing a profound conviction. He perceives Xiaohan as someone prepared to die with him, a loyal companion in his struggles. Xiaohan, however, is consumed by her own internal conflict. She muses, "Should I avoid him for now? I can't use my magical powers, nor can I beat him at martial arts." Her vulnerability is evident. With a resounding thud, Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, drops to one knee before Xiaohan, a gesture of profound respect and submission. Xiaohan's eyes widen in utter disbelief, her mind racing with confusion. This unexpected act of fealty leaves her completely stunned. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, looks up, his expression earnest, as he begins his solemn vow. He continues, his voice ringing with conviction, "I will assist your majesty in regaining your power." The declaration is absolute, a complete reversal of Xiaohan's expectations. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, remains kneeling before Xiaohan, who is still seated, the scene a striking tableau of unexpected loyalty and profound commitment. Xiaohan's internal monologue reveals her past actions. "In the past, if I had undressed him, he wouldn't have gone so easy on me. But now, I don't have the means to be angry at him." Her thoughts continue, acknowledging the irony. "I've humiliated him, so it's only fair that he hold a grudge against me. But his way of getting back at me is quite unusual." Xiaohan, with a sly smirk, takes another sip of tea, clearly amused by the unexpected turn of events and Ling Zhixi, the emperor's peculiar form of revenge. A look of profound weariness crosses Xiaohan's face as she thinks, his thinking is so extreme, I can't even catch up to it. His motives remain a mystery to her. She ponders the bizarre situation. I've worked hard for the past few days to provoke him into usurping my throne. Instead, he came to me and said he'd help me regain my power. What's going on? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maintains a serious, composed posture, his hands clasped, indicating a deep sense of conviction behind his unexpected pledge. His hand extends slowly, a tender gesture reaching out toward Xiaohan, hinting at a deeper intention beyond mere political allegiance. Xiaohan gently touches Ling Zhixi, the emperor's head, who remains kneeling, a moment of shared vulnerability and an unspoken connection passing between them. Xiaohan recalls her past transgression, asking Ling Zhixi directly, Courtier Xiao, do you still remember that I undressed you earlier? I held you down, stripped you, and wanted to touch your chest. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confirms, his expression still earnest, I remember. His acknowledgement adds another layer of complexity to their unusual dynamic. Xiaohan throws her hands up in exasperation, her internal thoughts screaming, you're still not angry, and you don't want to overthrow me. The situation is beyond her comprehension. She recalls the rumors. Rumor has it that the commander shouldn't be provoked, as he may begin killing the important courtiers when he's angry. This makes Ling Zhixi, the emperor's calm reaction even more baffling. Xiaohan's internal conclusion is stark, so that was a lie. No one is as good-tempered as he is, as loyal as a dog. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is comically depicted with cat ears, highlighting her perception. Xiaohan lets out a soft humph, her expression a mixture of annoyance and reluctant acceptance of Ling Zhixi, the emperor's unwavering loyalty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, speaks with quiet conviction, I don't care about power. His words dismantle Xiaohan's assumptions about his motivations. Then, with a gentle touch and a radiant smile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, poses an audacious question to Xiaohan, if you want to help me, will you become my queen? Ling Zhixi, the emperor's gaze is determined, his expression unwavering as he awaits Xiaohan's response to his shocking proposal. This is no jest. Xiaohan's hand retracts swiftly, a clear sign of her shock and discomfort at the unexpected turn of the conversation, her composure completely shattered. Xiaohan stammers in disbelief, while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, presses on, I'm serious. You should consider it. In the background, Xiaohan is comically shown falling over, overwhelmed. Xiaohan, still reeling, tries to rationalize the situation, thinking, if he's angry, I can at least still tease him without feeling guilty. Her mind struggles to cope with the sincerity. A wave of guilt washes over Xiaohan as she observes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, lamenting, but he looked like he was being bullied and couldn't stand up to me. Now I feel so guilty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's internal thoughts reveal a deeper understanding. Her majesty was born into the imperial family and she disguises herself as a man. She must have gone through a lot of hardships to behave this way. He continues his introspection. Her majesty doesn't trust anyone easily. She has tested me in so many ways and she makes sure she doesn't make the wrong decision. His perception of Xiaohan is sharp. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, concludes his thoughts with a profound sense of responsibility. She's living a tough life. I cannot truly understand or take responsibility for her burdens. It must be torturous for her. With a newfound resolve, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, walks away, a determined expression on his face. I must protect her to make it up to her, he vows, his commitment solidified. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, hands on her hips, remains oblivious to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's true intentions. She stubbornly concludes, he's not angry because I'm not teasing him enough. Still convinced Ling Zhixi, the emperor, isn't sufficiently annoyed, Xiaohan tiptoes stealthily through the palace corridors, her eyes gleaming with mischievous intent. She inches closer to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's chambers, her movements light and silent, like a shadow in the dim light. A wicked grin spreads across Xiaohan's face as she clenches her fist. She declares her intent to ambush Ling Zhixi, the emperor, certain it will provoke him into chasing her with his sword. Suddenly, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears, calmly lighting a candle, catching Xiaohan completely off guard. Xiaohan lets out a startled ah as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns, asking with feigned politeness, how may I help you, Courtier Xiao? Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression remains unreadable, a subtle hint of amusement playing on his lips as he observes Xiaohan's flustered state. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maintains his serene facade, but Xiaohan misinterprets his calm, internally chuckling. He's frowning. He must be annoyed because I slipped into his chamber. He. Xiaohan then lets out an awkward oh ho ho, attempting to recover. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor's calm exterior hides a deeper concern. He internally breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness I noticed her when she came in. What if she tripped in this dark room? She doesn't know how to take care of herself. With a sly, knowing smile, Xiaohan boldly declares, I won't force you, continuing her playful provocation. Internally, Xiaohan questions her own audacity, thinking, I'm acting like a real pervert now, right? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, responds with unwavering resolve, clenching his fist. He states, Courtier Xiao, I keep my promises. I'll help you regain your power, and I'll make you. Xiaohan firmly pushes Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand away, declaring with conviction, I don't want any power. Ling Zhixi the emperor gently strokes Xiaohan's hand, finishing his previous statement with a soft gaze. I want you. He then approaches her, holding her hands. Xiaohan boldly reciprocates, her hand reaching out to grab Ling Zhixi the emperor's waist. With a playful pull, Xiaohan draws Ling Zhixi the emperor closer, whispering come in a seductive tone. Suddenly, Ling Zhixi the emperor's foot knocks against an unseen object, his eyes widening in surprise. Ling Zhixi the emperor recoils, backing away from Xiaohan, a blush rising on his cheeks. Xiaohan, ever the provocateur, smirks and challenges him. Why did you dodge? Xiaohan boldly approaches the bed, her confidence radiating. She brazenly declares, I want to sleep with you. Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Ling Zhixi the emperor is utterly flustered by Xiaohan's directness, his face reddening with a mixture of shock and embarrassment. Xiaohan smiles reassuringly, clasping her hands together as she adds, I won't hurt you. Ling Zhixi the emperor blushes profusely, his mind racing with internal turmoil. He thinks, how can a lady? Ling Zhixi the emperor turns his head away, unable to meet Xiaohan's gaze, his embarrassment palpable. Xiaohan confidently declares, this commander, who has killed countless enemies on the battlefield, is actually a shy and innocent man. She then thinks with a delighted smile, the contrast is so cute. Xiaohan continues to stare intently at Ling Zhixi the emperor, enjoying his discomfort. Ling Zhixi the emperor feels Xiaohan's intense gaze upon him, his blush deepening as he internally wonders, she's looking at me. A wave of shock washes over Ling Zhixi the emperor, his mind racing. He thinks, if she's actually testing me, she won't go this far. Is she, perhaps, actually interested in me? Ling Zhixi the emperor backs away again, his heart pounding as he bumps into something behind him. Overwhelmed, Ling Zhixi the emperor turns and makes a desperate dash, shouting escapes as he flees the room, leaving a surprised Xiaohan behind. Xiaohan stares in disbelief, exclaiming, did he just run away? In his panicked flight, Ling Zhixi the emperor clumsily bumps into a wall, further emphasizing his hasty escape. Xiaohan stands alone in the room, utterly bewildered by Ling Zhixi the emperor's unexpected retreat. Xiaohan's confusion quickly turns to frustration as she demands, can someone tell me why? After getting teased, she continues, now surrounded by an aura of fiery frustration, he's still not getting angry. Her eyes burning with fierce determination, Xiaohan clenches her jaw and vows, no way, I must tease him until he gets mad. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi the emperor, having regained some composure, looks back and calls out, Courtier Xiao. His voice echoes through the night sky as he shouts, come back and sleep with me. The dramatic declaration leaves two nearby guards, including Commander Zhao, utterly stunned, their faces aghast. The narrator reveals, His Majesty is calling the commander back to sleep with him, amplifying the shock. The emperor, Ling Zhixi, attempts to flee the scandalous declaration, but Xiaohan, with unexpected speed, quickly closes the distance, her determination unwavering. With a fierce expression, Xiaohan yells her own name, a dramatic self-affirmation as she corners the elusive emperor. Xiaohan stares in disbelief as Ling Zhixi the emperor makes another attempt to escape, prompting her to internally question, really, did he just run away? As Ling Zhixi the emperor flees, Xiaohan ponders, he's running away. Is he still the same aloof commander everyone fears? Does he not want to maintain his aloof character? Driven by a burning resolve, Xiaohan clenches her fists, a fiery aura manifesting around her as she declares, I don't trust my incompetence. Xiaohan propels herself forward with incredible speed, her movements swift and precise, affirming her determination, I must succeed today. The chase intensifies, the narrator highlighting the contrast. Ling Zhixi the emperor, described as the delicate, sheltered emperor, is pursued by Xiaohan, the commander who lost her aloofness, now hot on his heels. With a powerful roar, a bear spirit manifests behind Xiaohan as she points decisively at Ling Zhixi the emperor, demanding, stop right there. You had better come back and sleep with me. Two guards, including Commander Zhao, watch the surreal chase, one remarking, they've run a few laps already, to which the other simply replies, yeah. Xiaohan finally halts, her hand slamming against a door frame with a resounding bang, signifying the end of the frantic pursuit. Exhausted, Xiaohan slides down the door frame to sit on the floor, admitting to herself, I'm too beat to run anymore. Ling Zhixi the emperor observes Xiaohan's fatigue, an internal thought surfacing, this Xiaohan. Ling Zhixi the emperor stands calmly before the winded Xiaohan, internally marveling, is she even human? Her stamina is superb. Ling Zhixi the emperor shows no signs of exertion, his composed demeanor highlighted by the narrator's observation, no hint of panting. A concerned servant approaches Ling Zhixi the emperor, offering a cup and asking, why your majesty, are you alright? Xiaohan, still on the ground, snatches the offered cup and quickly drinks its contents, attempting to recover her strength. With a swift motion, Xiaohan tosses the empty cup, which Ling Zhixi the emperor effortlessly catches mid-air, demonstrating his superior reflexes. Ling Zhixi the emperor holds the caught cup, his expression calm and collected, a testament to his composure. Ling Zhixi the emperor approaches the weary Xiaohan, who remains seated on the ground, a silent tension hanging between them. Ling Zhixi the emperor kneels gracefully beside Xiaohan, his long hair cascading around him, a gesture of unexpected tenderness. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, speaks softly, his tone considerate. The floor is cold and it's late now, your majesty. You must be tired. Please rest early. Xiaohan, though tired, rolls her eyes internally, thinking, I'm only tired because you were running away. Don't you know that? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, misinterpreting Xiaohan's persistence, muses, she's still trying to seduce me even when she's already tired. It seems like she's actually interested in me. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reaches out, contemplating, I don't like her now, but I should not hurt her feelings. With a surprising display of gentleness, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, lifts Xiaohan into a bridal carriage, thinking, I should treat her better after what I did to her last time. Utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Xiaohan, held in Ling Zhixi, the emperor's arms, questions internally, what's going on now? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calmly carries Xiaohan through the moonlit courtyard, the unexpected intimacy of the moment hanging in the air. Still in Ling Zhixi, the emperor's arms, Xiaohan's confusion deepens as she thinks, wasn't I supposed to tease him? Why did our roles switch? Servant watches from a distance as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, carries Xiaohan away, the scene unfolding under the night sky. The servant wipes a tear from his eye, deeply moved by the sight, exclaiming, Commander Xiao is finally moved by his majesty. Two guards, including Commander Zhao, observe the departing pair with knowing looks, one whispering, oh, while the other concludes, the two of them have a special relationship. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand gently reaches out, a soft touch upon Xiaohan's arm, a moment of quiet connection. Xiaohan is now settled in bed, covered by a blanket, her expression still betraying a hint of confusion and annoyance. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands by the window, casting a subtle, knowing glance back before closing it, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reflects on Xiaohan's unusual behavior, thinking, this is not what I imagined. Xiaohan is acting strangely today, as if she's swapped bodies with someone else. She changed from an aloof and cool commander to a gentle and thoughtful one. The next day at dawn, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, returns to the imperial palace in a carriage, the morning light illuminating the grand entrance. Inside the palace, a eunuch praises Ling Zhixi, the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, it's so smart of you to reject Commander Zhao's escort back to the palace. You're playing hard to get. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, smiles, amused by the eunuch's observation, thinking, nowadays, even a single eunuch knows what's up. The subordinate, Commander Zhao, reports that eunuch Xiang has brought men to lay red carpets at the main camp, all by Ling Zhixi, the emperor's decree. Commander Zhao urgently tells Xiaohan to see for herself, emphasizing that the red carpets are even extending all the way to her tent. Xiaohan, a fierce resolve hardening her features, thinks to herself, Ling Zhixi, the emperor. A smiling palace official greets Xiaohan, informing her that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, has summoned her to the palace for urgent matters. Xiaohan observes the official's unconvincing smile, internally noting that there is no real urgency in his demeanor. An overhead shot reveals the sprawling camp, now adorned with red carpets leading directly to a grand tent, prompting Xiaohan to ponder, what exactly is he trying to do? Commander Zhao orders a horse to be brought, then assures Xiaohan he will send a few men to accompany her. Commander Zhao, pulling on Xiaohan's shoulder with a worried expression, warns her that Jiang Qian is cunning and this entire situation might be a trap. Xiaohan declares, I'm going, and rushes off. Meanwhile, Commander Zhao, watching her depart, thinks to himself that if Xiaohan is in danger, he should bring more men to help. Xiaohan gallops furiously on her horse, leaving the main gate as Commander Zhao and other guards chase after her, shouting, Commander, wait for us. Hiya. Cherry blossoms drift gently through the air, framing the elegant architecture of traditional buildings. The quiet street, lined with traditional wooden buildings, awaits the arrival of the approaching riders. In a striking change of attire, Xiaohan, now adorned in a vibrant red imperial dress with her hair flowing, sits gracefully, strumming a guqin with a serene smile. A traditional tea house stands quietly, its upper balcony overlooking the street below. The street below the tea house begins to bustle with activity, while on the upper balcony, the cunning uncle observes the scene. From his vantage point, the cunning uncle sips his tea, musing that his plan to separate Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is being thwarted by Xiaohan's own actions, as she seems to be burning her bridges. A sly smirk plays on the cunning uncle's lips as he thinks to himself, that certainly helped me a lot. Cunning uncle turns away, his expression still subtly calculating, as if already plotting his next move. The cunning uncle issues a quiet command, instructing his subordinates to bring men and hide among the crowd, ensuring that Xiaohan does not kill her, as she is still useful. His subordinates immediately acknowledge his command, responding in unison, will do, sir. Xiaohan urges her horse forward with powerful cries of Hiya, Hiya, her red cape streaming behind her. Xiaohan enters the capital, but a sense of unease washes over her as she observes the unnervingly empty streets, wondering, why is the street so empty? Xiaohan's face contorts with a mixture of anger and determination as she lets out another forceful Hiya. The thunderous gallop of hooves echoes through the air. Then, a radiant smile lights up Xiaohan's face as she thinks, he's here. Xiaohan, in her imperial red, subtly signals to a palace official with a knowing glance. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pulls back on his reins, a look of surprise and concern on his face as he wonders, what's she trying to do? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches from afar as Xiaohan, in her imperial red, sits at the guqin, surrounded by a crowd and guards, still pondering what's she trying to do. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression remains unreadable, a silent observation as he takes in the unfolding spectacle. Xiaohan offers a captivating smile, her eyes sparkling with hidden intent. With a deliberate motion, Xiaohan plucks the guqin strings, a resonant twang filling the air. As the music plays, countless red petals swirl dramatically, creating a breathtaking, romantic atmosphere. The enchanting melody continues, filling the air with musical notes and scattering petals as Xiaohan plays and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches, captivated by the spectacle. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand clenches tightly around the reins, a mix of emotions stirring within him. Commander Zhao and the other guards ride furiously through the bustling street, shouting "Hiya, hiya, Commander," as they try to catch up. Xiaohan observes the approaching Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Commander Zhao as the latter, surrounded by petals and music, internally exclaims, "What's going on?" Xiaohan maintains her serene smile as Commander Zhao, recognizing Ling Zhixi, the emperor, asks her, "Commander, isn't he the guy from?" Commander Zhao's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes he's playing. Commander Zhao, stunned, exclaims, "The Song of Phoenix Courtship." As the narration explains the song's profound meaning, the phoenix returns to his hometown. The phoenix flies all over the world to find his mate. The air is thick with romance, adorned with roses and petals, as Commander Zhao finally understands, exclaiming, "Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is proposing, and he's proposing too." His thoughts then trail off into a comical realization. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, made this known to the whole world, proclaiming Xiaohan as his. The audacious display sends a shockwave through Xiaohan, who recoils internally, questioning if Ling Zhixi truly believes she is thick-skinned enough to accept such a public spectacle. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, makes a grand entrance on horseback, lightning crackling behind him for dramatic effect as he faces the chaos that has compromised his reputation. As the drama unfolds, the music stops abruptly when a pair of delicate hands, likely Xiaohan's, cease playing the traditional zither to shift focus to the emperor's arrival. Xiaohan, clad in vibrant red robes, stands with a determined expression, preparing to face the emperor's public spectacle head-on. Quick, precise movement occurs as a servant catches a piece of fabric from Xiaohan's elaborate attire while the scene continues. Xiaohan stands before a line of guards, her red robes billowing, as she prepares to respond to Ling Zhixi's audacious proposal. Ling Zhixi seethes with internal fury, while Xiaohan, with a cunning smirk, celebrates her successful manipulation, knowing her plan is working perfectly. With a flourish, a golden phoenix statue is dramatically unveiled from beneath a cloth, serving as a symbol of the emperor's grand gesture. Ling Zhixi, holding the phoenix, boldly declares his intention to marry Xiaohan, his voice resounding across the assembled crowd. Xiaohan's face contorts in an exaggerated expression of shock and disbelief, a mix of genuine surprise and feigned outrage. Red ribbons emblazoned with declarations like, "Xiaohan, I love you," and "I am willing to dismiss my concubines for you," flutter through the air, emphasizing the scale of the proposal. Ling Zhixi maintains a serious demeanor on horseback as a massive red banner trails behind him, bearing the message, "That night was all my fault. I shouldn't have hurt you." Hidden within the crowd, Xiaohan cringes at the gossip as onlookers speculate about their commander being the submissive partner in the relationship. With a sly smirk, Xiaohan presents a small offering, inwardly thinking that her thick-skinned nature makes her impervious to the public's judgment. Ling Zhixi erupts in a furious blush, shouting Xiaohan's name in disbelief and questioning how she could humiliate him this way. In a swift, decisive motion, Ling Zhixi draws his sword, his anger boiling over as he laments how Xiaohan has ruined his reputation. Xiaohan, with a glint of defiance, hurls a dark rectangular tablet with incredible force, a "shing" sound accompanying its rapid flight. Ling Zhixi cries out in frustration as Xiaohan makes a swift escape, her red robes billowing behind her as she flees the chaotic scene. Ling Zhixi calls out Xiaohan's name urgently as she continues to run, glancing back with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Xiaohan asserts her complete seriousness, her expression unwavering as she stands firm in her actions, ready to face the consequences. Xiaohan's chibi form appears, cheeks puffed out in a silent snicker, clearly enjoying the turmoil she has caused. Xiaohan escapes without looking back. Ling Zhixi desperately calls her name. Xiaohan inwardly boasts that no man could tolerate this level of public humiliation. In her chibi form, Xiaohan expresses delight, contemplating waiting for Ling Zhixi to overthrow her as a strategic move to reclaim her position. Xiaohan sits poised at a zither, an intense focus in her eyes as if composing the next stage of her intricate plan. Xiaohan, now holding the golden phoenix statue, struggles to suppress her laughter, her cheeks puffed out with amusement. Xiaohan acts helpless and pitiful on the ground as a concerned servant approaches, while guards observe the scene. Commander Zhao observes the scene with a serious, almost sympathetic expression, reflecting the perceived pitiable state of Xiaohan. Ling Zhixi dashes away in a cloud of dust while Commander Zhao follows, questioning if His Majesty is heartbroken and holding back tears. Commander Zhao laughs heartily, teasing Ling Zhixi about missing the sight of His Majesty crying during the emotional display. Ling Zhixi listens with cold annoyance as Commander Zhao suggests that while his feelings are sincere, his public display was misguided. Commander Zhao continues to lecture Ling Zhixi, emphasizing his imperial duty and the sacrifice of public loyalty for this romantic spectacle. Ling Zhixi remains silent, his expression a mixture of deep annoyance and frustration at Commander Zhao's unsolicited advice. The uncle contemplates Xiaohan's actions, noting that if she intends to bring down Jiang Qian, she shouldn't provoke the emperor so publicly, especially given rumors of a male empress. The uncle observes Xiaohan, noting that her actions appear to be a calculated move in her larger scheme. In a serene setting, Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi sit by a river under cherry blossoms, playing the zither in a moment of peaceful coexistence. Detailed shot of bookshelves filled with tomes suggests a place of study or hidden knowledge, offering a pause in the narrative. Two chibi servants shriek in exaggerated horror, covering their ears amidst the ongoing chaos and confusion. A loyal servant, tears streaming from his eyes, wonders why Commander Xiao is still angry after His Majesty's grand public display of affection. Xiaohan, still seething with indignation despite Ling Zhixi, the emperor's public gestures, tightly pinches the fabric of her robe, a silent act of simmering rage. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, openly weeps, heartbroken and confused by Xiaohan's abrupt departure and refusal to accept his genuine affection. Commander Zhao attempts to console His Majesty, urging him to compose himself. Having composed himself, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, vows to find another way to win over Xiaohan, acknowledging his genuine affection. A soft creak signals his determined resolve. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reflects on Xiaohan, seeing her in her true feminine form, burdened by duty and youth, regretting how his pursuit of reputation overshadowed her feelings. From a distance, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observed Xiaohan, still lamenting his past actions and the heavy burden placed upon her young shoulders. Xiaohan, in her imperial guise, a vivid internal thought or dream, is jolted by the imagined presence of Ling Zhixi, the emperor, questioning his intentions and fearing a plot to usurp her throne. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, formally approaches, requesting an audience with the emperor, his expression serious and unwavering. Commander Zhao observes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan, in her imagined role as emperor, in the imperial study, internally reassuring himself that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, despite his boldness, would not dare to attack Her Majesty in such a sacred place. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, boldly declares his awareness of Xiaohan's, as emperor, genuine affection for him, pledging his unwavering loyalty and assistance in regaining her political power. Xiaohan, portraying the emperor, is utterly aghast at Ling Zhixi, the emperor's audacious declaration, internally fuming at his self-absorbed assumption of her affection. Xiaohan's fury morphs into disbelief as she processes Ling Zhixi, the emperor's words, realizing his offer to help regain her position is a far more perplexing issue than his perceived affection. Her feet scurry away. Xiaohan, in her imperial role, confronts Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grabbing his collar in a fit of confusion, demanding to know why he hasn't moved to overthrow her if he was truly angry. Xiaohan, as emperor, comically rages, internally questioning why Ling Zhixi, the emperor, refuses to usurp her throne. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, misinterprets her intense agitation, pondering if Her Majesty desires him but cannot have him. A heavy silence descends as Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remain locked in a tense standstill, their gazes meeting in unspoken challenge. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, begins to speak, a single word hanging in the air amidst a shower of ethereal rose petals. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pulls Xiaohan, as emperor, into a tender embrace, declaring he will try to accept her, a gesture surrounded by a magical aura of blossoming roses. Xiaohan, as emperor, fiercely pushes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, away, angrily rebuking his offer of acceptance, declaring her own high standards and abundance of admirers. A chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands alone, radiating an aura of profound dejection after Xiaohan's harsh rejection. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands in quiet contemplation, mistakenly believing Xiaohan's harsh words stemmed from his past actions that hurt Her Majesty. The next day, Commander Zhao reports to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, announcing that Commander Xiaohan has skillfully swayed public opinion. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is internally exasperated by Xiaohan's political prowess, questioning why Commander Xiaohan doesn't apply such intelligence to serious matters like usurping the throne, instead accusing him of slacking. Commander Zhao elaborates, revealing that Xiaohan possesses crucial evidence against the Prince Regent and is willing to assist Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in his downfall, hinting at Xiaohan's personal affection for His Majesty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, ponders Xiaohan's unwavering commitment, reasoning that such loyalty, especially without blood ties or his own imperial competence, must stem from a deeper, hidden cause. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's internal monologue continues, his gaze fixed on his own form, as he desperately searches for the singular, logical explanation behind Xiaohan's actions. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dismisses the obvious, reasoning that in his male attire, Xiaohan couldn't possibly be attracted to him unless. The shocking realization dawns upon Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that Xiaohan must be romantically interested in him, a thought he finds surprisingly thrilling. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, now in her private chambers and dressed in feminine attire, gazes upward with a serene yet thoughtful expression. A frantic cry echoes from off-panel, urgently summoning Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Commander Zhao bursts in with a dire report. Commander Xiaohan's residence is engulfed in flames. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face contorts in shock and alarm, his thoughts immediately racing to Xiaohan. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands resolute, his mind immediately connecting the blaze to the machinations of Jiang Qian, convinced this act of arson is deliberate. Amidst the roaring flames and crashing timbers, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, arrives on horseback, witnessing the chaos as servants frantically attempt to douse the inferno. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, frantically seizes a servant, demanding Xiaohan's whereabouts. The servant, terrified, reveals that Commander Xiaohan re-entered the burning building for an item and has not yet emerged. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face contorts with a mixture of fury and despair, internally raging at Xiaohan's reckless decision to re-enter the burning structure, questioning his disregard for his own life. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands by his horse, a grim determination etched upon his features, ready to take action. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, closes his eyes, focusing his senses to pinpoint Xiaohan's exact location within the blazing ruins. Several guards desperately attempt to restrain Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pleading with him not to rush into the perilous inferno. Xiaohan, with a deceptive smile, dismisses the danger, claiming she's not foolish enough to enter the blaze, and orders the guards to extinguish the fire, assuring them she'll remain at a safe distance. The guards, unaware of the deception, salute in unison, confirming their understanding of Xiaohan's command. The guards suddenly shriek in alarm, their eyes wide with terror, calling out to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, as a new danger unfolds. Ignoring the frantic cries of his guards, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, plunges headlong into the blazing inferno, his sole focus on rescuing Xiaohan from the raging flames. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, charges deeper into the raging inferno, his silhouette stark against the furious flames as he moves with singular purpose. His foot lands firmly amidst the fire, and a desperate cry echoes through the smoke, calling out Xiaohan's name. Inside the burning structure, Xiaohan struggles against the suffocating smoke, coughing violently as he hears his name called out by Ling Zhixi, the emperor. The fire crackles ominously around him, yet Ling Zhixi, the emperor's resolve is unwavering. He mentally confirms Xiaohan's location, vowing to bring him out himself. Xiaohan continues to cough, overwhelmed by the smoke and heat, his small frame struggling for breath. He realizes he cannot use his magical powers to protect himself in this dire situation. Dizziness and suffocation set in, prompting him to curse the troublesome god-emperor. Yet, seeing Ling Zhixi, the emperor, enter, he determines that if the emperor can come in, he can certainly get out. A frantic voice from outside questions Ling Zhixi, the emperor's reckless actions, followed by Ling Zhixi, the emperor, himself shouting for Xiaohan to descend immediately. Amidst the chaos, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, unleashes a powerful kick, sending a masked assailant flying into a water feature. Commander Zhao watches, bewildered, thinking he must have misheard, questioning how she could be here when she's supposed to be in the imperial palace. Commander Zhao, sword in hand, turns to a fellow guard, asking why he hears the voice of that person from the palace. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eyes widen in surprise. He too recognizes the voice, confirming it was indeed her voice. With a fierce grip on his sword, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, prepares for battle, his expression hardening amidst the inferno. The building groans and crashes around them, engulfed in roaring, crackling flames. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, realizes the imminent danger, knowing the structure could collapse at any moment. Commander Zhao struggles against two masked assailants, desperately fending off their attacks while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face contorts in a grimace of determination, his internal thoughts asserting that he absolutely must not let her enter. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands over a fallen enemy, while below, Xiaohan grins with newfound resolve, declaring it's his time to be a hero. A sudden bang rings out as a masked assailant falls, blood splattering, leaving Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looking shocked. Xiaohan, now wielding a sword, strikes a powerful pose amidst the flames, having just taken down an enemy. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks up in astonishment, calling out to him. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, tries to warn Xiaohan of the danger, but Xiaohan fiercely cuts him off, commanding him to shut up and fight, emphasizing the urgency of their escape. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grimaces, his bloodied sword reflecting the dire situation. Commander Zhao continues to fight in the background, equally determined to escape as soon as possible. Two masked assailants stand guard at the door, confirming their orders to block the exit. The masked assailants fan the flames, intentionally increasing the intensity of the blaze, causing the structure to crash and burn even faster. Xiaohan observes the escalating inferno and the collapsing building, realizing with fury that the assailants are actively trying to kill them. Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stand back to back, swords at the ready, a united front against the encroaching danger. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grabs Xiaohan's wrist, angrily questioning his recklessness. Xiaohan swiftly dodges Ling Zhixi, the emperor's sudden lunge with his sword, maintaining his defiant stance. Their swords clash as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confronts Xiaohan. Why did you avoid the attack? He demands, his voice sharp. You've been an eyesore, but I wouldn't mind dying alongside you. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, glares, shouting at Xiaohan, questioning if he has a death wish while internally wondering why she is being such a nuisance at this critical moment. The comical display of their intense argument, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan clash swords, their furious but somewhat childish squabble drawing confused stares from the masked guards. Commander Zhao, severely wounded and bleeding, cries out in despair, declaring he can no longer endure the fight. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes Commander Zhao's heavy injuries, then furiously warns Xiaohan not to force his hand, while Xiaohan, shocked, demands to know who he intends to kill. Xiaohan leans in close to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, whispering urgently that they need to run. With a fierce determination etched on his face, Xiaohan prepares for action, sword held firmly. Xiaohan executes a swift slash, moving with incredible speed, leaving Ling Zhixi, the emperor, standing amidst splattered blood, looking utterly stunned. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grabs the collar of a nearby guard with a forceful grip. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, abruptly throws the injured Commander Zhao towards Xiaohan, who reacts with a surprised expression. Xiaohan, angered, pushes Commander Zhao back, internally fuming that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, cannot be the sole noble and righteous one willing to sacrifice. Commander Zhao, bleeding and injured, looks back at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, urging his majesty to go. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands surrounded by assassins, Xiaohan pushes Commander Zhao, realizing the assassin's true target is Xiaohan himself. He thinks that if he escapes, the assassins won't bother to surround Commander Zhao. Commander Zhao, despite his injuries, reveals a secret passage inside, assuring Ling Zhixi, the emperor, he will be fine, which leaves Ling Zhixi, the emperor, questioning his own actions. Ling Zhixi's internal conflict is mirrored by Xiaohan's outward fury. She angrily confronts Commander Zhao, demanding to know why they fought instead of escaping, calling their actions insane. Commander Zhao explains the secret passage only allowed one person, and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, refused to abandon him. As Xiaohan and Commander Zhao cough, emerging from the burning structure, guards exclaim that they are out. Commander Zhao, still recovering, internally reflects on Ling Zhixi, the emperor's unwavering friendship, lamenting his own role as mere cannon fodder. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears, his expression a mix of urgency and relief, calling out first Xiao Yan, then correcting himself with a more familiar Xiaohan, revealing his deep concern for her safety. Chibi Xiaohan, covered in soot and looking utterly miserable, comically laments her past actions, internally stating her regret and wishing she had killed him just now. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, playfully teases Xiaohan, asking if she isn't the prominent commander. Xiaohan, with a sly smile, warns him not to approach, fearing she might goad him into killing her. Xiaohan, mounted on horseback, realizes she cannot let Ling Zhixi, the emperor, die and must save him, ordering her guards to return to the palace. She internally adds that her protective instincts don't mean she lacks a temper. Commander Zhao urges Xiaohan to go after Ling Zhixi, the emperor, warning her that his majesty is angry. Xiaohan questions why she should go now, internally reasoning that it is too late at night for a courtier like her to appropriately enter the palace to seek forgiveness. Commander Zhao emphatically tells Xiaohan to chase Ling Zhixi, the emperor, down and apologize. He reminds her that his majesty rushed into the burning building, risking his life to save her, and asks if she feels no gratitude. Xiaohan, holding her sword, stands amidst glowing flowers, pondering Commander Zhao's words, internally questioning, am I touched? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands with a subtle, knowing smile, surrounded by the ethereal glow of flowers, perhaps reflecting on the events or Xiaohan's reaction. The night sky settles over the palace, a crescent moon casting a soft glow over the ornate rooftops, signaling the passage of time. Attendant gasps in shock upon seeing Xiaohan covered in dirt, immediately calling for the imperial physician to attend to Your Majesty. Xiaohan, looking weary but resolute, waves off the attendant's concern, assuring them she is fine and only needs a bath, dismissing the need for a physician. Submerged in a bath filled with rose petals, Xiaohan reflects on her long existence, realizing she has never suffered such hardship for anyone in the past 500 years. Xiaohan, now fully revealing her feminine form, laments her decision to risk her life by not using her magical powers to save Ling Zhixi, the emperor, letting out a frustrated cry as she splashes the water. Water violently splashes from the bath, emphasizing Xiaohan's emotional outburst and the raw power she is suppressing. As water continues to splash around her, Xiaohan, now in a chibi form, questions if her chi sword has malfunctioned, connecting her internal turmoil with her spiritual weapon. A mischievous chibi figure, resembling Ling Zhixi, the emperor, appears with a sly smile, asking Xiaohan if she is interested in double cultivation, a suggestive thought that flashes through her mind. Xiaohan, with a determined gaze, resolves to solve both her tribulation and the chi sword problem simultaneously, hinting at a complex solution that might involve Ling Zhixi, the emperor. The scene shifts to the next morning, as Xiaohan, having just woken up, is attended by two female servants offering her a basin of water. Xiaohan's eyes widen in surprise, reacting to an unseen event or sound, her attention suddenly captured. With a bright smile, Xiaohan eagerly instructs her attendants to quickly let him in and have him wait in the main hall. She internally acknowledges him as her lifesaver who can help control her chi sword, and she does not want to tire him. As chibi servants help Xiaohan dress, a male attendant comments on Ling Zhixi the Emperor's deep affection for Commander Xiao, reinforcing the growing closeness between them. Xiaohan, in the midst of dressing, asks if she looks good, seeking affirmation for her appearance. Xiaohan, now fully adorned in elegant purple and white robes, receives a flustered compliment from an off-panel attendant who declares she looks amazing. Chibi Xiaohan grins with immense satisfaction, clearly pleased with her new attire and the compliment. The bright daytime palace is shown, with cherry blossoms blooming as a distinct tap-tap sound echoes, indicating someone's approach. Close-up on Ling Zhixi the Emperor's eye reveals his expectant gaze, as if awaiting a significant encounter. Ling Zhixi the Emperor turns, bowing respectfully, formally seeking forgiveness for offending Your Majesty last night, hoping for her understanding. Xiaohan, with a gentle touch, dismisses Ling Zhixi the Emperor's apology, stating there's no need for it as she was merely joking yesterday. Xiaohan tells Ling Zhixi the Emperor to abandon such formalities, instructing him that he doesn't have to kneel next time, subtly lifting him. With a warm smile, Xiaohan grants Ling Zhixi the Emperor unprecedented freedom, telling him he doesn't need to inform her when entering or exiting the palace, encouraging him to treat it as his own home. Ling Zhixi the Emperor is visibly stunned by Xiaohan's extraordinary gesture, his expression conveying deep surprise and emotion. Ling Zhixi the Emperor, still processing Xiaohan's words, formally addresses her as Courtier Xiao, perhaps as a way to regain his composure. Xiaohan, with a confident and knowing smile, repeats her earlier question, "Do I look good?" seeking a direct answer from Ling Zhixi the Emperor. A close-up on Ling Zhixi the Emperor's eye reveals his flustered and overwhelmed reaction, indicating he is completely taken aback by Xiaohan's boldness. Ling Zhixi the Emperor's flustered reaction leaves Xiaohan bewildered, internally questioning why he stepped back, wondering if her appearance was truly that frightening. As Ling Zhixi the Emperor recovers, he fixes an intense gaze upon Xiaohan, a silent observation that feels deeply unsettling. Ling Zhixi the Emperor recoils internally, a shiver running down his spine as he feels less like an emperor and more like a hunted prey under Xiaohan's unexpected boldness. Unaware of Ling Zhixi the Emperor's discomfort, Xiaohan's mind races, concocting a grand scheme to marry him, attain double cultivation benefits, secure his throne, and even gain control over her chi sword, a perfect two birds with one stone scenario. Xiaohan justifies her audacious plan, convincing herself that her actions are merely assisting the God Emperor through his tribulation and that the decision will ultimately be mutual, absolving her of any guilt. Beyond the strategic advantages, Xiaohan admits the true, superficial driving force behind her plan, Ling Zhixi the Emperor's stunning looks. If she's to marry an immortal, he might as well be a handsome one. With a sudden, bold declaration, Xiaohan announces to Ling Zhixi the Emperor that she likes him, leaving the Emperor utterly speechless, his mind reeling from the unexpected confession. Xiaohan quickly adds that Ling Zhixi the Emperor doesn't need to reply, stating she already knows his feelings but wanted to give him a mental heads-up for what's to come. A knowing smirk plays on Xiaohan's lips as she confidently declares she anticipated his rejection, revealing a deeper layer to her audacious plan. Xiaohan then tosses a scroll towards Ling Zhixi the Emperor, explaining it's a guarantee letter promising she won't pester him if he still rejects her after 2 months, a bizarre condition that further bewilders the Emperor. Internally, Xiaohan muses on Ling Zhixi the Emperor's innocence, perceiving him as an aloof yet inexperienced pretty boy who has never been intimate with a woman. Xiaohan's thoughts continue, detailing her advantage in cross-dressing, believing Ling Zhixi the Emperor likes men. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi the Emperor examines the letter of guarantee with its imperial seal, finding the terms absurd yet strangely sincere. Xiaohan challenges Ling Zhixi the Emperor, asking if he's willing to bet on her proposal. Ling Zhixi the Emperor internally notes his own hesitation, realizing he hasn't immediately rejected her. Ling Zhixi the Emperor's gaze is distant, lost in contemplation as he processes Xiaohan's audacious challenge. Ling Zhixi the Emperor finally gives in, declaring he obeys her decree, much to Xiaohan's internal delight. She celebrates, knowing her first step in this elaborate scheme has succeeded. Xiaohan dismisses Ling Zhixi the Emperor, informing him their betting officially begins tomorrow, granting him a single day to mentally prepare for her relentless pursuit. Ling Zhixi the Emperor's eye twitches, a silent testament to the turmoil brewing within him as he grapples with the bizarre turn of events. Ling Zhixi the Emperor reflects on his imperial duties, acknowledging his responsibility to the new emperor and the nation. Yet, his discovery of Xiaohan's true gender has thrown everything into chaos, leaving him with a foreboding sense of impending trouble, even if this bet might temporarily halt her pestering. The satisfied humph, Xiaohan revels in her small victory, confident in her ability to manipulate the situation. Casually, Xiaohan settles onto the throne, dismissing her elaborate scheme as merely flirting with a pretty boy, underestimating the true implications of her actions. High above, under a clear sky, Xiaohan's inner monologue echoes her unwavering conviction, with enough cunning, she will ultimately achieve her goals. Next morning, Commander Zhao expresses concern, wondering why Xiaohan has yet to arrive for the imperial court. Commander Zhao's internal thoughts playfully compare his worry to that of an eunuch while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, visibly annoyed, announces they are nearing dismissal of the audience. Commander Zhao's eyes widen in surprise as an unexpected figure finally makes an appearance. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, leans back, an air of weary impatience settling over him as he waits. Suddenly Xiaohan bursts into the court, not in her usual military attire but a vibrant imperial dress, cheerfully greeting the stunned courtiers. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is utterly aghast, his mind screaming in shock and disbelief at her outrageous display. Still reeling from Xiaohan's audacious entrance, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, finds himself unceremoniously pulled along by her, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief at her brazenness. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, protests, demanding Xiaohan release him and reminding her this is no place for such jokes. Xiaohan, unperturbed, retorts with a mischievous grin, questioning who is truly joking. Xiaohan then brazenly reminds Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that his own uncle tasked him with her education, implying he should still be accompanying her. Xiaohan flashes a flattering smile, directly addressing the cunning uncle for confirmation. The cunning uncle observes them closely, remarking on the apparent closeness between Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, expressing a feigned relief. As the cunning uncle holds Ling Zhixi, the emperor's arm, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, subtly bumps against him, a silent sign of displeasure. Xiaohan continues to lead the way, with Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reluctantly following as the other courtiers struggle to keep pace. Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pause near an imperial carriage, Xiaohan still firmly holding his hand. With the courtiers out of sight, Xiaohan grins, asking Ling Zhixi, the emperor, if he will now willingly follow her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, steps back, his eyes wide with suspicion, questioning Xiaohan's intentions. Xiaohan boldly declares her intention to woo him, advancing closer. Xiaohan reminds Ling Zhixi, the emperor, of their 2-month bet from the previous day, a hint of surprise in her voice. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, tries to dodge Xiaohan's reach, reminding her they are still in front of the imperial hall and urging her to refrain from such public displays. Xiaohan defiantly asks what he expects her to refrain from, boldly stating she is wooing him and feels no embarrassment. Xiaohan insists Ling Zhixi, the emperor, keep his promise, dismissing his concerns about public opinion as irrelevant to their personal agreement. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, protests, stating the imperial carriage is exclusively for the emperor, implying Xiaohan cannot sit with him. Xiaohan, with a confident smile, declares she would even give Ling Zhixi, the emperor, the throne, making a mere carriage seem insignificant. Internally, Xiaohan ponders her strategy, wondering why traditional methods of wooing, like granting privileges, aren't working on Ling Zhixi, the emperor. She then considers physically carrying him. Xiaohan extends her hand, ready to grab Ling Zhixi, the emperor's arm. Xiaohan grabs Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, vehemently pulls away, insisting he can walk by himself. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hurries away, leaving a distressed Xiaohan calling after him, offering to carry him in various ways. Catching up, Xiaohan takes Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand once more, pleading for a chance to flatter him and continue her wooing. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, escaped Xiaohan's grip, asserting that her attempts at wooing are his concern, not hers to command. Xiaohan fumes internally, recognizing Ling Zhixi, the emperor's changing behavior and vowing to get her payback once he's in her arms. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calls out to Xiaohan, asking her to slow down and wait for him. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, continues to call out, urging Xiaohan to wait for him. The scene shifts to the tranquil, sun-dappled greenery surrounding the imperial grounds. The imposing roof of the imperial study comes into view, its door creaking open. Xiaohan bursts through the doors of the imperial study, panting heavily, her arms dramatically outstretched. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains absorbed in his book as Xiaohan clears her throat, internally lamenting his lack of a greeting, feeling disrespected. Xiaohan huffs, realizing Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is exploiting her affection for him. Xiaohan approaches Ling Zhixi, the emperor, announcing a surprise and instructing him to close his eyes, while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally questions his own cooperation. Xiaohan firmly tells Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to stop moving, assuring him it will only take a second as she covers his eyes. Xiaohan's eyes sparkle with mischievous excitement as she prepares her surprise. Xiaohan gently turns Ling Zhixi, the emperor, around, who cooperates obediently, his eyes still covered. Xiaohan, beaming, gestures for others to enter, her surprise ready to be unveiled. 3 servants enter, each carrying a small, wrapped box on a tray. Xiaohan proudly presents the first box to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, revealing the gifts she has prepared. Xiaohan hurriedly stacks the gift boxes, her chibi form radiating chaotic energy as she teases Ling Zhixi, the emperor, for being too slow to appreciate her efforts. Dismissing formal etiquette, Xiaohan presses the relics into the emperor's hands, demanding to know if he actually likes the treasures she risked everything to secure from Jiang Qian. Despite his cold refusal, Xiaohan sees right through the act, frustrated that her hard work to evade spies is being met with such a stubborn, ungrateful front. Determined to break his composure, she decides it's time to play her trump card, reaching into a box to retrieve a single, shimmering pearl. With a dramatic sigh, she lets the precious pearl slip from her fingers, lamenting that such a rare treasure is being wasted on someone who doesn't want it. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reacts instantly, his hand darting out to catch the pearl before it hits the floor, his cool facade finally cracking as he demands to know what she's doing. Xiaohan seizes the moment, holding up another gem and teasing him that since he's rejected her gifts, she might as well get rid of them all to avoid the painful reminder. Cornered by her psychological warfare, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, finally admits he likes them, prompting a triumphant smile from Xiaohan as she tells him to be honest with himself. She hands the rest of the gifts to the servant, internally noting that while the emperor hasn't mentioned returning the favor yet, he certainly knows he owes her one. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands there looking utterly defeated and grumpy, his pride stung by the way he was just manipulated into admitting his feelings. Xiaohan's mood shifts to pure joy as she reveals her final surprise, a custom-made set of clothing she wants him to try on immediately. He takes the bundle from the servant, her eyes sparkling with anticipation while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks on with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. The fabric is exquisite, a deep purple brocade that shimmers with an imperial quality, clearly crafted with immense skill and care. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hesitates, reminding her of the ancient decree that strictly forbids non-royals from wearing such high-grade imperial shoe brocade. Xiaohan brushes off his concerns with a playful grin, insisting that he can wear it regardless of the old laws. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she boldly declares that since he's her man, he's practically part of the royal family anyway, urging him to check the fit. The emperor remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processes her shockingly forward declaration of ownership. A vein pulses in his forehead as he wonders if she's truly just taken him in as one of her pretty boys, his dignity clashing with her casual dominance. He slowly takes the clothes from her, the weight of the silk heavy in his hands as he contemplates the strange dynamic between them. Suddenly, Xiaohan hurls the bundle back at the servant and storms off, leaving everyone in the room stunned by her sudden outburst of anger. The servant watches her go with a worried expression, guessing that perhaps Xiaohan simply hasn't gotten used to the emperor's difficult personality yet. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is left standing alone, completely baffled by her departure and wondering what on earth is going on with her. He sighs, concluding that pretty boys are far too eccentric to handle, even as he stares at the spot where she was just standing. The scene shifts to the imposing gates of the military camp, where the air is thick with tension as guards shout that unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden. Eunuch Xiang stands before the gates with the maids, his face flushed with anger as he prepares to confront the guards blocking their path. The guards bow respectfully to the carriage but maintain their ground, citing the commander's orders to inspect every soul entering or exiting the camp. Eunuch Xiang is livid, trembling with rage as he questions how these soldiers dare to challenge the emperor's true authority in his own land. The carriage curtain parts and Xiaohan steps out in her full commander's regalia, coolly inviting the guards to proceed with their inspection if they must. She moves toward the gate with an air of absolute confidence while the servant frets over how she can remain so carefree in the face of such disrespect. A guard's hand shoots out, blocking her path as he demands an item to prove her identity, his voice devoid of any royal deference. Demand hangs in the air, a blatant challenge to her position that leaves the entire retinue in a state of shocked silence. Prove her identity. The sheer audacity of the request is enough to make any royal's blood boil. The presence of the chief of palace affairs alone should be proof enough, leaving no doubt as to who is standing before them. Xiaohan stares at the back of the guard's head, realizing these men are intentionally causing trouble before turning to her servant with a sharp request. She asks Eunuch Xiang if he brought it, her serious tone prompting a startled reaction as he cries out that they are being purposefully bullied. Determined to protect Ling Zhixi, the emperor, from further humiliation, Eunuch Xiang declares he will bring his majesty back to the palace, refusing to let him be bullied any longer. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, fumes internally, acknowledging Xiaohan's anger as tolerable but finding it utterly unbelievable that even Xiaohan's subordinates dare to bully him. Eunuch Xiang continues to drag Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with surprising force as his majesty struggles against the determined eunuch. Xiaohan, seated firmly in the carriage with a whip in hand, sternly orders Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to sit still, her gaze obscured by determination. With a sharp crack, Xiaohan brings the whip down, striking the horses and urging them into a frantic gallop. The horses rear up, letting out a loud "Gh" as they respond to the sudden, forceful command, bolting forward. Several guards are caught off guard, stumbling back with wide-eyed shock as the carriage suddenly accelerates past them. Xiaohan stands in the carriage, shouting "Hyah" as she drives the horses relentlessly, while Eunuch Xiang and another eunuch are thrown off balance, tumbling in the cabin. A guard, startled by the chaos, urgently shouts "Quick" to his comrades, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control. Command rings out to stop that carriage, but it continues to speed through the landscape, a blur of motion. The speeding carriage violently bumps into several guards, sending them flying through the air with cries of "Hyah" as chaos erupts. The military camp is thrown into disarray as shouts of "Hyah" and "Wh" echo across the tents, indicating widespread panic. Carriage barrels through the camp, dodging tents as guards desperately give chase, yelling to stop that carriage. Commander Zhao grabs a subordinate, demanding to know what's going on. The subordinate frantically reports that Assistant Commander Xiaohan is attempting to break into the military camp with a self-proclaimed emperor, leaving Commander Zhao stunned and questioning. Self-proclaimed emperor. Xiaohan stands resolute, whip still in hand, as she internally processes the guard's words, realizing they've mistaken Ling Zhixi, the emperor, for an imposter. Commander Zhao, now enraged by the grave mistake, shouts at his subordinate to tell them to stop. How dare you stop His Majesty? One guard observes that Commander Zhao is clearly fond of His Majesty, noting that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is safe despite provoking the commander. Meanwhile, Commander Zhao himself panics, realizing he'll be screwed if the commander finds out. Xiaohan stands regally as the guards bow deeply, offering formal greetings to Your Majesty, finally recognizing Ling Zhixi's true status as the emperor. Xiaohan, still holding the whip, calmly asks, "Can I enter?" her tone asserting her authority. Commander Zhao, now relieved and eager to rectify his mistake, smiles warmly and grants permission, stating, "Of course, you may enter." Commander Zhao enthusiastically clears the path, urging his men to make way for Your Majesty, ensuring a smooth entry for the carriage carrying Ling Zhixi and Xiaohan. Xiaohan observes the unfolding scene with a thoughtful expression, her arms crossed as she takes in the camp's atmosphere. Xiaohan internally questions why the assistant commander, Commander Zhao, looks so unusually happy about the situation. Xiaohan turns around, her expression shifting to a more serious demeanor as she continues to observe her surroundings. Xiaohan decides to behave, acknowledging that the military camp isn't her territory and she shouldn't cause trouble here. Eunuch Xiang, relieved, exclaims that His Majesty can finally enter the military camp. Commander Zhao watches the carriage enter, musing that this young emperor's quite wild and pondering Xiaohan's taste in companions. Commander Zhao's thoughts continue, concluding that Xiaohan has a weird taste when it comes to Ling Zhixi, the emperor. An establishing shot reveals the orderly tents of the military camp under a clear sky, a brief moment of calm after the earlier commotion. Inside Xiaohan's tent, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, has already made himself comfortable on a bed while Commander Zhao stands nearby, looking perplexed. Commander Zhao observes with annoyance as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, has Eunuch Xiang set up a bed immediately upon entering Xiaohan's tent. Commander Zhao attempts to assert authority, reminding Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that this is the military camp. "This is no place for you to sleep, Your Majesty." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, unfazed, playfully suggests to Xiaohan, "Then you should return to the palace with me," inviting her to leave with him. With a sly smile, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, ups the ante, declaring, "Otherwise, I'll stay here and sleep in the same bed as you," challenging Xiaohan's resolve. Commander Zhao is utterly shocked by Ling Zhixi, the emperor's boldness, internally questioning if he knows the word reserved. Commander Zhao, defeated by Ling Zhixi, the emperor's stubbornness, simply states, "Stay, then," and turns to leave the tent in exasperation. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, listens intently, then sits up in surprise, internally wondering, he really doesn't care about me? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, becomes distraught, thinking, "It can't be. Could she still be angry because I provoked her earlier? Definitely, it's not easy to woo a pretty woman." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calls out Xiaohan and asks, "Actually, why are you angry?" as Xiaohan pulls him by his sash while Commander Zhao instructs a guard to do a strict inspection. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks confused and frustrated, asking Xiaohan, "If you don't say anything, how can I know what I did wrong?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hurries away, still visibly frustrated, leaving a bewildered Xiaohan to call out, asking him to walk slower. As Xiaohan watches, a group of guards whisper amongst themselves, questioning Ling Zhixi, the emperor's identity and why he can address the commander so casually without being reprimanded. Guards continue their fervent discussion, praising Ling Zhixi, the emperor, as the devoted man who publicly proposed and bravely saved Xiaohan from fire, even remarking on his good looks and loyalty, much to Xiaohan's fluster. One chibi guard, visibly distressed by the unfolding drama, cries out for Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to "Wait for me." Other guards chime in with enthusiastic support, giving thumbs up and cheering on Ling Zhixi, the emperor's pursuit, declaring their full approval despite the unconventional nature of the relationship. Xiaohan finally reaches her tent, a quiet thought of relief passing through her mind as she acknowledges her return. "I'm finally back." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, relentlessly pursues Xiaohan, pleading with her to reveal his transgression and promising to change, following her closely as the narrator highlights his unusual devotion. Xiaohan, overwhelmed by the emperor's persistent pursuit and the recent gossip, wears a look of utter bewilderment. Xiaohan stands frozen, her expression a mix of shock and confusion as the narrator poses a question about the god emperor's potential pity for Lil Zhixi in the upcoming events. Commander Zhao rushes towards Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calling out to His Majesty with concern, noticing his visible distress. Commander Zhao, gripping Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand with a worried expression, asks if His Majesty is alright, as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, can only utter Xiaohan's pet name, lost in his despair. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a dramatic sigh, claims his legs are broken, while Commander Zhao simply holds him, unable to do much but express his concern. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, recalls a past conversation stating that he was told his concubines would be pleased by any gems he offered, implying his confusion over Xiaohan's different reaction. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's confusion deepens as he recounts the valuable treasures he bestowed upon Xiaohan, yet still wonders why Xiaohan remains unmoved, his eyes reflecting his utter bewilderment. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calls out Xiaohan's name, his gaze fixed on her as she stands at the entrance of her tent, still distant. A grim expression settles upon Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face, his previous confusion abruptly replaced by a cold, intense anger. Xiaohan, startled by the sudden shift in Ling Zhixi, the emperor's mood, questions what is happening, her eyes wide with surprise. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's anger intensifies, fueled by the mistaken belief that Xiaohan views him merely as one of her concubines, a thought that ignites a furious glare. A guard kneels before Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reporting their presence, but Ling Zhixi, the emperor, still consumed by his fury, curtly orders him to leave. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands sternly as Xiaohan and Commander Zhao discover a packed wooden chest, Xiaohan exclaiming in shock at the sight of her luggage. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a furious command, orders Xiaohan to return to the palace. Xiaohan, completely bewildered, wonders why he is chasing her away, questioning his previous displays of loyalty and duty as a courtier. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, forcefully grabbed Xiaohan's hand, his expression still etched with anger as he attempts to compel her departure. Xiaohan confronts Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reminding him of their 2-month bet and questioning how she can possibly win him over if he keeps chasing her away, her voice filled with frustration. With a sudden, forceful shove, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pushes Xiaohan away, the impact resonating with his intense anger. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, roars at Xiaohan to get lost, his command cutting through the air, leaving Xiaohan stunned and speechless. Xiaohan's hand clenches into a fist, her inner thoughts raging in disbelief. Get lost? How dare he tell me to get lost? Xiaohan unleashes her own furious retort, shouting at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to get the FCK out, indignantly questioning how he dares to chase her away after all her efforts to woo him. Xiaohan, in a fit of rage, raises her hand, declaring that she's not above smacking even the god emperor if provoked, while a horrified Commander Zhao desperately tries to intervene, pleading for her to stop. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face contorts into a menacing snarl as he clenches his fists, issuing a chilling threat that Xiaohan shouldn't assume he wouldn't dare to kill her. Xiaohan, undeterred by the death threat, defiantly challenges Ling Zhixi, the emperor, telling him to come at me and declaring she isn't scared of him, her eyes burning with resolve. Xiaohan's hand begins to glow with an ethereal energy, signaling the activation of an unknown ability as she prepares to unleash a powerful attack. The scene transitions to a vibrant title card boldly proclaiming, "You're addictive, Your Majesty," highlighting the intense and captivating dynamic between the protagonists. Xiaohan unleashes her attack, a forceful strike aimed at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, as Commander Zhao watches the escalating conflict in utter panic. Xiaohan's powerful strike unexpectedly connects with a subordinate who cries out to stop, the impact sending him reeling. Xiaohan, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Commander Zhao stare in collective shock as the subordinate, addressed as Xiao Yan by Ling Zhixi, the emperor, clutches his head, repeatedly muttering "ouch" before weakly claiming to be fine despite the obvious pain. The subordinate, still reeling from the shock, struggles violently against his comrades, shouting to be released as he threatens to mess him up. One of the guards steps forward, respectfully addressing Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and pleading with him not to be angry, insisting that their commander, Xiaohan, is surely regretting her actions, even if she won't admit it. The guard continues, explaining that Xiaohan's anger is merely a facade to intimidate, asserting that if Xiaohan were truly enraged, her sword would have been drawn long ago. The guards continue their earnest defense, pointing out that Xiaohan, fierce to all others, reserves a unique patience for Ling Zhixi, the emperor, secretly caring for him despite her tough exterior. Xiaohan, in an internal monologue, concedes, deciding to give in to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, this time acknowledging his noble status and the pleas for forgiveness. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply affirms with a cheerful yeet, while Xiaohan responds with a dismissive humph. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, celebrates his small victory with an exuberant yes, yes, yes. Xiaohan's inner thoughts reveal a more pragmatic reason for her compliance, avoiding awkwardness to ensure she can sleep with him in both the human and heavenly realms. A warm, friendly smile graces Xiaohan's face, a rare sight for many. As the group settles, a guard observes Ling Zhixi, the emperor's down-to-earth demeanor, noting that despite his lack of real authority, the soldier's friendliness indicates their approval. The guard's thoughts continue, acknowledging the difficulty of gaining the soldier's trust, yet remarking on Ling Zhixi, the emperor's impressive ability to connect with them, even Xiaohan. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, now feeling part of the inner circle, asks the guard about Xiaohan's hobbies beyond collecting pearls. Guards exchange glances, a silent ellipsis conveying their lack of an immediate answer. One guard replies to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stating that in all her years, Xiaohan's only known hobby has been collecting pearls. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, then laments that even when he offered pearls, Xiaohan grew angry. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, probes further, asking about Xiaohan's unfulfilled desires or ambitions. The guard, clenching his fist, reveals Xiaohan's deep disapproval of Jiang Qian's tyrannical rule and her fervent desire to overthrow him for the suffering populace. Guard hesitantly offers this ambition, to which Ling Zhixi, the emperor, responds with a dismissive thought, deeming it too troublesome. Yet the guard's internal monologue suggests that given Xiaohan's capabilities, only one wish remains unfulfilled. Both fall into a thoughtful silence. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands, his thoughts reflecting on Xiaohan's past courtesy now vanished and the realization that only one method remains to control her. He then instructs Lil Xiang to accompany him. Xiaohan's amber eyes narrow in fierce determination, her inner voice declaring that all her efforts to reach the camp would be wasted if she were to leave now. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is seen diligently at his desk as an unseen messenger nervously conveys His Majesty's desire for a meeting with the commander. The guard looks on with a bewildered expression, his hands raised in a gesture of concern. A chibi Xiaohan vehemently protests, declaring herself too busy and unavailable for a meeting. The guard respectfully suggests that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, return to the palace for the day and resume his visit tomorrow. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dismisses the suggestion, telling the guard to attend to his own duties and leave him be. Xiaohan's expression shifts to one of surprise, her amber eyes wide with concern. From behind, Xiaohan's thoughts reveal her patience with Ling Zhixi, the emperor, has reached its breaking point. Xiaohan's internal monologue continues, a firm resolve hardening her decision to prevent Ling Zhixi, the emperor, from approaching her again. A frantic voice from beyond the curtain calls out, expressing alarm and asking if Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is all right. Guard, clearly distressed, urgently commands that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, be escorted to his tent immediately. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looking vulnerable and distressed, refuses to move, stating he is waiting for Xiaohan. As a guard begins to speak about Ling Zhixi, the emperor's past heroic act of saving Xiaohan from a fire, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sharply cuts him off, commanding silence. Commander Zhao's face is etched with worry, his brow furrowed in concern. Xiaohan's eye shines with unwavering determination, her resolve clearly visible. 2 guards stand by, their expressions mirroring a shared concern. 3 guards bow low, requesting the commander's permission for Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to enter. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands in the doorway, a hint of annoyance crossing his face as he internally notes how quickly Xiaohan has swayed her own subordinates to her side. Xiaohan offers a slight smile as Ling Zhixi, the emperor's voice, filled with relief, exclaims, "Xiaohan, you're finally." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, suddenly stumbles and falls, but Xiaohan swiftly moves to catch him, cradling him securely. Xiaohan carries Ling Zhixi, the emperor, into the tent, the guard following closely behind. The guard remarks on Ling Zhixi, the emperor's impressive actions, while the official adds that such efforts are always made for Xiaohan. Inside the tent, Xiaohan lies still, her long hair fanned out, seemingly in a deep slumber. Emperor's hand hovers menacingly over Xiaohan, a dark, pulsing aura emanating from his palm as he grapples with a terrible decision. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, contemplates the brutal act, reasoning that eliminating Xiaohan would destabilize Jiang Qian's influence and allow the commander to seize power, potentially bringing peace to the people. He considers it a viable, albeit ruthless, path. His internal struggle reaches a fever pitch, the single, chilling thought echoing in his mind, kill her, kill. But a wave of doubt washes over Ling Zhixi, the emperor, as he pulls his hand back. He remembers Xiaohan's selfless courage, risking her life in the fire, and questions if committing such an act would make him no better than the ruthless Jiang Qian. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands, turning his back on the sleeping Xiaohan, and orders a subordinate to send her back to the palace immediately. Suddenly, Xiaohan jolts awake, her eyes wide with surprise as she sits upright, her long ponytail bouncing. The scene shifts to the grandeur of the imperial hall, its ornate roof gleaming under the morning sun, framed by delicate cherry blossoms. High-ranking officials, clad in their formal robes, smoothly enter the imperial hall, their faces reflecting a sense of anticipation. From behind, 2 officials gaze up at the throne, their expressions of shock clearly visible as they witness Xiaohan, still looking disheveled, occupying the seat of power. A close-up reveals Xiaohan, still groggy, slumped on the throne, as an official's incredulous thought echoes, "His Majesty?" The officials begin to chatter amongst themselves, one questioning why His Majesty is suddenly attending morning meetings, another noting the impropriety of not wearing the imperial dragon robe, and a third wondering if some major event forced his personal appearance. Annoyed by the incessant chatter, Xiaohan, still on the throne, snaps, demanding everyone to quiet down. Xiaohan's vulgar outburst only exacerbates the officials' shock and disdain, with one thinking how unfit His Majesty is for the throne, and another lamenting the decline of the Ling royal family. Commander Zhao stands stoically in the background, observing the growing chaos and the officials' outrage, a silent witness to the unfolding spectacle. Unfazed by the surrounding uproar, Xiaohan remains slumped on the throne, still half asleep, oblivious to the political storm brewing around her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands by the entrance, his long hair flowing, a thoughtful expression on his face as he prepares to enter the contentious hall. The ornate wooden lattice work of the imperial hall stands tall, a silent witness to the unfolding drama within. The cunning uncle with a sly smirk addresses the figure at the entrance, stating, "Commander Xiao, you're standing at the entrance of the imperial hall." The cunning uncle, still smirking, presses on, asking Ling Zhixi, the emperor, if he is perhaps waiting for him, but Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pointedly ignores the provocation. An official approaches Xiaohan, addressing her as Your Majesty, and informs her that Commander Xiao and the Prince Regent have arrived. Xiaohan simply acknowledges with a curt "got it." Xiaohan subtly shifts her posture on the throne, attempting to appear more dignified and composed for the impending arrival. Meanwhile, the other officials seethe with anger, their collective thoughts burning with indignation over what they perceive as the utterly outrageous behavior of His Majesty. The cunning uncle, his expression now stern, announces that His Majesty is not feeling well, hinting at an early end to the proceedings. The decisive gesture, the cunning uncle orders the guards to escort His Majesty back to his chambers, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Xiaohan dismissively waves her hand, declaring she is fully awake now and has no intention of leaving. The narrator notes her commanding voice, reminiscent of a powerful figure. Xiaohan sits upright on the throne, a confident smile gracing her lips as she declares that after waking up so early she cannot possibly leave now. Dressing the cunning uncle directly, Xiaohan, with a subtle jab, tells him not to let her presence bother him, to simply carry on as he usually would and pretend she isn't even there. With a playful wink, Xiaohan, still in her imperial guise, declares, "I'm here to be with Xiaohan," a statement layered with hidden meaning for those who truly understand. The officials exchange uneasy glances, clearly bewildered by His Majesty's unusual demeanor and cryptic words. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, having heard Xiaohan's audacious declaration, subtly turns his head, a complex expression crossing his face as he avoids eye contact. The officials whisper amongst themselves, speculating that His Majesty will surely be ousted from the hall after openly offending the prominent commander, Ling Zhixi, the emperor. The cunning uncle stares intently, his eyes narrowed as he observes the unfolding power dynamics, undoubtedly calculating his next move. Xiaohan, seemingly oblivious to the tension, maintains an innocent smile on the throne, enjoying the ripple effect of her playful provocations. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, conspicuously avoids eye contact, a subtle flush of annoyance or perhaps even embarrassment coloring his features. A chibi thought bubble, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally struggles, reminding himself that Xiaohan is currently acting as the emperor, and with Jiang Qian's influence still looming, he cannot afford to show anger. An official formally announces the adjournment of the meeting, bringing the chaotic morning session to an abrupt close as the other officials bow respectfully. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, his red cape dramatically flowing behind him, strides out of the imperial hall, leaving the cunning uncle to watch him depart with a calculating gaze. Xiaohan stands up from the throne, waving her arm and playfully calling out her own name, Xiaohan. From off-panel, Ling Zhixi's, the emperor, voice echoes, calling out, "Wait for me, Xiaohan," as he follows after her. Cunning uncle, observing the unfolding drama, silently questions Ling Zhixi's true nature. Is the emperor cunningly navigating his precarious position, or is he merely a foolish, daring, and lustful ruler? Ling Zhixi's voice rings out across the grand palace grounds, echoing his insistent call for Xiaohan. Xiaohan turns, startled, as Ling Zhixi rushes towards her, his voice still calling her name, closing the distance between them. Yet in a sudden shift, Ling Zhixi dismissively orders Xiaohan to leave, his back turned, a puzzling command after his chase. Xiaohan stands, a hint of frustration and confusion on her face, seemingly trapped or held back by an unseen force. Ling Zhixi's thoughts betray his stern facade, pondering Xiaohan's audacity in defying his instructions and her apparent fearlessness regarding his authority. Xiaohan, however, merely offers a sly, knowing smile, hinting at her own hidden agenda. With a subtle gesture, Xiaohan presents a small token to Ling Zhixi, then instructs him to follow her to a more private location to discuss matters. Ling Zhixi watches her, his expression a mix of suspicion and intrigue, wondering what new scheme Xiaohan is concocting. Xiaohan casually sits, revealing her keen political insight, noting that only 2 chancellors spoke against Jiang Qian, while the rest were his staunch supporters. Ling Zhixi listens intently, processing Xiaohan's analysis, his expression unreadable. Xiaohan continues, observing that the remaining courtiers were either neutral or supporters of Jiang Qian, with no one openly backing Ling Zhixi. She presses him for confirmation. Ling Zhixi remains silent, his back to the viewer, as he absorbs the implications of Xiaohan's sharp political assessment. Ling Zhixi, now facing Xiaohan, demands clarification, asking what exactly she means by her observations. Xiaohan proposes a strategic alliance. If Ling Zhixi aims to dismantle Jiang Qian's power without overthrowing her, they should combine their forces, utilizing her authority to execute the plan. A subtle smirk plays on Ling Zhixi's lips as he internally recognizes Xiaohan's true intention, a calculated move to secure her own position. Ling Zhixi reflects on Xiaohan's past, recalling how she even cross-dressed for years to gain military strength, questioning if her current actions are merely another facet of her relentless ambition for power. Xiaohan, bewildered, wonders why Ling Zhixi seems hostile towards her, despite her offer to help him achieve his goal of bringing down Jiang Qian. Turning away, Xiaohan directly challenges Ling Zhixi, asking if he believes she is merely using him, before walking out. Ling Zhixi retorts with a pointed "aren't you?" prompting a comically exaggerated denial from Xiaohan, who covers her ears in mock protest. Ling Zhixi then reveals his trump card, presenting scrolls containing the order of succession to the throne, a shocking move. Xiaohan vehemently rejects the idea of the throne, asserting her disinterest, while Ling Zhixi calmly instructs her to examine the decree herself. Ling Zhixi's expression shifts to one of profound surprise, perhaps at Xiaohan's unexpected rejection of power. He presses her, demanding to know the reason behind her refusal, a single word echoing his confusion. With a bright smile, Xiaohan delivers a startling confession: her disinterest in the throne is entirely because of Ling Zhixi. Ling Zhixi, in turn, declares his willingness to abandon everything for Xiaohan, revealing that his true objective has been her from the very beginning. Xiaohan shoves his hand away, visibly cringing at his overly dramatic, cheesy, romantic declaration, finding it utterly embarrassing. Ling Zhixi, despite her reaction, remains skeptical, suspecting that Xiaohan is merely exploiting his decree for her own benefit, regardless of her convincing words. As they walk out together, Ling Zhixi internally resolves that he will not be abandoned once their shared scheme succeeds. Xiaohan, with a confident smile, asks Ling Zhixi if he has considered her proposal and made a decision. Ling Zhixi responds simply with a firm yes, indicating his agreement. With his decision made, Ling Zhixi embraces Xiaohan, declaring her his, and stating that he has no regrets. Xiaohan playfully pulls Ling Zhixi along, suggesting they find a more private spot to strategize their future schemes. They move through a serene garden, a moment of calm amidst their political machinations. Ling Zhixi internally acknowledges his need to be shameless in dealing with Xiaohan. Despite her masculine disguise, she still causes him to panic when touched, a barrier he must overcome for his breakthrough. Xiaohan settles down, inviting Ling Zhixi to sit and chat, finding it tiresome to converse while standing. Ling Zhixi muses that Xiaohan's ability to maintain her disguise for so long stems from her unconventional behavior, setting her apart from other women. Xiaohan, sensing his internal thoughts, looks confused and asks what is happening. Ling Zhixi sits on a railing, his gaze distant, lost in thought. He offers a simple, evasive answer to Xiaohan's question, claiming that nothing is amiss. Despite being on the same side, Xiaohan internally laments Ling Zhixi's continued coldness, finding his evasiveness frustrating. Ling Zhixi, observing Xiaohan, confesses his inexperience in political maneuvering, questioning if Xiaohan's reluctance to directly confront Jiang Qian stems from a lack of funds. Xiaohan confirms Ling Zhixi's suspicion, explaining that her recent return from the battlefield with her men left her no time to prepare or gather resources. Realizing her guess was correct, Xiaohan confidently offers a solution to Ling Zhixi's predicament. With a charming smile, Xiaohan asks Ling Zhixi if he's willing to try out her proposed plan. The bustling streets of the capital come into view as Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi make their way through the crowds. As they walk, Xiaohan's cheerful demeanor draws admiring glances, while Ling Zhixi observes her with a subtle hint of suspicion. Ling Zhixi, noticing Xiaohan's flirtatious behavior with the ladies, questions her intentions internally. Ling Zhixi confronts Xiaohan directly, demanding to know what she is trying to accomplish. Xiaohan, annoyed by Ling Zhixi's constant questioning, wonders what his problem is this time. Ling Zhixi attempts to press Xiaohan further, asking, "Xiaohan, are you?" before trailing off. Xiaohan playfully accuses Ling Zhixi of jealousy for seeing her smile at other ladies, a claim he curtly denies. Xiaohan dismisses Ling Zhixi's denial with a defiant humph, clearly not believing him. Xiaohan walks away, confident that Ling Zhixi will soon understand her intentions. Ling Zhixi stands in confusion, watching Xiaohan depart, still puzzled by her actions. The distinct creak of a carriage wheel and the rhythmic tap of a horse's hooves announce an approaching vehicle. Xiaohan excitedly waves, announcing that the person she's been waiting for has finally arrived. Xiaohan pulls Ling Zhixi closer, pointing out the carriage and revealing that the girl inside is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. The camera focuses on the elegant young woman within the carriage, identified as Lu Qingqing. Xiaohan instructs Ling Zhixi that when the carriage horse acts up, he is to rescue Lu Qingqing. Xiaohan emphasizes that Ling Zhixi must be swift and appear cool during the rescue, warning him not to scare the young lady with his usual aloof expression. She subtly holds a small rock. Ling Zhixi questions Xiaohan's intentions, but she simply states she's making him a hero and urges him to go save Lu Qingqing. Xiaohan elaborates on her plan. Ling Zhixi is to rescue and flirt with Lu Qingqing, ensuring she falls for him, thereby gaining the support of the Minister of Revenue and access to the National Bank. Ling Zhixi protests, demanding Xiaohan perform the rescue herself, while Xiaohan, internally shocked, realizes she might have to do it. Xiaohan is aghast at the thought of being the hero and seducing Lu Qingqing, an internal conflict brewing. Ling Zhixi firmly reiterates his command, leaving Xiaohan with no choice. Xiaohan indignantly refuses, nearly revealing her true identity, but Ling Zhixi cuts her off, sensing a secret. Ling Zhixi internally deduces that Xiaohan's words must be true if she's so desperate to keep her secret, while Xiaohan panics, fearing exposure would make Ling Zhixi accept her even less. With a sudden burst of resolve, Xiaohan declares she will rescue Lu Qingqing herself, breaking free and dashing towards the chaos. The street erupts in a cacophony of shouts and screams as the carriage horse goes wild, creating a scene of utter chaos. Xiaohan swiftly intervenes, catching Lu Qingqing and asking if she is alright amidst the commotion. Xiaohan gracefully lands with Lu Qingqing safely in her arms, a heroic pose amidst the swirling rose petals. A close-up reveals Xiaohan's confident and charming smile, radiating heroism after the successful rescue. Lu Qingqing, blushing profusely with a rapidly beating heart, expresses her gratitude to her rescuer, assuring him she is fine. Xiaohan responds with a warm, reassuring smile, pleased to hear Lu Qingqing is unharmed. With a subtle flick, Xiaohan's hand dislodges Lu Qingqing's hairpin from her hair. Hairpin shatters upon hitting the ground with a distinct crack. Kneeling, Xiaohan apologizes for breaking the hairpin and offers to procure a new one to make amends, a clear move to extend their interaction. Agreeing to the plan, Xiaohan prepares to escort the lady through the bustling streets, the two of them blending into the morning crowd. After performing a small act of kindness for a local traveler, Xiaohan receives a wave of gratitude, maintaining her composed and helpful persona. With a playful wink, Xiaohan successfully places a small ornament in the girl's hair, considering the first part of her mission a total success. Xiaohan beams with pride, confident that her charms are working perfectly, though she can't help but think her target is just a bit too peculiar for his own good. From the shadows, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches with a cold, calculating gaze, recognizing the classic damsel in distress tactic being played out right before his eyes. The pair eventually stops at a local jewelry store where rows of glistening, ornate hairpins catch the morning light. Xiaohan picks up a delicate golden piece, examining the craftsmanship with a discerning eye. Turning to her companion, Xiaohan asks for her opinion on the piece, while the shopkeeper looks on with a hopeful smile. The girl is overwhelmed by the selection, finding every single piece to be more beautiful than the last, praising Xiaohan's impeccable taste. Xiaohan revels in the attention, thinking that a pretty face is all it takes to win someone over, though she wishes a certain someone was just as easy to handle. Without a second thought, Xiaohan orders the shopkeeper to pack every single one of them, much to the silent dismay of Ling Zhixi, the emperor, standing in the background. The lady tries to protest, worried that such a lavish gift is far too costly for a simple apology. Xiaohan leans in with a smooth smile, insisting that beautiful ornaments are meant for beautiful ladies and anything less would be a waste. She gently slides the golden pin into place, the gesture intimate and perfectly executed to seal the deal. Satisfied, Xiaohan signals the shopkeeper to finalize the massive purchase, her confidence radiating through the shop. She prepares to leave. Xiaohan maintains her suave demeanor, acting as the perfect gentleman. Suddenly, she pauses and turns back, a mischievous glint appearing in her eyes. With a casual point toward the brooding man in white, Xiaohan announces that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, will be the one picking up the tab. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands frozen, a drop of sweat rolling down his face as he realizes he's been played for a fool. The scene shifts to the exterior of a grand residence as the sun continues its climb over the city rooftops. Arriving at the Lu residence, Xiaohan bids the lady a polite farewell, finally concluding their little detour. Relieved to be alone at last, Xiaohan exhales, thinking the ordeal is finally over. She looks around, expecting to see her companion, but the courtyard is empty. Panicking, she shouts out for Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Back at the jewelry store, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is being held up by the shopkeeper, his expression one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Xiaohan dashes back into the store, breathless and worried that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, might have actually been in some sort of danger. Before she can explain, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, grabs her wrist firmly, his aura radiating a dark, gloomy pressure. He utters a single, chilling word, money. Xiaohan blinks in confusion, her mind racing to catch up. Realization hits her like a freight train. She didn't bring any money, and apparently, neither did the emperor of the realm. Desperate to escape the awkward situation, Xiaohan points at his ornate blade and suggests using it as collateral for the debt. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, refuses flatly, but Xiaohan isn't taking no for an answer, lunging forward to snatch the sword away. She drags him out of the shop, promising that her subordinate will come by later to settle the bill and retrieve his precious weapon. Xiaohan tries to soothe his rising anger, promising they'll redeem the sword as soon as they possibly can. She wonders why he's making such a fuss. After all, it's just a sword and they aren't actually selling it. Scene transitions to the military camp where the banners of Xiaohan's unit flutter in the wind outside her command tent. A sentry stands guard, but his eyes widen in shock as a familiar figure approaches the restricted area. The figure wears a soldier's uniform, but the long, flowing hair and graceful posture suggest someone of much higher status. It's Ling Zhixi, the emperor, disguised in common armor. He silences the guard with a sharp gesture, determined to enter despite the rules. He apologizes internally to the poor soldier he had to borrow the clothes from, knowing full well that Xiaohan had forbidden him from coming here. Stealthily, he peels back the tent flap, ready to confront Commander Zhao and find out exactly what Xiaohan is hiding in her inner sanctum. A sudden blast of cold air hits Xiaohan, making her flinch. She wonders if this is truly the right moment to make her entrance. Within the tent, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calls out, his voice questioning as Xiaohan hesitates at the threshold, sword in hand. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks up from his book, a calm query on his lips as he addresses the unexpected visitor. Xiaohan nervously steps inside, offering a hesitant greeting. She explains her purpose, presenting the sword she borrowed, moving with a subtle awkwardness. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains absorbed in his reading, seemingly oblivious to the significance of the weapon now resting on his desk. Xiaohan, with a forced, coy smile, confesses her ignorance, lamenting that she would have sold herself into servitude rather than pawn off such a precious family heirloom. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, curtly dismisses her, but Xiaohan quickly interjects, earnestly apologizing and insisting her mistake was born of genuine ignorance. Xiaohan, desperate for his forgiveness, dramatically offers herself to his wrath, suggesting he strike or even stab her to atone. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains silent, not even bothering to look up as Xiaohan's voice trails off in uncertainty. In a sudden, desperate plea, Xiaohan declares her intention to marry Ling Zhixi, the emperor, as a means of compensation. As Xiaohan reaches out, Ling Zhixi, the emperor's composure shatters, his face contorting with a sudden, fiery rage. With lightning speed, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, intercepts Xiaohan's hand, his grip firm and unyielding. A furious Ling Zhixi, the emperor, shouts for her to leave, then violently throws Xiaohan out of the tent, sending her sprawling. Xiaohan rubs her arm, grumbling about being ejected once more. She then springs to her feet, indignantly demanding a guard explain why she can't simply sleep in the tent. Pondering Ling Zhixi, the emperor's peculiar behavior, Xiaohan wonders if he harbors some secret affliction that explains his aversion to both men and women before turning to leave. From inside the tent, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, mutters under his breath, a single word escaping his lips, so weak. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's anger flares, erupting in a guttural cry of pure frustration. A sharp dagger suddenly flies through the air, narrowly missing Xiaohan as she instinctively dodges out of its path. Xiaohan's eyes widen in terror, the realization hitting her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is genuinely trying to kill her. Blood-curdling scream tears from Xiaohan's throat as she flees, a cloud of dust trailing behind her. Xiaohan abruptly halts her escape as guards rush into position, their weapons clattering, bows drawn and ready. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, accepts a bow from a nearby guard, his gaze fixed on Xiaohan with chilling intent. Xiaohan turns, trying to appeal to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, suggesting they are partners and should resolve this peacefully. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pulls back the bowstring with deadly precision, while nearby guards express their grave concern for Ling Zhixi, the emperor's safety. A terrified Xiaohan stammers, while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, clarifies his earlier insult, claiming he meant he was weak, not her, as he aims an arrow. Another arrow streaks past Xiaohan with a whoosh, confirming her dread. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is attacking her again. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, releases another arrow, his movements fluid and precise. Arrows rain down around Xiaohan, each one whistling past with lethal speed, forcing her to react instantly. Xiaohan finds herself surrounded by a volley of arrows stuck in the ground around her as the guards look on in amusement. Amidst the chaos, a vision of the future or a hidden desire flickers. Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in a tender embrace, a silent promise of an addictive connection. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression darkens further, his anger still simmering beneath the surface. He reaches for another arrow, only to find his quiver completely empty, a small detail that further fuels his frustration. In a fit of pique, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, shouts an absurd command, ordering His Majesty, presumably Xiaohan, in a sarcastic jab at her perceived authority, to be thrown out of the camp. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's stance remains rigid, his anger palpable even in his posture. Xiaohan looks on, taken aback by Ling Zhixi, the emperor's outrageous outburst, as the guards around her seem equally bewildered. The guards swarm around Xiaohan, trying to placate Ling Zhixi, the emperor, assuring him that their commander meant no harm and that the arrows were intentionally non-lethal. Guards continue to defend Xiaohan, explaining that her manly pride was hurt and that Ling Zhixi, the emperor's actions were a convoluted attempt to reconcile without losing face. One guard, however, can't help but question the true intentions behind Ling Zhixi, the emperor's bizarre display. Days later, the scene shifts to the imperial study, bathed in the soft glow of a setting sun, hinting at new developments. A hand extends, presenting a folded map or blueprint, marking the beginning of a new task or revelation. A hand extends, presenting a folded map or blueprint. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dressed in elegant white robes, subtly passes a sealed document. Xiaohan, dressed in male commander attire, receives the document, her expression unreadable as she accepts the new directive from Ling Zhixi, the emperor. The map reveals key points, with a specific area marked in red, indicating where crucial items are located. Xiaohan, now in a more feminine guise, confidently declares, "The keys are in this place marked in red. I'll leave the rest to you. I've tried my best." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, holds the map, his brow furrowed with concern, questioning, "What do you mean?" Xiaohan, with a sly smile and a dismissive wave, explains her audacious plan. "Everyone will be busy putting out the fire, so no one will notice the national bank. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, crumples the document in his hand, his expression stern as he admonishes her. Using cunning tricks is not the way of a gentleman. Xiaohan's eyes widen slightly in surprise as she internally questions, gentleman. She then boldly retorts, you are a gentleman, but I am not. If I were to choose between being a fake gentleman and a real villain, I prefer to be the villain. The confident flourish, Xiaohan produces 2 scrolls, asserting, now you can be a gentleman and obey my decree. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hesitates, still holding the crumpled paper as Xiaohan presents him with her new orders, a silent challenge passing between them. Xiaohan, in a moment of playful internal thought, ponders, if he is really that much of a gentleman, I'd expect to put in a lot of effort just to sleep with him. Scene shifts to a romantic cover image showcasing Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in a tender embrace, hinting at the deeper connection beneath their political games. An hour later, news of Xiaohan's successful infiltration reaches Ling Zhixi, the emperor. To create the necessary diversion, he orchestrates a fire in one of the palace quarters, knowing it will draw the imperial guards away. Xiaohan, disguised as a male officer, stands amidst the rising flames, a mischievous glint in her eyes as the diversion takes hold. Chaos erupts across the palace as the fire spreads. Imperial soldiers and guards swarm towards the burning room, shouting, Your Majesty, quick, put out the fire, Your Majesty. As the guards rush to quell the blaze, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, disguised as a commander, observes from the national bank, a grim realization dawning on him. He thinks the emperor is caught in the fire. Quick, quick, is this her strategy? A bead of sweat trickles down Ling Zhixi, the emperor's face as he grapples with the escalating situation, thinking, but she said she was going to set a fire, not risk her life for it. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, his expression hardening, moves with urgency. Commander Zhao, recognizing the disguised Xiaohan, exclaims, Commander Xiaohan, why is he here? Commander Zhao urgently tries to dissuade Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pleading, Commander, it's too dangerous inside. You should wait outside. I'll bring His Majesty out for you. But Ling Zhixi dismisses him, stating, it's too late. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, struggles with Commander Zhao over a commander's seal, ordering him, keep it. Don't let it end up in Jiang Qian's hands. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, shoves Commander Zhao away, commanding, look after him. Commander Zhao, stumbling back, tries to warn him, Commander Xiaohan, His Majesty is not. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confronts Xiaohan, grabbing her arm and demanding, are you insane? What's inside that's worth risking your life for? Xiaohan, furious, retorts, do you want me to save you again? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is stunned, realizing it was you. He then reflects, it was all part of her scheme, but I took it seriously. I really thought she was in danger. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, questions Xiaohan's actions, asking, what, are you stupid, or do you really like to stay around any fire? He then muses, is she worried about me because she's afraid that no one will support her if I'm dead? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, ponders, or is she actually worried? Meanwhile, Xiaohan, with a frustrated expression, demands, what's wrong with grabbing your arm? If it wasn't for me, you'd now. Commander Zhao, with an awkward smile, explains, why Your Majesty, Xiaohan thought you were inside, so he wanted to save you. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally questions, save me? He can't just risk his life to save me. His eyes sparkle with a newfound realization. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan stand side by side, holding hands, as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, silently processes the unexpected act of heroism, thinking, save me. A close-up reveals Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand gently holding Xiaohan's, a silent acknowledgement of the bond forming between them. Another romantic cover image appears, depicting Xiaohan and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in an intimate embrace, reinforcing the growing emotional connection. In the aftermath, Xiaohan reflects, I actually went overboard this time. I hope he's not angry. Xiaohan's thoughts betray her true feelings as she accidentally blurts out internally, didn't I tell you? I like you. It's only normal for me to worry about you. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, presents a golden key, stating, here's the key to the national bank. He then adds, with a hint of regret, I couldn't make it. Xiaohan internally breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, he's not angry, right? Good to know he's not. But it's a pity we lost a good chance. Jiang Qian will figure out what we're trying to do, so there should be no chance to use the money from the national bank in the future. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, walks away, Xiaohan eagerly calls out, wait for me. Under the soft glow of the moon, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confronts Xiaohan in her quarters, asking earnestly, Xiaohan, tell me honestly, why did you risk your life to save me? Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eyes are filled with a complex mix of emotions and a hint of vulnerability, awaiting Xiaohan's response. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply states, I owed you this. Xiaohan, standing behind him, internally concedes, I can't really find any fault in his reasoning. Xiaohan, with a mischievous grin, presses him, you mean you owe me a life, right? You should repay me by marrying me, right? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, brusquely tells her, get out. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he adds, if you don't want to marry me, I can marry you instead. He then internally muses, don't just chase people away. It's still early. Should we change the subject? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, abruptly pushes Xiaohan, declaring his desire to take a bath. Xiaohan, visibly flustered by the sudden push, internally questions Ling Zhixi, the emperor's modesty, reasoning that they are all men and there's nothing to be shy about. Xiaohan stands upright, still pondering the strange situation, trying to maintain his composure as a gentleman. With a playful wink and a mischievous smile, Xiaohan suggests, I want to bathe too. What about bathing together? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reacts with an exaggerated tsk, clearly annoyed by Xiaohan's audacious proposal. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes as Xiaohan is violently thrown against a wall, letting out a pained arg. Xiaohan, undeterred, stands defiantly under the night sky, questioning Ling Zhixi, the emperor, what's wrong with bathing together? Are you scared of being seen by another man? Peeking out from a window, Xiaohan playfully calls out, Yuhu, seemingly trying to get Ling Zhixi, the emperor's attention. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, begins to undress by a large wooden bathtub, preparing for his bath, while Xiaohan's silhouette is still visible in the distance. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is seen from behind, then turns, revealing his well-defined physique as he prepares to enter the bath. A captivating cover image shows Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan in a close embrace, hinting at their intertwined destinies. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, now shirtless and enraged, bursts through a screen, brandishing a sword. Xiaohan dodges the attack, exclaiming in shock, Aha, I'm exposed. Xiaohan makes a hasty retreat out the window, sword in hand, muttering an awkward apology. I'm just passing by. A guard urgently calls out to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, who is still by the window, requesting him to please go and take a look. The cunning uncle sits in the imperial study, a grave expression on his face, saying, the prince regent has returned, but it's so late. I can't hold him off any longer. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, graciously apologizes to the cunning uncle for making him worry and expresses gratitude for his late-night visit, to which the cunning uncle states his actual concern is for Ling Zhixi, the emperor's safety. With a cunning smile, the cunning uncle presents a jade pendant, claiming his men found it outside the national bank, implying an assassination attempt on Ling Zhixi, the emperor, by a bold villain. Xiaohan holds the jade pendant, internally questioning if this is a warning and if the pendant will be used as evidence against him. Xiaohan dismisses the cunning uncle's theory with a smirk, stating, I think it's far-fetched to suggest someone is trying to assassinate me. Jade pendant shatters on the ground, its pieces scattering with a sharp sound. The cunning uncle observes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a knowing gaze, remarking, I just realized that your majesty is all grown up. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confidently retorts with a smile, No, I didn't just grow up, but I grew more handsome. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands over the cunning uncle, asserting that the throne like someone who is young and handsome, and my beauty fits the bill to at, much to the cunning uncle's disgust. The cunning uncle questions whether Ling Zhixi, the emperor, believes Xiaohan's good looks will protect him, accusing Xiaohan of trying to usurp the throne. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply reassures him, Don't worry, uncle. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dismissively tells the cunning uncle to leave if he has nothing else to say, adding with a sly smile that Xiaohan's still waiting for me in bed. The scene transitions to the next day, indicating a shift in time. The guard reports to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that the prince regent has replaced the palace guards with his own people, using the previous night's fire as a pretext to guarantee your safety. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, arms crossed, confidently declares, Leave him be. Does he dare overthrow me when Xiaohan's by my side? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, instructs a confused servant to bring the empress seal over after my meal. I need to use it. Commander Zhao informs Xiaohan that Jiang Qian entered the palace in a foul mood last night. Xiaohan internally muses that he knew losing his jade pendant would cause trouble, but he didn't expect Jiang Qian to use it against her. Commander Zhao asks if they should help Ling Zhixi, the emperor, but Xiaohan calmly replies that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, isn't worried, so why should Commander Zhao be? Commander Zhao internally complains about Xiaohan's sudden unbothered demeanor despite his previous anxiety. Commander Zhao's face contorts into a comically exasperated pout, reflecting his internal frustration with Xiaohan's attitude. Xiaohan, now in full commander attire, decisively orders, Gather the men and horses. Follow me to the palace, as guards behind him giggle, and Commander Zhao salutes with a, Yes, sir. Commander Zhao internally observes Xiaohan, thinking, Carry on pretending. He's clearly worried about his majesty. He didn't have to hide it for so long. At a lavish dinner table, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, enthusiastically offers various dishes to Xiaohan, praising the delicious fish, tender chicken, and other delicacies. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stares at his bowl, which is overflowing with a messy pile of food, indicating his discomfort with Xiaohan's overzealous generosity. Xiaohan, noticing Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hesitation, asks if the food tastes bad and offers to have new dishes prepared or order anything else he fancies from the imperial kitchen. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, politely assures Xiaohan that it's okay. These are fine, while internally acknowledging Xiaohan's luxurious upbringing and accepting his unique way of showing affection. Xiaohan, still reeling from the emperor's polite dismissal, clenches her fists, a frustrated frown on her face. She sits silently, contemplating her next move in this delicate dance of affection. The silence stretches, a testament to her deep thought. Her mind races, devising new strategies. But for now, a sense of defeat washes over her as she slumps in her chair. Later, at dinner, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calmly observes Xiaohan, who appears flustered by his presence. A rare, subtle smile graces Ling Zhixi, the emperor's lips. Xiaohan's eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you smiling?" Internally, Xiaohan is ecstatic, realizing this is the first time she's seen such an expression from Ling Zhixi the emperor, believing her efforts to court him are finally bearing fruit. But Ling Zhixi the emperor quickly turns his head, dismissing her with a cool, "You must be mistaken." Before Xiaohan can react, Ling Zhixi the emperor rises and walks away, leaving her to call out, "Hey, don't." Ling Zhixi the emperor vanishes into the night, leaving Xiaohan alone at the dinner table as a single leaf drifts down. Xiaohan sighs, lamenting, "He escaped again. How is he so good at pretending?" Frustrated, Xiaohan thinks, "I should have just used the tricks from the scripts. All I need to do is drug him. No powers, no thunderbolts needed." As night deepens, the stars twinkle above, setting a serene but ominous mood. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi the emperor walks under the starry sky, admitting to himself that he was zoning out while staring at Xiaohan and even smiled subconsciously. His heart pounds with an unfamiliar rhythm. Scene shifts to Xiaohan's quarters. Ling Zhixi the emperor cautiously enters the room. He closes the door behind him, his heart still racing, unable to calm his agitated emotions. Suddenly, a woman emerges from the shadows, embracing Ling Zhixi the emperor from behind and purring, "Commander." Ling Zhixi the emperor's eyes widen as a sudden heat washes over him, realizing with alarm, "This heat, I was drugged." With a swift, decisive strike, Ling Zhixi the emperor draws a sword, neutralizing the drugged woman as blood splatters across the panel. Ling Zhixi the emperor flees the scene, pondering if this was Xiaohan's doing or another's scheme. Outside, guards shout, "Quick, catch him, don't let him slip away." As the commotion grows, Xiaohan approaches, wondering, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Ling Zhixi the emperor stumbles through the doorway, panting and visibly weakened, still clutching his bloodied sword. Xiaohan watches him, concern etched on her face. As Ling Zhixi the emperor falls, Xiaohan swiftly catches him and he weakly utters, "Xiaohan," before she cries out, "You're injured." Xiaohan cradles the weakened Ling Zhixi the emperor, who, despite his state, manages to hoarsely murmur, "Don't move." Xiaohan is captivated by his hoarse voice, finding it incredibly tempting. As she feels the heat from his hands, she thinks, "Someone must have helped me do what I dared not. You've surrendered yourself here, so I'll shamelessly take advantage of you." Xiaohan scoops up Ling Zhixi the emperor and dashes off, nervously muttering, "Don't rush it. I'm quite inexperienced, so let's take it step by step." But Ling Zhixi the emperor suddenly kicks out, shouting, "Ah, Berg, get off me," forcing Xiaohan to release him. Ling Zhixi the emperor glares at Xiaohan, accusing her, "You did this to me. We ate the same food, but you're doing fine. How do you explain this?" Xiaohan is stunned. Xiaohan, incensed, grabs Ling Zhixi the emperor by the collar, retorting, "Don't you dare accuse me of this just because I always go along with you." Xiaohan, fuming, warns him, "Just you wait. I'll deal with you when I come back." Ling Zhixi the emperor watches her leave, looking utterly distraught. Commander Zhao approaches Ling Zhixi the emperor, asking, "It's already midnight. Why are you outside when you should be sleeping?" Ling Zhixi the emperor internally wonders, "Xiaohan definitely ate dinner with me and I was drugged. Why is she still doing okay?" The cunning uncle arrives with guards and the dead woman, reporting to Ling Zhixi the emperor, "I'm investigating the palace fire and track the assassin here. I'm bringing my men to catch him, but I found something unusual in Commander Zhao's quarters. So I came to show your majesty and let you decide how to deal with this." Ling Zhixi the emperor feigns fear, complaining, "Uncle, I'm a scaredy cat and you're showing me this at midnight. I'll get spooked and won't be able to sleep." The cunning uncle presses, "She's your concubine. Don't you want to know how she was killed?" Ling Zhixi the emperor calmly replies, "No need. I already know the reason. Xiaohan told me just now that a concubine climbed onto her bed, so she killed her." Internally, Ling Zhixi the emperor seethes, "These concubines wanted to steal my man and even drugged Xiaohan." Ling Zhixi the emperor turns to the cunning uncle, asking with a slight smirk, "Uncle, don't you think she's utterly shameless?" The cunning uncle argues, "There's no evidence. Can anyone prove that Xiaohan didn't do that out of lust?" Ling Zhixi the emperor dismisses him, stating, "That's not important. Even if Xiaohan likes a woman, I have no objections. They're all my people anyway. I will take care of her child. Don't worry, uncle." Ling Zhixi the emperor dismisses the cunning uncle, saying, "That's it. If you don't have anything else to tell me, I'll head back in. Xiaohan's still waiting for me on the bed." The cunning uncle is left stunned by the emperor's audacious statement. Ling Zhixi the emperor walks away, his mind sharp. He deduces, "He drugged Xiaohan and sent a woman there on purpose to make me catch her cheating on me. He thought we'd turn against each other. It won't work." Ling Zhixi the emperor walks away, his mind sharp. He deduces, "He drugged Xiaohan and sent a woman there on purpose to make me catch her cheating on me. He thought we'd turn against each other. It won't work." As he processes this, Ling Zhixi the emperor reflects that there is absolutely no love between himself and Xiaohan, yet he still finds Xiaohan quite brutal, imagining a gruesome scenario. Suddenly, Xiaohan enters the chamber, her expression one of surprise as she takes in the scene. Ling Zhixi the emperor sits, clutching a blood-stained sword, his face contorted in pain and shock as he mutters, "You're so brutal." Xiaohan observes Ling Zhixi the emperor's state, internally questioning, isn't he suffering from a date rape drug? Is he an idiot? Approaching Ling Zhixi the emperor with concern, Xiaohan asks, "Are you trying to kill yourself or suppress yourself to death?" Xiaohan's internal monologue continues, considering the dire implications. "If I seize the chance to sleep with him today, he'll probably want to die with me." Xiaohan attempts to comfort Ling Zhixi the emperor, telling him, "You can sit here for a while. If you can't take it, Lu Xiang has called for the imperial doctor. They'll be here soon." But Ling Zhixi the emperor sharply warns her, "Don't touch me." Internally, Xiaohan expresses confusion at Ling Zhixi the emperor's rejection, wondering, "I don't understand. I have the looks and the body. Which part of me are you not satisfied with?" Surprised "Oh" escapes Xiaohan's lips as Ling Zhixi the emperor suddenly pulls her close, their hands intertwining. Ling Zhixi the emperor internally rationalizes his actions, claiming, "I only intended to give her a warning," but the intensity of the moment suggests a deeper struggle within him. Ling Zhixi the emperor's head rests on Xiaohan's shoulder, leaving her speechless and flustered. Xiaohan's internal monologue takes a decisive turn, declaring her dominance. "But if I'm going to be sleeping with pretty men, I should be the one on top. My reputation has always been that of an alpha." Ling Zhixi the emperor is enraged, accusing Xiaohan, "You kissed and hugged me, and now you're pushing me away," as he forcefully shoves her off. Commander Zhao's voice echoes from outside, announcing, "Your Majesty, the imperial physician is here." "Your Majesty." With a sudden force, Xiaohan is thrown from the bed, hitting the floor with a loud bang. Two guards outside stare in stunned silence. Xiaohan slowly rises, a guard calls out, "Your Majesty." Xiaohan, internally fuming, declares Ling Zhixi the emperor utterly ridiculous. "He pushed me down onto the bed but threw me away when I did the same to him. He's being ridiculous." Ling Zhixi the emperor's furious roar echoes through the room, calling out, "Xiaohan," with intense anger. Ling Zhixi the emperor points his bloodied sword directly at Xiaohan, commanding her, "Stop right there." Ling Zhixi the emperor holds the sword between them, his gaze briefly flicking away from Xiaohan. Guard watches the tense scene unfold from the side, his expression unreadable. Ling Zhixi the emperor's terse command to get out is met with Xiaohan's defiant retort, promising, "Fine, I'm going. I'll sleep with you one day," as she departs. Outside, Xiaohan wonders why Ling Zhixi the emperor hasn't emerged. She thinks, "I took a shower. Why is he not coming out? Are they going to treat him for the whole night? Where should I sleep then?" Xiaohan's thoughts race, remembering Ling Zhixi the emperor's drugged state. Also, he was drugged with that. Besides a woman, what else can detoxify him? With a sudden surge of determination, Xiaohan declares, "I'm going in." Xiaohan instructs Commander Zhao, "Guard this area," who nods in acknowledgement. Xiaohan's footsteps are soft and deliberate as she re-enters the chamber. Peeking from behind a screen, Xiaohan overhears the imperial physician explaining to Ling Zhixi the emperor, "Your Majesty, I've used the silver needles to suppress the effect of the drug. The following needles will help to mitigate your symptoms. Please relax your body and cooperate." Xiaohan internally questions, "They're using the silver needles?" Ling Zhixi the emperor lets out a soft ahh of discomfort, confirming Xiaohan's suspicions as she struggles to suppress a knowing smile, thinking, "Just as I thought." Xiaohan pushes the screen aside, revealing herself. Ling Zhixi the emperor, still on the bed, looks at Xiaohan with a flushed expression. Xiaohan approaches Ling Zhixi the emperor, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Ling Zhixi the emperor cries out in pain, letting out an ahh and demanding Xiaohan get out as she pokes him, further aggravating his condition. The imperial physician watches on. Xiaohan continues to playfully poke Ling Zhixi the emperor, who writhes in discomfort under the imperial physician's care. Imperial physician remains intensely focused on his task, silently observing the interaction. Xiaohan's expression turns serious, her gaze unwavering. Ling Zhixi the emperor hides his face, letting out a frustrated ahh, clearly ashamed by the situation. The imperial physician reports to Ling Zhixi the emperor, "Your Majesty, I have removed the toxin from your body." Ling Zhixi the emperor acknowledges this, stating, "I got it. You can go now," and dismisses him. Ling Zhixi the emperor looks at Xiaohan, remarking, "Commander Xiao, you're quite." Xiaohan then completes his thought with a knowing, coy smile, saying, "Fast." Xiaohan's triumphant laughter, a loud ha 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 ha, echoes through the night sky. Inside, a sword clangs, and Xiaohan continues to tease Ling Zhixi the emperor, suggesting his anger stems from shame. "Hey, are you upset? Is it the shame? It's okay. Don't feel too bad about it. I heard it's normal for first-timers. Ha ha ha." Xiaohan continues her playful assault, patting the mattress and offering to share half the blanket provided Ling Zhixi the emperor changes his clothes first. She warns him that if he doesn't, he can forget about climbing onto her bed. Ling Zhixi the emperor isn't amused, his face darkening with a visible vein of annoyance. Seeing his reaction, Xiaohan doesn't back down, bluntly retorting that nobody actually wants to sleep in his bed anyway. Ling Zhixi the emperor stands to leave, but Xiaohan stops him with a sharp warning. She points out the palace is crawling with women, and there's no guarantee the enemy doesn't have a backup plan to drug him and sneak into his chambers. Ling Zhixi the emperor prepares for the day, his presence radiating imperial grace as he dons his ceremonial robes. The atmosphere shifts from playful banter to the cold reality of palace politics. His gaze is heavy with unspoken thoughts. Despite the teasing, the weight of his crown and the dangers Xiaohan mentioned clearly weigh on his mind. He casts one last look back at the bed where Xiaohan remains, his expression a complex mix of duty and the lingering echoes of their intimate conversation. Meanwhile, Xiaohan has drifted off into a deep, peaceful slumber. She looks almost angelic, surrounded by an imaginary field of roses as she dreams the night away. In the hazy realm of her dreams, the tension between them finally snaps. She envisions a passionate moment, a kiss that leaves Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looking completely flustered and out of his depth. The dream takes a comedic turn as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, flees the scene in her mind, panicking and shouting for her not to peek as the fantasy dissolves into bubbles. Next day arrives, and Xiaohan's spirit is in shambles. She laments sleeping so soundly until morning, realizing she completely wasted a golden opportunity to make a move. A palace servant approaches with a knowing smirk, informing Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that Xiaohan actually wore the specific clothes the emperor had intended to gift her that day. Suddenly, the servant rushes out, frantically calling for the emperor. The morning peace is shattered by the urgent need for his majesty's presence. Xiaohan realizes she has to move fast. If she doesn't catch him now, he'll change out of his court dress and she'll miss the chance to see him in his full imperial glory. She spots him in the distance, a towering figure of authority. Without a second thought, she sprints toward Ling Zhixi, the emperor, ignoring the calls of the servants behind her. Grabbing his arm, Xiaohan offers a bright, genuine smile. She tells him she knew he'd look good in this outfit, complimenting him with an enthusiasm that catches him off guard. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands tall, the epitome of a noble and aloof ruler. The petals falling around him only add to the ethereal, cinematic quality of the moment. Xiaohan can't help but be mesmerized, thinking to herself just how handsome he is. They fall into their roles, exchanging formal greetings as they prepare to face the day's diplomatic challenges. The mood sours as a bearded man arrives, the ambassador of country Liang. He acknowledges the new emperor, but his tone carries a subtle edge of condescension. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, demands the man be straightforward, but the ambassador fires back. He accuses the emperor of disrespecting Liang by appearing in what he calls casual robes. Xiaohan steps forward, arms crossed and eyes cold. She mocks the ambassador's arrogance, reminding him that he's just a guest and questioning why he's acting so cocky. He doesn't stop there, tearing into his hygiene and lack of etiquette. She asks how an ambassador can fail to properly greet an emperor and why he didn't even bother to shave his face before coming. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches in stunned silence. It's the first time he's ever seen Xiaohan disrespect someone so openly and relentlessly in a formal setting. The ambassador is fuming, threatening that this reception will ruin the diplomatic relations between their two countries. He tries to pull rank, identifying himself as the Grand Preceptor. Xiaohan physically blocks him, her expression fierce. She scoffs at his threat, telling him that treating a man like him well wouldn't guarantee a strong relationship anyway. She dismisses him entirely, telling him he's just an interruption to serious matters. She gives him a choice: stay at the rest stop or take his complaints to the Prince Regent. As the tension reaches a boiling point, the title card reminds us of the deepening bond between the two leads. You're addictive, Your Majesty. Deciding he's had enough of the ambassador's blustering, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply turns and pulls Xiaohan away, leaving the diplomat sputtering in confusion. Once they're alone, Xiaohan places a hand on his shoulder, casually asking him what he thought of her performance. She's clearly proud of herself for standing up for him. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains cautious, warning her that provoking such a high-ranking ambassador won't bring her any benefits in the long run. Xiaohan just laughs it off, asking if he shouldn't be thanking her for getting rid of that nuisance. She knows him better than he'd like to admit. She points out that if he could actually tolerate the man, he would have been mad at her for causing trouble instead of letting her drag him away so easily. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, admits to himself that the man, Lu Ting, was indeed pretentious. He realizes that war between their countries is likely inevitable, regardless of how they treated the envoy. As they walk through the palace grounds, Xiaohan grows bold. She claims she's smart and knows him well, then drops a bombshell. Aren't you gonna consider dating me? She stretches casually, asking if he finally gets it. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks completely stunned, his composed mask finally cracking under her directness. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's composed mask shatters, completely stunned by Xiaohan's brazenness. He struggles to process her words, while Xiaohan, stretching casually, asks if he finally understands. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, can only utter a bewildered "what?" his internal monologue, admitting her actions are far from genuine. With a confident smirk, Xiaohan simply reiterates, "I said I get it," her eyes glinting with mischief, leaving Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in further disarray. Xiaohan, winking playfully, points to her own face, boasting that she possesses everything Ling Zhixi, the emperor, desires. She then cheekily asks if her face, though not as pretty as his, is still good-looking, her confidence radiating. Taking it a step further, Xiaohan pulls Ling Zhixi, the emperor, closer, declaring she also has the body to match. In a chibi-like exaggeration, she asks, "What do you think? I'm decent, right?" As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks utterly flustered. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns his head away in exasperation, prompting Xiaohan to look surprised and ask, "Really? Are you still not satisfied?" as if his lack of reaction is incomprehensible. Undeterred, Xiaohan embraces Ling Zhixi, the emperor, from behind, offering to change her body shape to his liking and even promising protection. If someone bullies you, I'll make sure to smack him till he can't find his way home. Is that okay? She asserts. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, however, dismisses her, stating he needs no protection and that she should protect herself first. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, having had enough, attempts to leave, but Xiaohan calls out, "Hey, don't go," her voice echoing through the grand palace courtyard. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, enters the imperial chamber, a guard announces his return. He offers a weary "yeah" in response, still processing the earlier encounter. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, walks with a pissed aura, his internal thoughts revealing his frustration. This round of flirting ended with Xiaohan pulling his sword on me again. A nearby guard looks on, confused by his majesty's mood. He slams his hand on a nearby table, internally declaring, "My methods are fine. He's just too weird." That's right, it's not my problem. I'm a professional. Commander Zhao, noticing the unusual outburst, cautiously asks, "Your Majesty?" Shaking off his frustration, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, points a finger, giving a direct order. "But right now, I have to settle the SHT between Jiang Qian and the country of Liang first. Lil Xiang, get some of your men to investigate." As his subordinate departs, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, leans back, a sly thought crossing his mind. "I need to sleep with that freaking god emperor a few times while he's still Xiaohan." He then adds, "Sleep and run. I'll never take responsibility." The scene shifts to the Grand Imperial Hall where a booming voice announces, "The ambassador of country Liang enters to greet his majesty." The ambassador of country Liang, a stern, bearded man, enters the hall, his presence commanding attention. On the majestic throne, His Majesty, revealed to be Xiaohan in disguise, is fast asleep, a small crown comically perched on her head, completely oblivious to the diplomatic proceedings. The official announcement rings out. Lu Ting, the ambassador of country Liang, greets Emperor Ling. The ambassador and other courtiers bow respectfully, unaware of the sleeping figure on the throne. Xiaohan jolts awake with a loud yawn, quickly clearing her throat. She then sternly addresses the ambassador. "Su Ting, you say, do you know that, in line with the law of country Ling, I can have you executed for causing a ruckus in the imperial hall?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes from the side, surprised. Did she go through country Ling's statutes? Xiaohan, with a sly smile, internally reveals her true motivation. "I had Lil Xiang read me the law all day so that nothing could stand in my way to his heart." The ambassador of country Liang calmly retorts, "Even if our countries were at war, you wouldn't want to execute the ambassadors. Now that country Liang and country Ling are on good terms, you have not made me feel welcomed." He continues to challenge Xiaohan, stating with a confident air, "I'm afraid the law of your country doesn't apply to me." From behind the ambassador, Xiaohan glares, her internal thoughts seething. "Do you think I'll just bite my tongue as you work hand in glove right under my nose?" With a sharp gaze and a smirk, Xiaohan questions the ambassador, "What good terms do you speak of? All I hear is talk. Shouldn't a greeting to an emperor be paired with a bow?" Xiaohan points a decisive finger, turning the tables on the ambassador. "Was I to be blamed for not giving you due respect? Despite acting as an ambassador, you entered the imperial hall armed with a machete. Are you not taking me seriously, or country Ling?" she demands. The officials in the hall whisper amongst themselves, noticing the emperor's unusual assertiveness. There's something different about His Majesty today, one thinks. Not only did His Majesty defend himself, but the pride of country Ling too. Xiaohan turns her attention to the cunning uncle, asking, "What do you think, uncle?" seeking his opinion on the unfolding diplomatic tension. The cunning uncle responds with a placid expression, "I believe peace should be valued above all else. We don't need to jeopardize peace over trivialities." Xiaohan, however, looks utterly annoyed, bluntly stating, "But what can I do when I don't like him?" her disdain for the ambassador clear. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes, internally fuming, "She's blatantly defying Jiang Qian's authority." He tries to subtly intervene. Xiaohan, settle down, while his mind races. It's too early to show him who's boss without getting into the nitty-gritty of the matter. A sudden rebellion could make all the difference. Xiaohan, ignoring Ling Zhixi, the emperor's subtle warning, addresses the entire court. "My dear courtiers, how do you think we should go about this matter?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally cries out, "Ling Zhixi, it's too soon to let them choose sides." Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eyes narrow, a furious expression dominating his features as he grapples with Xiaohan's reckless actions. An official in purple robes observes the court, internally noting the shifting loyalties. "I'm clearly presenting a united front with Xiaohan." He laments, "I can't believe the second-ranked officials are standing out in support of Jiang Qian. So many are taking his side. A few out of the remaining lot are probably on the fence." With a sly smile, Xiaohan turns and points, singling out an individual, declaring, "You there. You're the pillar of this nation," setting the stage for her next move. Xiaohan dismisses the matter with a wave, telling the court, "Since you think peace should be valued above all, I have nothing else to say." She then delegates, "Uncle will take care of the ambassador," leaving the cunning uncle to handle the diplomatic fallout. With a dismissive wave, Xiaohan announces, "That's all. You're dismissed. I'm tired," abruptly ending the court session and walking away from the throne. A subordinate approaches, stuttering, "Your Majesty, why you're so..." Xiaohan cuts him off with a confident smile, "I know I was super cool, and you can look forward to more of this in the future. Get back to your work. There's a lot to do now." As Xiaohan walks away, she reflects internally, Jiang Qian must be thinking about how to dethrone me and get himself crowned now, acknowledging the political repercussions of her bold actions. Xiaohan looks down at her hands with a worried expression, contemplating, but I'm not sure if staining my hands red with blood will affect my cultivation. The weight of her choices begins to settle. In the imperial study, a chibified Xiaohan sits at a desk, looking utterly worried amidst stacks of books, clearly burdened by her recent decisions and their potential consequences. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, enters the study, his expression serious, and addresses Xiaohan directly. If something like this happens again, tell me beforehand. I'll do it instead. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, presses Xiaohan, asking if any courtiers approached him intentionally after his departure. Xiaohan confirms some did, but not many. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, notes Xiaohan's assertive defiance of Jiang Qian, then quickly dismisses the topic for later. Xiaohan grins, playfully patting the stack of documents on the desk, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks overwhelmed by the towering stacks of memorials, asking Xiaohan if he expects him to sign all of them. Xiaohan, beaming, simply replies, yes, thank you. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, urges Xiaohan to handle the documents himself if he truly desires political power. Xiaohan leans back, calmly retorting that he never expressed a desire for power, only to regain his rightful position since they began working together. Xiaohan declares their collective goal to reclaim their influence and see Ling Zhixi, the emperor, rightfully enthroned. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, leans forward, pressing down on the desk with both hands, his expression one of disbelief as he questions Xiaohan's apparent lack of ambition for the throne. Xiaohan, with a charming smile, points directly at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, playfully asking why he would want the throne when all he desires is Ling Zhixi, the emperor, himself. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, fixes a piercing gaze on Xiaohan, remaining silent. Internally, Xiaohan sighs in frustration, realizing Ling Zhixi, the emperor, still doesn't fully trust him, feeling a headache begin to throb. Xiaohan, holding a brush, playfully covers Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eyes, teasing him about his good looks and urging him to sign the memorials first. He then extends an invitation for Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to stay in the palace, even offering his own imperial chamber with a suggestive smirk. With a resolute expression, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, declares his disinterest in the throne, then turns and exits the study, leaving Xiaohan alone. Xiaohan holds the brush, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he quietly remarks, "Oops, you'll be doomed." Xiaohan sits on the desk, kicking his legs, contemplating his future reign. He muses that he would be an incompetent, even brutal, emperor, perhaps worse than Jiang Qian, lamenting the suffering the people of Ling would endure without a savior. A sudden bang echoes as he kicks the desk. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pauses, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting he might be overhearing Xiaohan's unsettling monologue. Xiaohan continues his morbid predictions, declaring he would be an incompetent and brutal ruler, far worse than Jiang Qian, and expressing pity for the suffering people of Ling, a sharp bang punctuating his dark thoughts. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains still, the silence amplifying the weight of Xiaohan's words as they echo in the air. Xiaohan then shifts his thoughts, realizing he has already declared war against Jiang Qian, making retreat impossible. He wonders aloud, what should I do? Ling Zhixi, the emperor, his back to the room, fumes internally, realizing Xiaohan had no real plan after his morning theatrics, merely wanting Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to concede. He slowly turns around, his anger evident. Xiaohan faces Ling Zhixi, the emperor, insisting he isn't tricking him, citing his own personality as unsuitable for an emperor. He also expresses concern about the succession if he were to take the throne. Xiaohan continues his argument, painting Jiang Qian as a brutal governor and claiming he himself would only bring harm if he took power. He appeals to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's compassion, asserting that only Ling Zhixi, the emperor, can save the suffering people by becoming emperor and their true savior. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression softens as he reflects internally, realizing he has never truly guarded himself against Xiaohan, even when drugged by Jiang Qian, attributing this vulnerability to his deep trust. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, begins to speak, seemingly on the verge of accepting the throne, but then his words halt as he questions Xiaohan, who is already moving away. Xiaohan's face transforms into a chibi-like burst of joy, surrounded by sparkling stars, as he exclaims internally, that means he's agreed. Xiaohan leans conspiratorially on Ling Zhixi, the emperor's shoulder, playfully suggesting a small room in the concubine's palace would suffice, accepting any title. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, looks utterly bewildered, asking, what are you trying to do, Xiaohan? Xiaohan gazes up at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with sincere affection, declaring that he only desires Ling Zhixi, the emperor, valuing him as more precious than pure gold as cherry blossoms softly fall around them. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reflects on Xiaohan's seemingly generous offer regarding multiple wives, finding it unusual that he would be so accommodating. He then resolves not to press Xiaohan for the truth, confident that all will be revealed in due time. Xiaohan smiles, oblivious to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's inner turmoil. Days turn into weeks as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, diligently works through the stacks of documents, while Xiaohan and an attendant remain focused on their own studies in the background. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observed Xiaohan, who sits with closed eyes as an attendant reads from the art of war, prompting Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to internally note Xiaohan's peculiar request. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, holds his brush, a deep frown on his face as he peeks at Xiaohan, internally lamenting that even after 2 months he still cannot decipher Xiaohan's true intentions or thoughts. Xiaohan's amber eyes widen slightly, a hint of curiosity on his face, as if sensing Ling Zhixi, the emperor's gaze. From off-panel, Xiaohan's voice playfully cuts through the silence, asking, "Am I good-looking?" Xiaohan reclines casually on the desk, a teasing smirk on his face, calling out Ling Zhixi, the emperor, for peeking and inviting him to simply stare if he wishes. Xiaohan winks mischievously, pointing to his cheek, offering it to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, for a playful peck. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, leans closer, his expression a mix of flustered surprise and tender affection as he gazes down at Xiaohan. Xiaohan repeats his playful offer, winking and presenting his cheek for a peck, pushing Ling Zhixi, the emperor's boundaries. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains leaning over the desk, his gaze fixed on Xiaohan, a silent moment of escalating tension and unspoken feelings. Commander Zhao, holding a book, stifles a knowing chuckle, then discreetly excuses himself, deciding it's best not to disturb Ling Zhixi, the emperor, during such a private moment. Loud creak announces the closing doors, and Ling Zhixi, the emperor's eyes widen in shock, realizing they have been left alone. Xiaohan quickly hides his face behind a book, a sudden wave of shyness or embarrassment washing over him. Xiaohan's face contorts into an expression of intense frustration and anger, his eyes burning with a cold fury, revealing his true, volatile emotions. Continuing her intense frustration, Xiaohan's inner thoughts scream in self-doubt, questioning her own attractiveness with a fervent, almost desperate plea. Despite her inner turmoil, Xiaohan dons a charming smile as she arrives at the grand gates of Qingling Academy, ready to begin her studies. Internally, Xiaohan seethes with rage, recounting how Ling Zhixi, the emperor, not only rejected her yesterday but brazenly destroyed her collection of erotic books, fueling her vengeful desire to drag him to bed. Her frustration boils over, Xiaohan's amber eyes narrowing with intense annoyance, the visible, angry vein symbols highlighting her volatile temper. Xiaohan lets out a relieved sigh, her internal thoughts confirming Ling Zhixi, the emperor's long-awaited arrival, as he approaches on horseback. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, questions Xiaohan's presence at the academy, to which she innocently claims she is there to study. He warns her that teacher Ye's strict focus on education makes it unsuitable for her usual antics. Xiaohan playfully reassures Ling Zhixi, the emperor, promising not to cause any trouble, affectionately calling him Bei as she touches his arm. Xiaohan formally introduces herself as Xiao Ji to teacher Yi, bowing respectfully in the traditional classroom setting, with Ling Zhixi, the emperor, standing by. Teacher Yi compliments Xiaohan's demeanor, noting her intelligence and good manners. Xiaohan humbly accepts the praise, then cleverly flatters the teacher by recounting how her cousin, Xiaohan, spoke highly of his unparalleled prestige and the profound impact of his teachings. Teacher Yi acknowledges Xiaohan's recommendation but reminds Xiao Ji that Qingling Academy is exclusive, demanding to know what talents she possesses to warrant entry. Xiaohan confidently declares her sword skills learned from her cousin Xiaohan, asking if such a talent is sufficient for admission as she makes a peace sign. Teacher Yi, surprised, asks if Xiaohan's cousin truly learned sword skills, to which Xiaohan readily affirms. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally notes Xiaohan's meticulous research into the teacher's preferences. Teacher Yi praises Xiaohan's sword skills, then inquires about her literary knowledge. Xiaohan explains she read war books with her cousin but was prevented from reading more. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, realizes Xiaohan's true motive for bringing her along, to shift blame onto him. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, hurries away, Xiaohan expresses her gratitude for the tour of the academy grounds. Xiaohan mockingly praises Ling Zhixi, the emperor's acting skills, finding amusement in his apparent distress and hunched posture. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sternly warns Xiaohan, calling her Ling Zhixi not to antagonize teacher Yi. Xiaohan feigns ignorance, then playfully reminds him that she is Xiao Ji, his cousin. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, begins to protest, but Xiaohan abruptly shoves him against a large rock, the impact echoing with a sharp boom. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Xiaohan assures Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that she won't fool around at the academy despite their current compromising position. Xiaohan subtly tiptoes, further closing the distance between herself and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, her intentions clearly playful. With a flirtatious expression, Xiaohan asks if she's been extra obedient today, then purrs babe at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, pressing close. Having had her fun, Xiaohan swiftly makes her escape, leaving a trail of dust as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches her vanish behind the academy grounds. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's heart races with a ba dump as he internally confesses a surprising realization. He finds himself more accustomed to the defiant and wild nature of Ling Zhixi, Xiaohan's alias. Qingling Academy, also known as the Royal Academy, stands as a prestigious institution, its graduates forming the very backbone of the nation, under the gentle bloom of cherry blossoms. The Academy's student body is divided, with one group comprising intelligent and diligent students from humble backgrounds diligently studying in the classroom. Dedicated student pores over their books, exemplifying the academy's commitment to scholarly pursuit and quiet concentration. Another student appears distressed, clutching their chest in a moment of panic or frustration amidst the quiet study hall. Among the students sits Jiang Lin, identified as the son of Jiang Qian, a figure of prominence within the academy, his expression hinting at arrogance. Xiaohan stands confidently in an open doorway, holding a fan with a mischievous smile, internally scoffing at the idea of anyone else being that #1 trust fund baby, declaring that title would be hers. Stick is skillfully thrown, landing precisely within the vase in a traditional arrow-throwing game, a moment of focused action. As Xiaohan retrieves sticks from the vase, other students whisper, wondering who this newcomer is. Xiaohan then provocatively questions their poor aim, suggesting a problem with their hand. Xiaohan continues her taunt, asking if their eyes are the problem, provoking an angry Jiang Lin to demand her identity and question if she knows who he is. Xiaohan defiantly declares her disregard for his identity, asserting that her cousin is the formidable Xiaohan, and demands an immediate apology, threatening him with her cousin's wrath. Jiang Lin's expression shifts to surprise and concern as he processes the revelation, Xiaohan's cousin. Jiang Lin commands his fellow students to catch him, but Xiaohan turns, challenging them. What, trying to fight? Xiaohan, in a moment of exaggerated guilt, warns them about the risk of expulsion, then asserts that if they wish to avoid trouble, they should listen to her from now on. The scene expands to reveal the full academy grounds, where a group of students stands gathered, observing the escalating tension with anticipation. True Xiaohan, composed and holding her fan, observes from outside while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, still disguised as Xiaoji, frets internally, wondering if Xiaohan will come to his aid and realizing the situation has escalated beyond a peaceful resolution. Enraged, Jiang Lin bellows, "Charge," and leads his fellow students into a confrontation, their faces set with determination. With surprising agility, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, still in the guise of Xiaoji, executes a graceful leap over the railing, evading the charging students below. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, continues his aerial evasion, leaving Jiang Lin utterly stunned and questioning aloud, is he really that good, as he witnesses the unexpected display of skill. Figure is violently slammed to the ground with a resounding bam, immediately following Ling Zhixi, the emperor's unexpected display of skill. Battered and desperate, a young man reaches out a hand, his face contorted in fear, crying out, "Save me, cousin!" Two attendants quickly pivot, scanning the area, but find nothing. The space where the young man was is now utterly empty. Xiaohan delivers a powerful, swift kick, sending a young man sprawling across the ground again. Having delivered her blow, Xiaohan makes a swift exit with a triumphant smirk, leaving the young man sprawled on the ground. From above, an urgent command rings out, "Seize him." The chase intensifies. Xiaohan, now perched on a garden structure, defiantly challenges Ling Zhixi, the emperor, who holds a stick. "I'm completely disarmed. Where's your sense of shame?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, retaliates with a powerful kick, sending his stick flying through the air as Xiaohan narrowly evades the attack. A voice calls out, "Xiaohan." She lets out a startled ahh as she glances back with a mischievous grin. Their playful chase takes an unexpected turn as both Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and Xiaohan plunge into the depths of a serene pond, bubbles rising around them. Panic erupts as urgent shouts echo through the imperial grounds, "Call the imperial physician over, quick!" followed by repeated cries for an imperial physician, "Quick!" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, cradles Xiaohan, who lies seemingly unconscious. He calls out her name in concern before she quietly admits, "I heard it." Xiaohan's eyes snap open, revealing her feigned unconsciousness. She teases Ling Zhixi, the emperor, "Are you that worried about me?" He responds with relief, "Oh, so you're alright," before she dramatically declares, "No, I'm not. I nearly drowned, and I'm very weak now." Sweat drop forms as Xiaohan continues her act, sighing dramatically, "Ah, I'm so weak." The narrator highlights her blatant deception with appointed lies as Xiaohan maintains her facade of helplessness. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, clearly exasperated, orders her, "Get off." But Xiaohan, ever bold, retorts, "Give me a kiss, and I'll get off." With a swift bam, Xiaohan is abruptly pushed away, letting out a surprised ahh. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, rises, leaving Xiaohan on the floor, who quietly winces, "Ouch." Ling Zhixi, the emperor's gaze is sharp while Xiaohan, still visibly wet from their plunge, looks on. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, instructs her to get up. Xiaohan, however, dramatically claims, "I can't get up. I'm paralyzed," adding, "The floor is cold." Xiaohan, still on the floor, unexpectedly declares with a smile, "I like it." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, watches Xiaohan, a hint of exasperation in his posture as he considers her antics. In a chibi moment, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, gently tosses a robe over Xiaohan, providing some warmth. Xiaohan, now covered, demands, "What are you doing?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calmly reminds her, "The floor is cold." Xiaohan's internal thoughts rage, "Why is he so smart? Did he not think of picking me up?" Ling Zhixi, the emperor, informs Xiaohan, "Lil Xiang will bring all the imperial physicians here later. Stop them from checking my pulse." Meanwhile, Xiaohan is already scheming, declaring, "This time, I'm certain I can get Jiang Qian into trouble. He'll never make a comeback." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, confirms, it's your plan. Xiaohan reveals her scheme. I did something to Jiang Lin. Jiang Qian will be distracted if his son gets into trouble. We'll take this chance to do something else. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply responds, you. Xiaohan reassures Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a confident smile, don't worry. Jiang Lin won't die. I know my boundaries. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, listens, his expression unreadable as he processes Xiaohan's calculated reassurance. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, asks, what do you want me to do? Xiaohan instructs him, act like you're grieving, heartbroken, as if you can't help yourself. Xiaohan dramatically laments, I'm gonna die. You should be more emotional. You love me very much, don't you? Ling Zhixi, the emperor's expression clearly shows his disdain for her theatrics. A hand meticulously checks a pulse. The physician's examination now underway. A kneeling physician reports to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, mistaking him for Commander Xiao. The physician begins, Commander Xiao, I think His Majesty. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, standing over Xiaohan with a sword, sharply interjects, what? The physician, still mistaking Ling Zhixi for Commander Xiao, suggests, Commander Xiao, I suggest we help His Majesty too. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, demands, repeat what you just said. A trembling physician stammers, see Commander Xiao. His Majesty's condition are really can't be helped. With a furious get out, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, forcefully dismisses the physicians, sending them scrambling with a swift swoosh. As the physicians retreat, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes the now empty room, then comments to Xiaohan, your acting's good. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, questions Xiaohan, how much have you learned about governmental affairs? If you've mastered most of it, should we just kill him when he comes by later? Xiaohan simply retorts, I'm a warrior. Xiaohan's inner thoughts reveal her ambition. A military commander who isn't vying for the throne isn't a good commander. Honestly, you certainly know. She then lets out a confused chibi. Xiaohan stammers nervously, I mean, you. Outside, a voice shouts, Prince Regent. Prince Regent, met by a guard's firm refusal, His Majesty really needs some rest. You can't enter. No. Inside, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, urges, quick, take my hand. I need to be more emotional. Xiaohan, lying down, coaches him, your emotions should be on point, sorrowful and heartbroken. Keep that in mind, and don't let the cat out of the bag. Ling Zhixi gently takes Xiaohan's hand, a tender gesture meant to convey sorrow and heartbreak to any eavesdroppers. Ling Zhixi gazes down at Xiaohan, maintaining a facade of deep concern and sorrow, perfecting the act for their unwitting audience. Dramatic performance is interrupted as the cunning uncle bursts into the room, his voice booming as he calls out Ling Zhixi's name with urgency. Ling Zhixi's eyes flash with cold fury, his voice cutting through the air with a sharp command for the cunning uncle to leave, leaving the older man visibly shocked. Undeterred, the cunning uncle demands Ling Zhixi hand over the cure, his desperation palpable. Ling Zhixi, feigning ignorance, questions the demand. Ling Zhixi's mind races, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. He internally questions if Xiaohan truly poisoned Jiang Lin, baffled by the potency of a toxin even imperial physicians couldn't counter. Ling Zhixi attempts to bargain, promising the cunning uncle anything he desires should Xiaohan recover. The cunning uncle scoffs, while Ling Zhixi internally questions the unexpected shift in their original plan to eliminate Jiang Qian. Xiaohan, still feigning unconsciousness, hears approaching footsteps. Her internal thoughts race, wondering if Jiang Qian is drawing near. Suddenly, Ling Zhixi's urgent command cuts through, instructing her to stop Jiang Qian immediately. As the cunning uncle reaches out to touch her, Xiaohan's inner thoughts scream in revulsion. She mentally recoils, declaring she would rather die than be touched by this cunning old man, especially after Ling Zhixi's earlier intimacy. Ling Zhixi's voice drops, a chilling threat hanging in the air. He warns the cunning uncle that if Xiaohan doesn't awaken, the entire Jiang family will face dire consequences. Ling Zhixi's eyes harden, his voice devoid of emotion as he declares that the entire Jiang family will perish alongside her if she fails to recover. Cunning uncle's face pales, sweat beading on his brow as he understands the emperor's ruthless resolve. He knows Ling Zhixi is a man of his word, and the threat is very real. Suddenly, Xiaohan sits up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she assures Ling Zhixi not to worry, claiming vast experience and promising not to hurt him, alluding to her extensive studies in erotica. Xiaohan confronts Ling Zhixi, her anger flaring as she demands to know if she truly wronged him. She accuses him of deliberately pranking her, pointing out his unnecessary theatrics when a simple threat would have sufficed. As Xiaohan rages, Ling Zhixi unexpectedly reaches out, his fingers gently touching her face, a gesture that silences her outburst with surprise. Xiaohan's mind reels, a question mark hovering over her head. She's baffled by Ling Zhixi's sudden touch after he ignored her flirtations, then internally debates whether to assert her dominance or allow him to take a lead. Ling Zhixi's hand, no longer gentle, abruptly pulls at Xiaohan's hair, a sudden, harsh movement that shifts the mood. A frustrated shout echoes from above as Xiaohan, unexpectedly pulled upwards, curses Ling Zhixi's bizarre actions. Ling Zhixi gazes down as Xiaohan, having been pulled into the attic, finds herself surrounded by splintered wood, then commands her to descend. Xiaohan, fuming, questions Ling Zhixi's strange behavior, wondering if he intended to disfigure her or simply show off his qigong. Meanwhile, Ling Zhixi observes her, realizing she wears no mask, perplexed by her drastic and sudden change. Xiaohan stands firm, a vibrant blue flame flickering in her palm, asserting her magical prowess against Ling Zhixi's qigong, threatening to retaliate. Xiaohan's eyes widen in sudden apprehension, realizing the severe consequences of using her powers against Ling Zhixi, a risk of divine lightning and losing her position. With a quiet ouch, Xiaohan turns away from the confrontation, deciding to inspect her injuries in a mirror rather than escalate the situation. As Xiaohan gracefully descends from the attic and checks herself in a mirror, Ling Zhixi observes her, puzzled by her abrupt change of heart and wondering if his earlier suspicions had genuinely wounded her. Xiaohan, still agitated, snaps at Ling Zhixi, demanding if he's never seen a handsome man before. Ling Zhixi, caught off guard, ponders the unprecedented thought of offering an apology. Ling Zhixi's expression remains contemplative, his inner thoughts revealing a rare moment of introspection. He cannot recall ever having considered apologizing to anyone before. Frustrated by Ling Zhixi's persistent stare, Xiaohan issues a bold challenge, threatening to sleep with him if he doesn't avert his gaze. In a swift, unexpected move, Ling Zhixi pulls Xiaohan into a tight embrace from behind, the sudden intimacy a direct response to her provocative words, surrounded by blooming flowers. As he holds Xiaohan close, Ling Zhixi internally rationalizes his actions, deciding this embrace is his way of apologizing for his earlier suspicions about her identity. Xiaohan's eyes widen in surprise, her gaze darting over her shoulder as Ling Zhixi gently pats her, a gesture that further confounds her. The intimate embrace quickly escalates, sending both Ling Zhixi and Xiaohan tumbling to the floor amidst scattered flowers, with Ling Zhixi now positioned above her. Ling Zhixi's gaze intensifies, cutting through the playful tension as he pointedly asks Xiaohan, "Who are you?" Xiaohan can only manage a startled "eh" in response. Ling Zhixi turns away, his expression thoughtful as he murmurs, "It's Commander Xiao," the truth of her identity finally dawning on him while, in the background, Xiaohan is carefully covered in bed. Ling Zhixi gazes down at Xiaohan, who is now back in bed, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend the sudden revelation, a jumble of questions forming in his thoughts. Xiaohan watches Ling Zhixi turn away, an angry mark appearing above his head. She misinterprets his reaction as renewed anger, scoffing at his spoiled demeanor. Ling Zhixi strides away, his thoughts consumed by the recent revelations. A subordinate approaches, hesitantly calling out, "See Commander Xiao," as if to report something. Ling Zhixi, now blindfolded, listens intently as his worried subordinate reports that the cunning uncle, the Prince Regent, intends to visit His Majesty again today, seeking guidance on how to proceed. At his lavish residence, the cunning uncle rages at his kneeling officials, condemning them as useless for their failure to cure Lin's mysterious illness and their inability to even get close enough to take Ling Zhixi's pulse. The kneeling officials, faces etched with distress, attempt to explain their failure, stating they tried their best but were thwarted by the commander, who proved to be too stubborn. As the cunning uncle fumes, an urgent cry breaks through the tension. An official rushes in, announcing that Commander Xiao and her soldiers have surrounded the entire residence. The cunning uncle, his face contorted with rage, bursts out, demanding to know the meaning of Xiaohan's actions. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, bow in hand, delivers a chilling one-word response: vengeance. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands resolute, a bow clutched in his hand, grimly confirming that someone remains unconscious. The tension in the air is palpable. The cunning uncle, emboldened by his fury, openly challenges Xiaohan, accusing her of fabricating stories and claiming she merely reaped the consequences of her own deeds. From behind, Xiaohan coolly questions his accusation. With a piercing gaze, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, challenges anyone to defy him. A swift swoosh of an arrow strikes an official, sending him collapsing to the ground as his comrades cry out in alarm. The cunning uncle, reeling from the sudden attack, dramatically faints, his body crumpling amidst the panicked cries of his surrounding officials. The cold command, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, orders the fallen official to be taken away. The remaining officials protest, demanding to know the crimes committed and an explanation from the commander. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, offers a chilling smirk, stating he needs no reason to kill, thereby asserting his absolute authority. An urgent shout echoes through the palace grounds, announcing the arrival of Commander Xiao to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's presence. A guard timidly attempts to address Ling Zhixi, the emperor, but is sharply cut off by a harsh command to shut up, accompanied by a swift, unseen force that silences him with a poof sound. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands in silent contemplation, his back turned, the weight of his thoughts heavy in the quiet room. Another guard attempts to inform Ling Zhixi, the emperor, about Commander Xiao, only to be met with another furious "I said shut up" from the emperor as Xiaohan lies unconscious on a nearby bed. After a while, Xiaohan, now awake, excitedly recounts how Xiang informed her of Ling Zhixi, the emperor's recent actions, exclaiming how cool it was, much to his visible irritation. With an eager smile, Xiaohan pulls Ling Zhixi, the emperor, by the arm, inviting him to sit beside her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is unceremoniously dragged by Xiaohan, his chibi-style expression clearly showing his disgruntled reluctance. Xiaohan confidently explains her surprise attack on Jiang Qian bought them at least 3 days for further arrangements, declaring it ample time to fully implement her pre-existing plan. Xiaohan proposes a daring strategy to destroy Jiang Qian's backup, suggesting they kill a court official to assert their attitude and poison Jiang Lin to destabilize Jiang Qian. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, internally muses that this intricate plan doesn't align with a girl who has lived solely in the palace, yet his identity check confirmed she wasn't wearing a mask. Meanwhile, the narrator reveals the emperor of Liang State's upcoming birthday, for which Jiang Qian is responsible for preparations. Xiaohan inwardly frets about Ling Zhixi, the emperor's intense gaze, suddenly remembering her unhealed wound and worrying if she is disfigured. Xiaohan abruptly declares they shouldn't waste time, instructing Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to ready the troops and wait for her outside the palace, leaving him looking perplexed. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains rooted to the spot, his form still as he processes Xiaohan's sudden departure. Xiaohan examines her reflection in a mirror, wincing as she observes that her wound is indeed swollen. A mysterious, glowing aura emanates from Xiaohan's hand as she attempts to cover her wound. Xiaohan panics, realizing she cannot use healing spells now and frantically tries to put away her powers, fearing exposure. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, suddenly reappears, questioning Xiaohan about her actions and demanding to know the source of the white light on her hand, catching her off guard. Xiaohan stammers, feigning confusion, repeating white light as she tries to buy herself time. A chibi-style Xiaohan is shown in distress, her internal monologue questioning if Ling Zhixi, the emperor, saw something. Xiaohan dramatically declares she's hurt and dizzy, deciding to feign unconsciousness rather than expose her true nature, planning to concoct an excuse upon waking. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, swiftly catches Xiaohan's hand, his expression stern as he interrogates her, demanding to know her true identity. With a sword at her throat, Xiaohan nervously asks if Ling Zhixi, the emperor, intends to kill her. He presses about the white light while she tries to evade, only for him to challenge her, asking if she truly believes he wouldn't dare. Xiaohan, with a nervous smile, admits she knows Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dares but calmly urges him to put the sword away and give her some time. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, reflects that despite knowing Xiaohan well, he senses she is deliberately withholding the truth, his gaze filled with suspicion. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, recalls their initial meeting, acknowledging an inexplicable draw to Xiaohan and how, over time, he involuntarily grew to appreciate her, even indulging her antics despite the troubles she caused. A chilling realization dawns on Ling Zhixi, the emperor. He suspects Xiaohan is not immortal and has used witchcraft on him, as a ghostly, white-haired figure appears to embrace him from behind. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, dismisses the matter with a forget it, then coldly tells Xiaohan she can go, ordering her not to show up again. Xiaohan, bewildered, asks go where? Xiaohan stands in stunned silence as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns away, warning her of dire consequences if she ever appears before him again. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sheaths his sword, his back to Xiaohan, declaring that no matter what kind of monster she is, she will not survive his troops. Xiaohan remains speechless, absorbing his harsh words. Xiaohan furiously confronts Ling Zhixi, the emperor, demanding to know who he calls a monster, while a thought bubble from the white-haired immortal boasts of her superior immortal status. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, counters, questioning if Xiaohan truly isn't a monster. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, presses Xiaohan, asking what she is if not a monster. Xiaohan, with fierce resolve, defiantly declares, I'm an immortal. As Xiaohan utters, in heaven, the sky above erupts with a blinding flash of lightning. Xiaohan's face contorts in shock as a blinding flash of lightning erupts directly above her, the sheer force of it rattling the very air. Her internal thoughts race, a bewildered escaping her lips as she questions what she just uttered to provoke such a heavenly spectacle. Inside, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observes the sudden, violent shift in the weather, wondering aloud why such an abrupt change is occurring. Xiaohan reaches out, calling out to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, in alarm as he becomes enveloped in a swirling blue energy, shouting DMN, in frustration at the unfolding chaos. From the celestial realms above, a frustrated voice curses the idiot Lord Emperor, lamenting that his premature knowledge will cause him to fail his destined misfortune experience, wondering if any good can come of it. A chibified Xiaohan fumes, angrily demanding to be released from an unseen grip, her eyes blazing with irritation as she shouts, What? Commander Zhao, addressing Xiaohan as boss, apologetically explains that while he was the one who brought her back, he was simply following orders. Commander Zhao continues his plea, reminding Xiaohan that she understands the laws of heaven and asks her not to hold a grudge against him for his actions. From below, a subordinate asks Xiaohan about the ongoing lightning phenomenon, suggesting she appeal to the Emperor of Heaven for leniency. Xiaohan, visibly frustrated, declares that she will be expelled if she doesn't face punishment for breaking a heavenly law, asserting that asking the Emperor for help would be futile. Xiaohan, taking the lead, urges her companions to hasten their pace, stating that it's better to face the impending punishment sooner rather than later. Resigned to her fate, Xiaohan leans against the massive golden pillar, bound by dark chains, and stoically commands the lightning punishment to commence. One of the subordinates, still hesitant, asks Xiaohan if she is truly sure, while another, echoing her resolve, urges them to cut the crap and proceed. The heavens unleash their fury as massive bolts of lightning descend, striking the chain pillar with immense power, causing the small figure at its base to internally exclaim hell. Xiaohan endures the relentless lightning, coughing from the impact, and wonders if there's something unusually wrong with the intensity of today's heavenly punishment. Her subordinates look on in disbelief, one of them asking if Xiaohan had broken some natural law, as the lightning striking her appears far more potent than what others typically endure. Xiaohan reflects internally on her predicament, realizing she first offended Ling Zhixi, the emperor, who then tricked her into breaking heavenly laws, and now even nature itself seems against her, unleashing unusually powerful lightning. She questions why she must endure such trials. She realizes that no matter when she faces the punishment, the intensified lightning would remain the same, so she steels her resolve and internally commands it to go on. Despite the visible injuries on her face, Xiaohan maintains her tough facade, determined to uphold her image as the relentless lightning continues to strike the structure around her. As the final 36th strike of lightning concludes, Xiaohan collapses at the base of the pillar. Her subordinates rush forward, calling out boss, and anxiously asking if she is alright. A concerned subordinate supports the burnt Xiaohan, urging her to hold on as he promises to take her to the central hospital immediately. Despite her charred appearance, Xiaohan insists she is okay. Another subordinate asks if she still needs to be taken to the hospital. Xiaohan, with a mischievous glint in her eyes despite her injuries, replies that she's fine with it if they are willing to treat her. The bustling central hospital in heaven, a crowd gathers, exclaiming Ling Zhixi, the emperor, and pointing, indicating that she has become the center of attention. News of Xiaohan's disfigurement spreads like wildfire, appearing on official WeChat accounts, newspapers, and trending topics, highlighting the rapid dissemination of information in heaven. Commander Zhao, holding a hefty invoice, reports the exorbitant cost of Xiaohan's treatment, a full checkup for healing formations, and a staggering 70,000 gold coins. He then asks if she still feels any pain. Commander Zhao reacts with a surprised buzz, his expression indicating he's taken aback by something. Commander Zhao stares at a phone in disbelief, exclaiming what, as he swipes through its contents, clearly shocked by what he sees. Commander Zhao hands the phone to Xiaohan, who is resting in bed, telling her to check it yourself and see the shocking news. Xiaohan, in her bed, scrolls through her phone, confronted by sensational headlines declaring she seduced a mortal, ended miserably, amidst a storm of media hype and her suspension. Commander Zhao watches Xiaohan from a distance, anticipating her reaction to the overwhelming media coverage. Bandaged and furious, Xiaohan glares at her phone, scoffing at the idea of disfiguring herself for a top trend, declaring she'll regain her job and doesn't need media hype to earn fame. Commander Zhao tries to soothe Xiaohan, promising to send people to issue clarifications and assuring her that everything will be alright. Commander Zhao tentatively calls out boss, as Xiaohan remains intensely focused on her phone, her expression unreadable. Xiaohan then turns to Commander Zhao, asking with curiosity, what are these apps, and specifically inquiring about the ones he showed her that are filled with news. Commander Zhao explains that the apps are WeChat and Weibo, popular since she went to Earth, detailing their features. Internally, he wonders why Xiaohan is only noticing this now, amidst her public smearing, and if her anger is driving her mad. Half an hour later, a confident click sounds as Xiaohan, with a sly smile, takes a picture of herself, having quickly mastered the phone's functions. Xiaohan, confidently tapping on her phone, declares that she will show everyone she isn't disfigured and warns them to delete all false posts before she personally destroys them after her discharge. Commander Zhao, impressed, remarks that she's really something, having just learned Weibo yet already knowing how to tackle its negativity. Xiaohan, with unwavering resolve, asserts a course, and instructs Commander Zhao to keep a close watch, threatening to destroy the owner of any account that fails to delete the defamatory posts once she is discharged. With Xiaohan's stern directive still echoing, Commander Zhao, ever diligent, assures his boss that he will personally oversee the removal of all defamatory posts before quietly closing the door for the night. Later, Xiaohan lies in bed, wrapped in blankets, but a strange, biting cold permeates the room, causing ice to crackle around the bed. He shivers, murmuring, "It's so cold." Inexplicable cold intensifies, radiating outward with sharp, cracking energy. A system prompt urges Xiaohan to get up as the frigid aura threatens to overwhelm him. Suddenly, a woman with long purple hair, ethereal in a green gown, floats above Xiaohan's bed, surrounded by a chilling aura. Xiaohan, surprised, questions her presence. "Yanling, what brought you here?" The woman replies with a gentle smile, "I heard that you were injured, so I came to visit you." The chilling essence of the visitor is undeniable, manifesting as sharp ice shards forming around her delicate foot as it touches the wooden floor, a silent testament to her power. Xiaohan attempts to counteract the pervasive cold, activating a warmth spell that envelopes him in a shimmering aura. The woman, Yanling, calmly instructs him, "Sit here." Ling extends her hand, poised to offer aid, her gesture gentle as she prepares to touch Xiaohan, who remains wary, raising his hand in a silent plea for her to stop. As Ling reaches for him, Xiaohan firmly rejects her assistance, grabbing her wrist and declaring, "Stop, don't waste your cultivation. I'm almost cured. I'll be good as new after several days." Ling pauses, her expression unreadable, as she silently processes Xiaohan's stubborn refusal, a moment of quiet contemplation passing between them. Despite his claims of recovery, Xiaohan's bed continues to rattle on with a lingering cold, betraying his struggle against the frigid environment Ling brings. Ling turns, gracefully moving away from Xiaohan's bedside, and the room falls into a momentary quiet as her presence shifts, though the cold still subtly lingers. Breaking the silence, Ling reveals a shocking truth: the fire lotuses in the underworld are about to bloom. Suddenly, Xiaohan reacts with alarm, exclaiming, "They always bloom every 10,000 years, don't they? It's not 10,000 years yet since last time. When Ling took over the position as the queen of the underworld, it was about 1,000 years before their bloom. But it's been only 200 years. This is too early." Ling stands silently, her profile solemn, as she considers Xiaohan's words and the implications of the fire lotus's premature blooming, a grave concern etched on her face. Ling instructs Xiaohan, urging him to act. "Whether it's because of the natural law or not, you got to keep a close watch on the fire lotuses and pick them in time. I'll ask the Lord of Divine Treasure to refine them into pills. You should get better after taking them." Xiaohan responds with a hesitant ellipsis, still processing her words. Xiaohan, ever stubborn, firmly rejects the offer of the pills, reiterating his stance. "No, I'm alright as I am now." Ling's expression hardens as she reveals, "I can't touch the fire lotus. If you have time, come to the underworld and take them a few days later." Xiaohan, surprised, asks, "Are you asking me to take them? Are you gonna give them to me?" Xiaohan reaches out, still hesitant, protesting, "They are very precious. I can't," as the intense, icy aura of Ling continues to swirl around her, making his proximity difficult. Huddled under his blanket, Xiaohan shivers uncontrollably, realizing the futility of his efforts. He thinks, "This is too cold. That biting coldness of Ling is not something I can resist by these spells," as his warmth spell visibly melting away. With a loud creak, Commander Zhao bursts into the room, looking distressed, attempting to report something urgent to Xiaohan. "Boss, there's..." Commander Zhao visibly shivers, a sough of cold air emanating from the room as he reacts to the pervasive chill, his expression one of discomfort and worry. Commander Zhao relays the scandalous rumors to a visibly annoyed Xiaohan. "I heard that you were about to marry the queen of the underworld and said that you protect her forever." Xiaohan, utterly disgusted, simply retorts, "FCK off." A flashback begins, with Xiaohan narrating, "I just turned into a human shape back then and thought I was a man. When I was hanging out in the human world dressed as a man, I met Ling, who was sent to experience misfortunes in love." The flashback continues, revealing Ling's ethereal transformation, and within a blink, she became a silver-haired beautiful girl in a white dress, her true form radiant under a mystical moon. In the flashback, Ling's face is captured in a moment of surprise or concern, her piercing blue eyes wide with an unreadable emotion. Back in the present, Xiaohan, still wrapped in his blanket, laments his gender identity, exclaiming, "Aw, how come I'm not a man, even though I'm so manly?" as he covers his face in frustration. Ming, a new character with a teasing smirk, enters the room, greeting Xiaohan with a provocative, "How are you? Did you enjoy the lightning?" Enraged, Xiaohan shouts, "Get out!" as Commander Zhao attempts to throw a projectile at Ming, who deftly dodges and blocks the attack. Ming, unperturbed, continues to taunt Xiaohan, remarking, "It seems you're not seriously injured. The queen of the underworld came. I thought you were dying." Xiaohan, seething with anger, threatens, "If it won't break this extremely expensive formation, I'll beat him to death right now. Just you wait." Ming dismissively replies, "I'm very busy and don't have the time to wait for you." Ming, casually writing in a ledger, dictates a fabricated history. The emperor of Ling Kingdom died and the state general started a war for the throne. But at his coronation, there was a riot and he died after being shot in the heart. Ming, with a smug expression, further provokes Xiaohan, stating, "Lord Emperor failed his misfortune experience because of you. Congratulations." Xiaohan's face contorts with barely contained fury. Ming, with a final wave, bids farewell, then, "Good luck," and by Xiaohan, still enraged, symbolically kicks away Ming's retreating form, vowing, Ming, just you wait." Commander Zhao, observing the chaotic exchange, stands in a chibi style, looking utterly baffled and exasperated by the antics of Xiaohan and Ming. Commander Zhao, in his chibi form, rushes back. He explains, "A huge number of fairies gathered at the gate wanting to visit you. The guys here can't keep them outside, so I came with several other friends to help." Xiaohan's expression shifts to one of weary exasperation, a silent ellipsis indicating his annoyance at the impending influx of visitors. However, Xiaohan's mood swiftly changes. A wide, sparkling smile spreads across his face as he bursts into delighted laughter, "Ha ha 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 ha," at the mention of fairies. Xiaohan is now surrounded by a group of adoring women who dote on him. They ask with concern, "Captain Ling, where are you injured? Does it hurt? You're hospitalized. It must be very painful." Xiaohan, beaming, reassures the worried women, downplaying his injuries, "No, it doesn't hurt at all. Just some scratches. I'm alright. Don't worry." Commander Zhao observes Xiaohan's transformation, thinking, her mood can be changed by seeing pretty fairies. That's a surprising advantage of her obsession with beautiful faces. Meanwhile, the women continue to swoon, remarking, "Captain Ling is still so handsome, and that's for sure." Commander Zhao glances at his phone, revealing a picture of an exceptionally beautiful person, and internally muses, "The real prettiest face in heaven." As Commander Zhao remains engrossed in his phone, a sudden burst of energy or a physical impact sends a cloud of dust push away behind him, hinting at an unseen commotion. Sudden burst of energy behind Commander Zhao is swiftly followed by a subordinate's urgent call presenting a phone and exclaiming, "Boss, read this." The screen displays a breaking news headline featuring a video of Ling Zhixi, the Emperor. Commander Zhao, visibly exasperated, internally curses, "The goddamn Lord Emperor again." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, stands with a subtle, knowing smirk, his long hair flowing as if anticipating the unfolding drama. Xiaohan, with an irritated expression, turns away, defiantly declaring, "No, why would I visit him?" Xiaohan turns her back, clearly displeased, and moves towards a bed, a frustrated humph escaping her lips as she lies down. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, contemplates the situation, realizing Xiaohan caused his misfortune experience and that any punishment would be troublesome. As Xiaohan rests on the bed, a faint, mystical light briefly appears on her neck with a pling-pling sound, then vanishes without a trace. A luminous glow emanates from a hand, revealing the white-haired immortal standing majestically in an ethereal hall, while Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, observes with a knowing gaze. A male official, clipboard in hand, approaches Xiaohan's room with a polite smile, announcing, "Miss Ling, I'm here to check how you're recovering." Xiaohan, still on the bed, acknowledges the official with a simple okay and prepares to rise. The official hands Xiaohan a document, informing her, "You're all right now and can be discharged right away." Miss Ling. Xiaohan internally questions, "Miss, but not Captain." As the official departs, Xiaohan reflects on her suspension, recalling that Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, had only suspended her and wondering if punishment would still follow her failed mission. Xiaohan's hand reaches out to take her smartphone from the table, a new urgency in her movements. Reading her phone, Xiaohan is utterly shocked, exclaiming, "The captain of the security brigade got fired." She then realizes, "The Emperor of Heaven has dismissed me and ordered an investigation," even making an official announcement. Xiaohan's internal monologue connects her dismissal to Ling Zhixi, the Emperor's return, as he approaches and tightly grabs her arm, seeking a strong, familiar gatekeeper. A chibi-style Xiaohan reacts with extreme disbelief, wide-eyed and screaming at the mention of the Emperor of Heaven. The majestic, sprawling architecture of a grand heavenly palace is revealed, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Xiaohan stands enraged before the imposing gates of Lingshao Palace, steam practically fuming from her head as two guards observe her fury. A nervous guard attempts to politely stop Xiaohan, asking, "Miss Ling, may I ask why you want to meet His Majesty? Please wait here for me to report to His Majesty." Xiaohan's face contorts with unbridled fury, her eyes burning with an intense resolve. Ignoring the guard's desperate pleas of "No, Miss Ling," and "Miss Ling," Xiaohan pushes past him, determined to enter the palace. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, rises from his throne, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips, anticipating Xiaohan's arrival. Xiaohan stands before Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, declaring, "Then please excuse me." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, calmly replies, "Fine." Xiaohan's angry face is highlighted as she vehemently declares, "I'll never go to keep his gate." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor's eye remains perfectly calm, unfazed by Xiaohan's outburst. In a fit of anger, Xiaohan kicks a small table, sending it flying with a loud thud. A chibi-style Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, maintains a serene, almost amused smile, observing Xiaohan's tantrum. With a defiant humph, Xiaohan takes a seat on the steps before the throne, refusing to stand before Ling Zhixi, the Emperor. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, calmly explains his reasoning, stating, "I didn't mean to make you his gatekeeper, but his requirements are very demanding. You are the only one who's familiar with him throughout heaven." Xiaohan questions, "I'm the only one?" Xiaohan eyes Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, with suspicion, her expression clearly unconvinced by his words. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, reveals a hidden truth with a sly smile, reminding Xiaohan, "It's not true that you only met him once. You spent 2 months with him on the earth." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, leans in, explaining his true motive, "But that's not the point. I send you to the Taihua Palace mainly because it's good for you." Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, subtly suggests an opportunity for Xiaohan, whispering, "He doesn't have a partner yet. I see it as a chance for you." Xiaohan processes Ling Zhixi, the Emperor's words, her expression a mix of confusion and dawning realization as she questions, "A chance for me?" Chibi-style Xiaohan looks utterly disgusted, her mind immediately jumping to a shocking interpretation, questioning if she's being told to rape him. A chibi-style Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, wears a mischievous, knowing smile, clearly enjoying Xiaohan's outrageous reaction. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, reminds Xiaohan, "Rape. Remember that you are a woman." Xiaohan internally grapples with the outrageous implication. The almighty Emperor of Heaven is trying to set the Lord Emperor up with me, a mere captain of the security brigade. The Lord Emperor must be getting a raw deal. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, cuts through Xiaohan's internal turmoil, revealing a new layer of his scheme. The Lord Emperor himself knows of Xiaohan's past failures and has come directly because of them. Xiaohan, utterly bewildered and fuming, demands to know why Ling Zhixi would ask her to be a mere gatekeeper. She questions his sneaky tactics, wondering why he can't resolve things directly and fairly, suspecting a deeper, more manipulative agenda. Ling Zhixi calmly dismisses her outrage, assuring her that this isn't a punishment. Xiaohan, still reeling, grapples with his words, her mind racing to comprehend the true motive behind such a bizarre request. The grand entrance of Lingshao Palace stands before them, a symbol of power and destiny, setting the stage for the unfolding drama. Xiaohan, maintaining her male disguise, walks into the palace, a sense of unease lingering despite her outward composure. Ling Zhixi offers a cryptic explanation, suggesting the Lord Emperor, despite his misfortunes, is deeply impressed by Xiaohan, finding her familiar enough to grant her leniency. Xiaohan's internal monologue shifts, acknowledging the Lord Emperor's undeniable handsomeness as she contemplates the audacious possibility of becoming his partner. Lost in a romanticized internal fantasy, Xiaohan imagines herself close to Ling Zhixi, surrounded by roses, plotting to use every trick in her arsenal to charm him, given this unexpected proximity. Subordinate Commander Zhao approaches Ling Zhixi, offering assistance, but the emperor dismisses him, stating he will call upon them if needed. Ling Zhixi places a scroll into Xiaohan's hands, entrusting her with a task and expressing his faith. Xiaohan, ever loyal, vows to uphold her position and fulfill her duties. With a nod, Ling Zhixi instructs Xiaohan to attend to her work. Xiaohan offers a quick farewell before departing to execute her new assignment. Ling Zhixi settles onto his opulent throne, a deep sigh escaping him, hinting at the weight of his imperial responsibilities and perhaps the complexities of his plan. The cunning uncle, his brow furrowed with concern, questions the wisdom of allowing Xiaohan such close proximity to the Lord Emperor, sensing potential complications. The cunning uncle reveals a profound truth: Xiaohan's destiny is irrevocably etched within the sacred destiny book. Meanwhile, the white-haired immortal exits the scene, leaving behind a lingering sense of mystery. The cunning uncle emphasizes the unchangeable nature of destiny, asserting that not even the Emperor of Heaven can alter Xiaohan's fate. He expresses a fervent hope that she will indeed marry the Lord Emperor. White-haired immortal, holding the destiny book, reflects internally on the concept of marriage, her thoughts veiled in ancient wisdom. The white-haired immortal states her limitations, explaining that if Xiaohan cannot achieve her destined path, she, too, is powerless to intervene. A grave revelation unfolds. The white-haired immortal discloses recent disturbances within the laws of nature, compounded by the startling disappearance of half the Destiny book's pages. Closing the mystical book, the white-haired immortal admits her power is restricted to merely guiding individuals toward their predetermined destinies. With a solemn expression, the white-haired immortal asserts that the ultimate outcome lies beyond her ability to influence or alter. The white-haired immortal elaborates on the cosmic imbalance, warning that the six realms face potential disruption from anomalies in the natural laws, a domain even she, as their ruler, cannot interfere with. She reveals Ling Zhixi as the sole entity capable of deciphering the Destiny book's true contents, making him the supreme interpreter of fate. The cunning uncle acknowledges the white-haired immortal's diligent efforts in navigating these complex matters of fate. With a contemplative gaze, the cunning uncle concludes that all they can do now is patiently await the unfolding of destiny. Taihua Palace, a majestic structure, gleams under the vast sky, a new setting for Xiaohan's evolving mission. Xiaohan arrives at a bustling palace, her phone's navigation system announcing her arrival, placing her 80 meters from her destination. Xiaohan observes a throng of women meticulously placing numerous letters onto the ground, a peculiar sight hinting at the task ahead. Sudden realization dawns on Xiaohan as she processes the scene. These women are her rivals, all vying for the Lord Emperor's attention. Xiaohan laments her predicament, feeling a wave of self-pity as she faces the overwhelming competition. Despite the chaos, Xiaohan resolves to maintain her composure, pushing through the insistent crowd, determined to stand out and capture the Emperor's notice. Xiaohan takes her designated position, immediately drawing the attention of other women who mistake her for Ling Zhixi, commenting on her striking yet rough appearance. A hopeful woman approaches, asking Miss Ling Xiaohan to deliver her love letter to the Lord Emperor, to which Xiaohan obliges, promising to do so upon seeing him. A long line of eager women extends, each patiently awaiting their turn to present their heartfelt messages. Xiaohan is quickly swarmed by the hopeful women, who shower her with compliments on her handsomeness, all pleading for her to deliver their numerous love letters to the Lord Emperor. After an arduous period, Xiaohan stands alone, buried under an immense mountain of love letters, a testament to the Emperor's popularity and her unexpected new role. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, Xiaohan furiously flings the letters, internally cursing Ling Zhixi and grudgingly admitting he's only slightly more handsome than herself. Unbeknownst to Xiaohan, Ling Zhixi emerges silently behind her, observing her tantrum as she continues to complain internally about his perceived lack of gentleness. In a moment of pure clumsiness, Xiaohan trips and tumbles headfirst into the vast pile of letters, letting out an undignified yelp as Ling Zhixi watches, unseen. Ling Zhixi maintains a stoic, unreadable expression as Xiaohan, mortified, internally grapples with the sheer awkwardness of the situation, wondering how she could possibly make a good impression now. Still sprawled amongst the love letters, Xiaohan finally spots Ling Zhixi standing over her, stammering out his title in utter embarrassment. Still sprawled amongst the love letters, Xiaohan finally spots Ling Zhixi, the emperor, standing over her. He contemplates the mark he placed on Xiaohan, puzzled that he can't sense her qi despite transferring a portion of his cultivation, and wonders if the mark is too shallow. Xiaohan, still flustered but dutiful, presents a towering stack of love letters to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, explaining that they are from the fairies. Internally, Xiaohan offers Ling Zhixi, the emperor, the beauties of her harem, inviting him to choose anyone he desires. Xiaohan addresses Ling Zhixi, the emperor, directly, and he responds questioningly, clearly puzzled by the overwhelming display of affection. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, silently tells himself to turn around, his thoughts drifting to a past on earth that he feels he shouldn't remember. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, bluntly instructs Xiaohan to send the letters back, causing her to reel in shock. Internally, Xiaohan frantically questions his sudden retreat and rejection, wondering if her earlier flirtation was the cause. Xiaohan, her expression etched with worry, directly asks Ling Zhixi, the emperor, if he truly intends for her to return all the love letters. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains speechless, while Xiaohan fumes internally, demanding an answer. The group of fairies reacts with outrage, declaring that returning the letters is an insult to all of heaven. The firm push, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, shoves the stack of letters back to Xiaohan, declaring that she will return them herself. With a casual wave of his hand, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sends the massive stack of love letters scattering into the air, dismissing them completely. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns his back, the force of his dismissal sends Xiaohan tumbling backwards, landing amidst the scattered letters with a thud. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands impassively, his back to the chaos, completely unconcerned by Xiaohan's predicament. From her position on the ground, Xiaohan gazes up at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, her eyes burning with determination as shimmering blue energy squares begin to emanate from her body. Xiaohan's eyes narrow as she realizes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is challenging her cultivation. Despite acknowledging his vast age and superior power, she refuses to back down, determined to measure her strength against his in this fight. Red energy squares now surge around her. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observing Xiaohan's surging power, notes her impressive cultivation for a 500-year-old immortal, recognizing she still holds back her full strength. Blue and pink energy squares pulse around him. Xiaohan, a confident smirk playing on her lips, believes that 90% of her cultivation was enough to make Ling Zhixi, the emperor, acknowledge her, concluding she wouldn't suffer a miserable defeat if they truly fought. With a sly smile and a mischievous Xiaohan plots, thinking that a well-placed sneak attack or clever trick might allow her to prolong the fight against Ling Zhixi, the emperor. A sudden swish of energy squares assaults Xiaohan, prompting her to exclaim, "Hell!" in surprise. Red energy squares slam into Xiaohan, who internally protests Ling Zhixi, the emperor's unfair, unannounced power surge. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a subtle smirk, observes that Xiaohan is now fully committed. A single energy square, caught between swirling red and blue auras, crackles with volatile power, a testament to the clashing forces. With a deafening bang, the energy square explodes, fragments of power scattering in all directions. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains perfectly composed, while Xiaohan is violently thrown back by a barrage of impacts, each marked by a sharp bang. Crossing her arms defensively, Xiaohan gasps, admitting the fight is over and she is completely worn out. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands at ease as Xiaohan bends over, panting heavily. She acknowledges his immense power as the Lord Emperor, whose cultivation spans hundreds of thousands of years and is unmatched across the 6 realms. Despite her defeat, Xiaohan feels a surge of pride, believing her performance was already amazing. She declares that once she lives as long as Ling Zhixi, the emperor, she too will be almighty, letting out a confident ha 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 ha. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply stands, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air, his expression unreadable as he processes Xiaohan's audacious thoughts. With a sudden hitch, Xiaohan is sent tumbling forward, crashing to the ground with a resounding bam as a door dramatically closes behind her. Damn him, Xiaohan fumes internally, struggling to stand. She accuses Ling Zhixi, the emperor, of a sneak attack, calling him a sordid rat for his underhanded dismissal. Bam! Another invisible force slams into Xiaohan, knocking her back down just as she attempts to rise. Ah! Xiaohan cries out as she is once again thrown to the ground with a loud bam, unable to escape the unseen force. It's impossible, Xiaohan rages, her eyes wide with disbelief. How can I be thrown away so easily? I'm not as weak as this. I must try again, Xiaohan declares with fierce determination, rushing towards the closed door, refusing to give up. Bam! Yet again, Xiaohan is met with an invisible barrier, sending her sprawling to the ground. Impossible, Xiaohan growls, forcing herself to stand. I'm not as weak as this, she asserts, her frustration evident. I was not prepared, Xiaohan concedes, taking a deep breath. I didn't act fast enough. Her resolve hardens. I'll get myself ready for this time. You can't throw me away again. Xiaohan's face contorts with fierce determination, a silent scream of defiance etched across her features as she prepares for another attempt. Xiaohan's legs blur into motion, propelling her forward with renewed vigor, determined to break through the invisible barrier. Xiaohan cries out as she is once again violently repelled, her arms flailing uselessly in the air. This can't be true. Xiaohan screams internally, repeatedly slammed against the building with a series of AMS. Yet her spirit remains unbroken. I must try again. Just you wait. Despite her earlier resolve, Xiaohan, kneeling amidst the wreckage, acknowledges the undeniable truth. She truly cannot avoid this fate. Xiaohan observes Ling Zhixi, the emperor, waiting patiently in the courtyard, internally noting his persistent habit of flinging her away the moment she approaches. He never tires of this game. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, gazes with a subtle smirk, his internal thoughts labeling Xiaohan as toxic. Enraged, Xiaohan brandishes her glowing Hanpa sword and lunges forward, demanding to know what Ling Zhixi, the emperor, just said. Xiaohan is inexplicably frozen mid-attack, her internal monologue questioning why she, a unique weapon-turned-human, is unable to move just from Ling Zhixi, the emperor's gaze. She wonders what is truly happening. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, observed Xiaohan, realizing he can control her effortlessly, concluding she must be a sword-turned-human just like him. He then wonders why he didn't sense this connection before. Flustered, Xiaohan asks Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to step back, claiming his attractive face is making her heart beat too fast. In a lighter, chibi moment, Xiaohan laughs boisterously, holding her sword towards an unamused Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's hand reaches out, firmly grasping the hilt of the sword Xiaohan holds. With a cry of surprise, Xiaohan demands Ling Zhixi, the emperor, return her sword, which he now calmly holds. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's voice echoes, declaring that Xiaohan will live here from this day forward. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, walks away with her sword, Xiaohan stumbles, uttering a hesitant I will. Her internal thoughts race, processing the implications of Ling Zhixi, the emperor's declaration, landing on a single word, wife. Xiaohan's face flushes with excitement, interpreting Ling Zhixi, the emperor's actions as an implied confession and the taking of her sword as a token of their burgeoning relationship. Her internal monologue continues, wondering if Ling Zhixi, the emperor, discovered her true nature during their fight and subsequently fell in love. A chibi Xiaohan wiggles with pure excitement, already envisioning the possibility of double cultivation once she moves in. Meanwhile, a chibi Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands holding the sword, his expression utterly unimpressed by Xiaohan's fantasies. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, clears his throat, abruptly clarifying his intention. He wants Xiaohan to be his bodyguard. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, turns to leave, Xiaohan calls out, Your Majesty, hold on. Despite the bodyguard revelation, Xiaohan's internal thoughts still cling to the hope of double cultivation. Xiaohan desperately pushes against the closing doors, pleading with Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to let her in and hold them open. The heavy doors swing shut, sealing her out. Standing outside, Xiaohan questions, Am I not your bodyguard? I should stay close to you, right? Inside, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains silent, his expression unreadable. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, begins to speak as Xiaohan walks into the room, while she internally muses that a bodyguard should at least possess a weapon. Xiaohan points to her sword on the table, calling it hers, prompting Ling Zhixi, the emperor, to ask if it's important to her. Xiaohan beams, affirming with great emphasis that her sword is very important. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calmly places the sword down as Xiaohan explains that Yan Ling would be angry if she lost it, while Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains silent. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sips his tea, his gaze meeting Xiaohan's. Xiaohan's mind races, setting aside the bodyguard role to ponder Ling Zhixi, the emperor's true intentions, questioning how someone so ancient could be unaware of the danger he invites by keeping her so close. The ornate room remains still, holding unspoken secrets. Xiaohan's thoughts spiral further, imagining the daily proximity to Ling Zhixi, the emperor's handsome face, and the overwhelming temptation if she were to see him undressed, fearing she might throw herself on him. Her fantasy plays out vividly, picturing herself pinning Ling Zhixi, the emperor, down before a chibi version of herself snaps back to flustered reality. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, sips his tea, a bead of sweat forming as he internally reminds himself that this Xiaohan is not the one he knew from Earth. Xiaohan suddenly stands, stammering to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that she needs to return to the security brigade to pack, while internally acknowledging his immense power and her inability to force him, relieved he doesn't recall her past actions against him. The weight of Ling Zhixi, the emperor's unspoken power settles heavily on Xiaohan, her expression a mix of apprehension and internal struggle after their tense exchange. A different scene unfolds as Xiaohan, feigning innocence with a slight smirk, challenges a group of women, demanding to know if they truly witnessed her destroying their precious letters. The women erupt in a furious chorus, demanding compensation for their heartfelt letters and insisting that Xiaohan return their chance to be seen by Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Xiaohan, however, internally dismisses them as delicate fairies she cannot fight. With a quick thought of a cloaking spell, Xiaohan vanishes, leaving the bewildered women to search frantically for Ling Zhixi. She internally assures herself that they wouldn't dare cause trouble in Taihua Palace, where she now seeks refuge. The grand architecture of the Taihua Palace is revealed as a voice expresses disbelief. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, has actually commanded Xiaohan to reside within its walls. Two palace officials stand in respectful bows, processing the surprising news of Ling Zhixi, the emperor's unusual decree. A group of officials gossips excitedly, speculating that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, must be deeply in love with boss Xiaohan, given his known aversion to women and his direct request for her to live with him as his bodyguard. Commander Zhao approaches Xiaohan, urging her to allow him to pack her luggage, reminding her that night is falling and Ling Zhixi, the emperor, will be waiting. Xiaohan dismissively declares her refusal to go, her internal thoughts revealing deep fear. She acknowledges Ling Zhixi, the emperor's overwhelming power, fearing he could end her life if displeased, making any forced proximity too dangerous. The official from earlier watches, a knowing smile playing on his lips as Xiaohan grapples with the emperor's command. The official presses Xiaohan, asserting that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, possesses all the qualities she could desire in a husband, urging her to stop pretending and hurry to him. Xiaohan reacts with a surprised pretending. With a sudden burst of defiance, Xiaohan leaps to her feet, sarcastically retorting that she can indeed pretend, leaving the officials startled. Xiaohan, now composed, dismisses the officials, instructing them to return to their duties. Chilling, foreboding smile plays on Xiaohan's lips, hinting at her mischievous intentions. Minutes later, the tranquil Taihua Palace is disrupted by insistent shouts demanding Ling Zhixi to emerge, the sounds of approaching footsteps echoing with growing urgency. Frustrated officials bang on the palace doors, yelling for Ling Zhixi to stop hiding, convinced she is inside and questioning the commotion that has erupted. The source of the uproar is revealed, a social media post by Ling Zhixi Xiaohan proudly announcing Ling Zhixi, the emperor's invitation for her to live in Taihua Palace, complete with a smug selfie. The officials stare at the phone in utter shock and despair, their faces contorted in disbelief at Ling Zhixi's audacious announcement. A subordinate desperately cries out to Xiaohan, admitting he can no longer control the enraged crowd of women who are loudly accusing Ling Zhixi of seducing Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Xiaohan, lounging in bed in feminine attire, feigns regret that she can't leave her room, let alone go to Taihua Palace, while internally cackling with mischievous glee. Under the serene glow of a full moon, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, stands alone outside, his silhouette pensive against the traditional architecture. Ling Zhixi, the emperor's contemplative gaze lingers before he slowly turns, his thoughts hidden in the quiet of the night. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is seen resting in his bed, the intricate patterns of his blanket suggesting a night of solitary contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, in her male guise, lies awake in bed, intently tapping away on her phone, clearly still orchestrating her schemes. The next day dawns, bright and clear, signaling the continuation of the unfolding drama. Commander Zhao frantically reports to Xiaohan that the fairies are still protesting outside, their numbers having swelled. Xiaohan, however, responds with a nonchalant "I see," her internal thoughts drifting off. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, remains composed, engrossed in a game of Go, seemingly oblivious to the chaos brewing outside. Xiaohan, eating noodles and texting, cunningly justifies her actions by thinking she cannot refuse Ling Zhixi, the emperor's command, while inwardly relishing the escalating chaos, believing the more, the better. A determined group of women guards the palace gate, vowing to prevent Ling Zhixi from escaping and ensuring she does not reach Taihua Palace. Two officials desperately try to reason with the women, explaining they need to patrol, but are met with firm resistance and even thrown food, as the women fear Ling Zhixi might try to escape in disguise. Commander Zhao lets out a defeated "Boo-hoo, boss." Commander Zhao complains to Xiaohan about the constant war at the gate, expressing worry over Ling Zhixi, the emperor's silence. Xiaohan feigns a desire to go and denies disobeying him, but claims she cannot get past the gate. Xiaohan, holding a book, suggests Commander Zhao use his time to investigate Ling Zhixi, the emperor's history, citing her own suffering as justification, while Commander Zhao nervously refuses, fearing the emperor's wrath. Commander Zhao's face is etched with deep apprehension, clearly terrified of the consequences should Ling Zhixi, the emperor, discover any investigation into his past. Xiaohan, with a confident smile, declares she will shoulder the blame if Ling Zhixi, the emperor, finds out, a manipulative offer to push Commander Zhao into action. Commander Zhao bursts into the room, excitedly announcing that the fairies have vanished, leaving Xiaohan utterly surprised. Commander Zhao eagerly informs Xiaohan that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, himself has summoned her, explaining the sudden disappearance of the protesting women. Majestic Lingxiao Palace is unveiled, the grand destination where Xiaohan is now summoned. Xiaohan rushes into the opulent throne room, calling out to Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a bewildered "Your Majesty, how can you?" Xiaohan's side profile shows her intense focus and surprise as she approaches Ling Zhixi, the emperor, on his throne. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maintains a calm, almost amused expression as Xiaohan addresses him with a respectful but questioning "Lord Emperor." Ling Zhixi, the emperor, maintains a calm, almost amused expression as Xiaohan addresses him with a respectful but questioning "Lord Emperor." He responds, gently calling out to Xiaohan, and commands him to rise. With a subtle glance back, Ling Zhixi, the emperor, begins to walk away, a silent invitation for Xiaohan to follow. The cunning uncle, still seated, gestures decisively and instructs Xiaohan to follow Ling Zhixi, the emperor, without delay. Xiaohan, taken aback, questions the order to follow Ling Zhixi, the emperor, even as the cunning uncle nods in affirmation. Internally, Xiaohan laments that going with him now would nullify all her efforts to provoke the fairies. With a knowing smirk, the cunning uncle reminds Xiaohan of her duty as Ling Zhixi, the emperor's bodyguard, emphasizing that following him is mandatory. Cunning uncle, now standing, presses Xiaohan, hinting at a reward for her compliance, which leaves Xiaohan questioning his true intentions. The cunning uncle leans in, promising Xiaohan full reinstatement to her former position if she serves as Ling Zhixi, the emperor's bodyguard, for a short time, much to her visible annoyance. Resigned, Xiaohan finally agrees to follow Ling Zhixi, the emperor, prompting a satisfied smile from the cunning uncle. With a burst of speed, Xiaohan sprints away, leaving the cunning uncle behind as she sets off to catch up with Ling Zhixi, the emperor. The cunning uncle sighs, contemplating Xiaohan's fate and acknowledging her unavoidable destiny. Xiaohan rushes down a grand staircase, internally wondering why Ling Zhixi, the emperor, is moving with such unexpected speed. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, continues his swift ascent, his long robes flowing behind him as he maintains a steady, quick pace. Reaching the grand outdoor plaza, Xiaohan gasps in exasperation at the sight of numerous fairies already gathered, drawn by Ling Zhixi, the emperor's presence. Xiaohan sighs in frustration, lamenting that Ling Zhixi, the emperor, has attracted far more fairies than her, and begrudgingly admits his superior handsomeness. Suddenly, two fairies step forward, blocking Xiaohan's path and indignantly accusing her of daring to tail Ling Zhixi, the emperor. Xiaohan reacts with a surprised huh. Xiaohan attempts to clarify, asserting her role as Ling Zhixi, the emperor's bodyguard, but the fairies furiously dismiss her claims, demanding proof of identification. Xiaohan inwardly panics, recalling that all guards possess ID cards, even remembering using one for the Emperor of Heaven. Yet Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, only gave her verbal orders, leaving her without proof. A fairy points an accusatory finger, declaring Xiaohan a stalker and blaming her for Ling Zhixi, the Emperor's supposed anger. The other fairies join in, accusing Xiaohan of tearing up their love letters and asserting that her actions are why Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, ignored them. One fairy cries out in indignation, deeming Xiaohan's actions utterly unfair. Despite an internal expletive, Xiaohan reminds herself to tolerate the fairies as they are ladies, even as the chaotic brawl erupts around her with shouts of "Hey, not in the face!" A close-up reveals a wide, shocked eye as a fairy exclaims in disbelief. Later, inside, Commander Zhao gazes at Xiaohan, musing aloud that among all the women in his destiny book none are quite like her. Xiaohan, turning away with a hint of irritation, directly asks Commander Zhao why he has come. Commander Zhao reveals a small, open box, explaining that Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, sent him to deliver its contents. Xiaohan immediately surmises it's her bodyguard ID card. Commander Zhao casually remarks on Xiaohan's recent skirmish with the fairies, noting her appointment as bodyguard despite the ruckus. He then adds that the beating she received was well-deserved, prompting Xiaohan to retort that she allowed them to beat her. Commander Zhao, with a sly smile, praises Xiaohan's abilities in a backhanded compliment, which immediately infuriates Xiaohan, who shouts for him to leave. Commander Zhao agrees it's time to go, but not before reminding Xiaohan of her past role in creating soldier regulations with the Emperor of Heaven, subtly implying she should remember her place. Xiaohan snaps back, telling him to mind his own business. As he turns to leave, Commander Zhao offers a final, seemingly innocent remark about Xiaohan potentially becoming Empress one day, claiming he wouldn't dare offend her, a statement laced with deeper meaning. Xiaohan picks up her ID card, internally scoffing at the recurring mention of her becoming Empress, dismissing it as a far-fetched notion. 2 hours later, Commander Zhao impatiently knocks on the door, asking Xiaohan if she has finally finished. Commander Zhao reveals that their boss requested a female outfit specifically tailored to her size. He notes with anticipation that for the past 5 centuries she has exclusively worn male garments. Commander Zhao, with a teasing tone, asks if their boss doesn't know how to wear female clothes, even offering to find a fairy to assist her. Xiaohan internally rages, fearing that if even one fairy discovers her inability to wear female clothes, her secret gender identity will be exposed to the entire world, leaving her utterly humiliated. Xiaohan attempts to leave, shrouded in a hooded cape, but Commander Zhao warns her that Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, might be shocked. He suggests she at least remove the cape given the late hour. Commander Zhao calls out to Xiaohan, reaching out, desperate for just a glimpse of her in the new attire. Xiaohan halts, her elegant new dress flowing around her, hinting at the beauty beneath the cape. With a sigh, Xiaohan begins to remove her cape, slowly revealing the exquisite female attire beneath. Xiaohan peeks out from behind a door, calling for Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, only to realize he isn't there, a look of surprise on her face. Xiaohan, now adorned in a delicate dress, approaches a bedchamber, seeking Ling Zhixi, the Emperor. Inside, she discerns a figure meditating. Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, meditates silently, his presence so subtle he is initially undetected by Xiaohan. She internally questions the figure's sudden appearance, bewildered by his superior cultivation that masks his very presence. Covering her composure, Xiaohan offers a polite, slightly awkward greeting to Ling Zhixi, the Emperor, admitting she was unaware of his presence. As Ling Zhixi, the emperor, acknowledges her, Xiaohan, still in her new attire, eagerly seeks his opinion, asking if she looks good in the dress. Xiaohan confidently declares her prowess, asserting that her martial arts and appearance remain formidable even in the feminine attire. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, simply observes her with a subtle, unreadable expression. Leaning closer, Xiaohan assures Ling Zhixi, the emperor, that her new appearance will not hinder her duties as his bodyguard, offering to prove her capabilities. She then firmly grips his hand. Xiaohan looks up at Ling Zhixi, the emperor, with a questioning gaze, her hand still intertwined with his, awaiting his reaction. With a sudden, feigned stumble, Xiaohan throws herself into Ling Zhixi, the emperor's embrace, playfully exclaiming her accident and declaring she couldn't resist such an opportunity. Ling Zhixi, the emperor, calmly looks down at the embracing Xiaohan, revealing he saw through her playful ruse, then smoothly compliments her, stating she looks wonderful tonight.